And I'm at the hour. So, I'm a little bit overdressed perhaps today, so I decided I wouldn't be wearing my boots in bed. So yeah, first things first, hello. I'm sure you know by this point, but I am SkitterSkreetch, and I'm not going to be doing too much of my normal faffing about today, because there's a lot of reading to be done, and I don't want to wear out my voice. But I do have a couple of matters of business to attend to. So first things first, let's get down on the book. Over there we got The Sea Wolf by Jack London, which is what we will be trying to read in its entirety today. It's about 300 pages, so that's going to be a challenge. But first technically I have two pieces of business, but conveniently they converge together. First off, as always, I want to thank, for following me, my good boss, Solox VT, who followed me before the stream. And conveniently that leads into my next explanation, which is the gimmick of this stream, which I've promised people. And that is that I have here, by my side, a tin of hardtack, or ship's biscuit. Now, for those who aren't familiar, hardtack is a type of, I guess, bread or cracker biscuit that is baked in order to be as dry as possible to last as long as possible. It's a food commonly eaten in civil wars or in sea voyages. And just to give you an idea of what it's a bit like, when I knock two of these pieces together, they sound like this. So not the most appetising thing. And I've said in a couple of places that for every person who follows me, I'll eat a bit of that, just to add to the experience of, being on the high seas. And since I've had a follower before this, I'm going to count that. So here is what it will sound like when I eat a piece of this. Not bad. Needs more weevils. But yeah, so that's today's gimmick. Every time I get a new follower, assuming I get any during stream, I'll eat a piece of hardtack, which is not good for my teeth nor for my throat, and will contribute to this ongoing ordeal of reading 300 pages in one sitting. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's actively against my own interests. Long streams are bad for retaining viewership. I know these things, but it's funny to me, so we're going to do it anyway. But aside from that, as always, if you need me to go over something again, or I've stumbled something you haven't heard me, feel free to let me know and I'm happy to go back over it. This book is in chapters, so I'll probably be stopping after each chapter to try and give a little bit of commentary and water my voice and give myself a bit of a rest. But yeah, if there's anything anyone would like to say before I start, feel free to go ahead now. Otherwise, without further ado, I'll begin. Oh, and if my voice is a bit off, let me know. Lamp has adjusted the wards so that it should be clearer now, so it should be easy to understand, but there might be some volume issues. So if there are, let me know about that. I would appreciate it. But yeah. The Sea Wolf. Chapter 1. Ooh. Oh. Thank you kindly, Abby. Chapter 1. I scarcely know where to begin, though I sometimes facetiously place the cause of it all with Charlie Thoriseth's credit. He kept a summer cottage in Mill Valley, under the shadow of Mount Tampalis, and never occupied it except when he loafed through the winter months and read Nietzsche and Schopenhauer to rest his brain. When summer come on, he elected to sweat out a hot and dusty existence in the city, and to toil incessantly. Had it not been my custom to run up to see him every Saturday afternoon, and stop over till Monday morning, this particular January Monday morning would not have found me afloat or on San Fransisco Bay. Not that I was afloat in a safe craft, for the Martinez was a new ferry steamer, making her fourth or fifth trip on the run between Sausalito and San Francisco. The danger lay in the heavy fog which blanketed the bay, and on which, as a landsman, I had little apprehension. In fact, I remember the placid exultation with which I took up my position on the forward upper deck, directly beneath the pilot-house, and allowed the mystery of the fog to lay hold of my imagination. A fresh breeze was blowing, and for a time I were alone in the moisty obscurity. And yet not alone, for I was dimly conscious of the presence of the pilot, and of what I took to be the captain in the glass house above my head. I remember thinking how comfortable it was, the division of labour which made it unnecessary for me to study fogs, winds, tides, and navigation in order to visit my friend, who lived across an arm of the sea. It were good that men should be specialists, I mused. The peculiar knowledge of the pilot and captain sufficed for many thousands of people who knew no more of the sea and navigation than I knew. On the other hand, instead of having to devote my energy to the learnings of a multitude of things, I concentrated it on a few particular things, such as, for instance, the analysis of Poe's place in American literature, an essay of mine, by the way, in the current Atlantic. Coming aboard as I passed through the cabin, I had noticed with greedy eyes a stout gentleman reading the Atlantic, which were open at my very essay. And there it were again, the division of labour, the special knowledge of the pilot and captain, which permitted the stout gentleman to read my special knowledge on Poe, while they carried him safely from Sausalito to San Fransisco. A red-faced man, slamming the cabin door behind him and stumping out on deck, interrupted my reflections, though I made a mental note of the topic for use in a projected essay which I had thought of calling The Necessity for Freedom, a Plea for the Artist. The red-faced man shot a glance up at the pilot-house, gazed around at the fog, stumped across the deck and back, he evidently had an artificial leg, and stood still by my side, legs wide apart, and with an expression of keen enjoyment on his face. I was not wrong when I decided that his days had been spent on the sea. It's nasty weather like this here that turns heads grey before their time, he said, with a nod towards the pilot-house. I had not thought there were any particular strain, I answered. It seems as simple as ABC. They know the direction by compass, the distance and the speed. I should not call it anything more than mathematical certainty. Strain, he thought. Simple as ABC, mathematical certainty. He seemed to brace himself up and lean backwards against the air as he stared at me. How about this here tide that's rushing out through the Golden Gate? He demanded, or bellowed rather. How fast is she ebbing? What's the drift, eh? Listen to that, will you? A bellbuoy, and we're at top of it. See him altering the course. From out of the fog came the mournful tolling of a bell, and I could see the pilot turning the wheel with great rapidity. The bell, which had seemed straight ahead, were now sounding from the side. Our own whistle were blowing hoarsely, and from time to time the sound of other whistles come to us from the fog. That's a ferry boat of some sort, the newcomer said, indicating the whistle off to the right. And there, do you hear that? Blown my mouth, some schooner, most likely. Better watch out, Mr. Schoonerman. I thought so. Now hell will be a poppin' for somebody. The unseen ferry boat were blowing blast after blast, and the mouth-blown horn was tooting in terror-stricken fashion. And now they're paying their respects to each other and trying to get clear, the red-faced man went on as the hurried whistling continued. His face was shining, his eyes flashing with excitement as he translated into articulate language the speech of the horns and sirens. That's a steam siren a-going, it's over to the left. And you hear that fellow with a frog in his throat, a steam schooner as near I can judge, crawling in from the heads against the tide. A shrill little whistle, piping as if gone mad, came from directly ahead, and from very near at hand. Gongs sounded on the Martinez. Our paddle wheels stopped, their pulsing beat died away, and then they tottered again. The shrill little whistle, like chirping of crickets amid the cries of great beasts, shot through the fog, from more to the side, and swiftly grew fainter and fainter. I looked to my companion for enlightenment. One of them daredevil launches, he said. I almost wish we'd sunk him, the little rip. They're a cause of more trouble. And what good are they? Any jackass gets on board one and runs it from hell to breakfast, blowing his whistle to beat the band, and telling the rest of the world to look out for him because he's coming and he can't look out for himself. Because he's coming. And you've got to look out too, right away, common decency. They don't know the meaning of it. I felt quite amused at his unwarranted choler, and while he stumped indignantly up and down, I felt the dwelling up upon the romance of the fog. And romantic it certainly was, the fog, like the grey shadow of infinite mystery, brooding over the whirling speck of the earth. And men, mere motes of light and sparkle, cast with an insane relish for work, riding their steeds of wood and steel through the art of the mystery, groping their way blindly through the unseen, and clamouring and clanging in confident speech, the while their hearts are heavy with incertitude and fear. The voice of my companion brought me back to myself with a laugh. I too had been groping and floundering, the while I thought I rode clear-eyed through the mystery. Hello? Somebody coming our way, he was saying. And do you hear that? He's coming fast. Walking right along. Guess he don't hear us yet. Wind's in the wrong direction. The fresh breeze was blowing right down upon us, and I could hear the whistle plainly, off to one side and a little ahead. Ferry boat? I asked. He nodded, then added, I wouldn't be getting to keeping up such a clip. He gave a short chuckle. They're getting anxious up there. I glanced up. The captain had thrust his head and shoulders out the pilot-house and was staring intently into the fog, as though by sheer force of will he could penetrate it. His face was anxious. as were the face of my companion, who had stumped over the rail and were gazing with like intentness in the direction of the invisible danger. Then everything happened, and with inconceivable rapidity. The fog seemed to break away as though split by a wedge, and the bow of a steamboat emerged, trailing fog wreaths on either side like seaweed on the snout of Leviathan. I could see the pilot house, and a white-bearded man leaning partly out of it on his elbows. He was clad in a blue uniform, and I remember noting how trim and quiet he was. His quietness under the circumstances was terrible. He accepted destiny, marched hand in hand with it, and coolly measured the stroke. As he leaned there, he ran a calm and speculative eye over us, as though to determine the precise point of the collision, and took no notice whatever when our pilot, white with rage, shouted, "Now you've done it!" On looking back, I realised that the remark was too obvious to make rejoinder necessary. "Grab hold of something and hang on," the red-faced man said to me. All his bluster had gone, and he seemed to have caught the contagion of preternatural calm. "And listen to the women scream," he said grimly, almost bitterly, I thought, as though he'd been through the experience before. The vessels come together before I could follow his advice. We must have been struck squarely amidship, for I saw nothing, the strange steamboat having passed beyond my line of vision. The Martinez heeled over sharply, and they were crashing and rending a timber. I was thrown flat on the wet deck, and before I could scramble to my feet, I heard the scream of the women. This it was, I'm certain, the most indescribable of blood-curdling sounds, that threw me into a panic. I remembered the life preservers stored in the cabin, but were met at the door and swept backward by a wild rush of men and women. What happened in the next few minutes I do not recollect, though I have a clear remembrance of pulling down life preservers from the overhead racks, while the red-faced man fastened them about the bodies of an hysterical group of women. This memory is as distinct and sharp as of any picture I have seen. It is a picture, and I can see it now. The jagged edges of the hole in the side of the cabin, through which the grey fog swirled and eddied. The empty upholstered seats littered with all the evidence of sudden flight, such as packages, hand satchels, umbrellas and wraps. The stout gentleman who had been reading my essay, encased in cork and canvas, the magazine still in his hand, and asking me, with monotonous insistency, if I thought there were any danger. The red-faced man stumping gallantly around on his artificial leg, and buckling life preservers on all comers. And finally the screaming bedlam of women. This it was, the screaming of the women, that most tried my nerves. It must have tried too the nerves of the red-faced man, for I have another picture which will never fade from my mind. The stout gentleman is stuffing the magazine into his overcoat pocket, and looking on curiously. A tangled mass of women with drawn white faces and open mouths is shrieking like a chorus of lost souls. And the red-faced man, his face now purplish with wrath, and with arms extended overhead as in the act of hurling thunderbolts, is shouting, "Shut up, shut up!" I remember the scene impelled me to sudden laughter, and in the next instant I realised I was becoming hysterical myself. For these were women of my own kind, like my mother and sisters, and with the fear of death upon them and unwilling to die. And I remember that sound they made reminded me of the squealing of pigs under the knife of the butcher, and I was struck with horror at the vividness of the analogy. These women, capable of the most sublime emotions and the tenderest sympathies, were open-mouthed and screaming. They wanted to live. They were helpless, like rats in a trap, and they screamed. The horror of it drove me out on deck. I was feeling sick and squeamish, and sat down on a bench. In an hazy way, I saw and heard men rushing and shouting as they strove to lower the boats. It was just as I had read descriptions of such scenes in books. The tackles jammed, nothing worked. One boat lowered away with the ping that plugs out, filled with women and children, and then with water, and capsized. Another boat had been lowered by one end and still hung in by the tackle on the other end, where it had been abandoned. Nothing were to be seen of the strange steamboat which had caused the disaster, though I heard men saying that she would undoubtedly send boats to our assistance. I descended to the lower deck. The Martinez was sinking fast, for the water were very near. Numbers of the passengers were leaping overboard. Others, in the water, were clambering to be taken aboard again. No one heeded them. A cry arose that we were sinking. I was seized by the consequent panic and went over the side in a surge of bodies. How I went over I do not know, though I did know, and instantly, why those in the water were so desirous of getting back on the steamer. The water was cold, so cold that it was painful. The pang as I plunged into it was as quick and sharp as that of fire. It bit to the marrow. It was like the grip of death. I gasped with the anguish and shock of it, filling my lungs before the life preserver popped me to the surface. The taste of the salt was strong in my mouth, and I was strangling with the acrid stuff in my throat and lungs. But it was the cold that were most distressing. I felt that I could survive but a few minutes. People were struggling and floundering in the water about me. I could hear them crying out to one another, and I heard also the sound of oars. Evidently the strange steamboat had lowered its boats, As the time went by, I marvelled that I was still alive. I had no sensation whatever in my lower limbs, while a chill and numbness were wrapping about my heart and creeping into it. Small waves with spiteful, foaming crests continually broke over me and into my mouth, sending me off into more strangling paroxysms. The noises grew indistinct, though I heard a final and despairing chorus of screams in the distance, and knew that the Martinez had gone down. Later, how much later I have no knowledge, I come to myself with a start of fear. I were alone. I could hear no calls or cries, only the sound of the waves made weirdly hollow and reverberant by the fog. A panic in a crowd which partakes of a sort of community of interest is not so terrible as a panic when one is one by oneself, and such a panic I now suffered. Whither were I drifting? The red-faced man had said that the tide were ebbing through the Golden Gate. Was I then being carried out to sea? And the life preserver in which I floated, were it not liable to go to pieces at any moment? I had heard of such things before being made of paper and hollow rushes, which quickly become saturated and lost all buoyancy, and I could not swim a stroke. And I was alone, floating apparently in the midst of a grey primordial vastness. I confess that a madness seized me, and I shrieked aloud as the women had shrieked, and beat the water with my 9 hands. How long this lasted I have no conception, for a blankness intervened, of which I remember no more than one remembers a troubled and painful sleep. When I aroused, it were after centuries of time, and I saw, almost above me and emerging from the fog, the bow of a vessel, with 3 triangular sails, each shrewdly lapping the other, and filled with wind. Where the bow cut the water there were a great foaming and gurgling, and I seemed directly in its path. I tried to cry out, but was too exhausted. The bow plunged down, just missing me and sending a swash of water clear over my head. Then the long black side of the vessel began slipping past, so near that I could have touched it with my hands. I tried to reach it in a mad resolve to claw into the wood with my nails, but my arms were heavy and lifeless. Again I strove to call out, but made no sound. The stern of the vessel shot bar, dropping as it did, so into a hollow between the waves, and I caught a glimpse of a man standing at the wheel, and of another man who seemed to be doing little else than smoke a cigar. I saw the smoke issuing from his lips as he slowly turned his head and glanced out over the water in my direction. It were a careless, unpremeditated glance, one of those haphazard things men do when they have no immediate call to do anything in particular, but act because they are alive and must do something. But life and death were in that glance. I could see the vessel being swallowed up in the fog. I saw the back of the man at the wheel, and the head of the other man slowly turning, as his gaze struck the water and casually lifted along it towards me. His face wore an absent expression, as a deep thought, and I become afraid that if his eyes did not light upon me, he would nevertheless not. And I become afraid that if his eyes did light upon me, he would nevertheless not see me. But his eyes did light upon me, and looked squarely into mine, and he did see me, for he sprang to the wheel, thrusting the other man aside, and whirled it around and round, hand over hand, at the same time shouting orders of some sort. The vessel seemed to go off at a tangent to its former course, and leapt almost instantly from view into the fog. I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness, and tried with all the power of my will to fight above the surface, the suffocating blankness of the darkness that were rising around me. A little later I heard the stroke of oars growing nearer and nearer, and the calls of a man. When we were very near I heard him crying in vexed fashion, "Why in hell don't you sing out?" This meant me, I thought, and the blackness and darkness rose over me. That's the end of chapter 1. That's a nice little introduction to the piece. We start on a boat and immediately sink. It's like being on an helicopter in a film. Yeah, I'm going to take my moment here to do a little commentary. Definitely not as a chance to give my voice some rest. There are a few elements worth noting here. We've been introduced to a main character, or a narrator at least, who is perhaps the least likely sailor that you could possibly have. An artist with no specialised knowledge of navigation, unable to swim, and, as he himself admits, of quite a gentle and emotional stock, who does the next best thing to go to pieces the second there is trouble. So that's promising, I think. And he is, of course, stranded and has been rescued by this strange vessel. Don't think there's much else that merits speaking about so far, so I will take a breath, have my drink of water, and then we'll move on. Right then. Chapter 2. I seem swinging in a mighty rhythm, through orbit vastness. Sparkling points of light spluttered and shot past me. There were stars I knew, and flaring comets that peopled my flight among the suns. As I reached the limit of my swing and prepared to rush back on the counterswing, a great gong struck and thundered. For an immeasurable period, lapped in the rippling of placid centuries, I enjoyed and pondered my tremendous flight. But a change came over the face of the dream. For a dream I told myself it must be. My rhythm grew shorter and shorter. I would jerk from swing to counterswing with irritating haste. I could scarcely catch my breath, so fiercely was I impelled through the heavens. The gong thundered more frequently and more furiously. I grew to await it with a nameless dread. Then it seemed as though I were being dragged over rasping sands, white knot in the sun. This gave place to a sense of intolerable anguish. My skin was scorching in the torment of fire. The gong clanged and knelled. The sparkling points of light flashed past me in an interminable stream, as though the old sidereal system were dropping into the void. I gasped, caught my breath painfully, and opened my eyes. 2 men were kneeling beside me, working over me. My mighty rhythm with a lift and forward plunge of a ship on the sea. The terrific gong were a frying pan hanging on the wall that rattled and clattered with each leap of the ship. The rasping, scorching sounds were a man's hard hands chafed in my naked chest. I squirmed under the pain of it and half lifted my head. My chest was raw and red, and I could see tiny blood globules starting on through the torn and inflamed cuticle. "That'll do, Johnson," one of the men said. "Can't you see you're blooming well rubbed the gent's skin off?" The man, addressed as Johnson, a man of the heavy Scandinavian type, ceased chafing me and arose awkwardly to his feet. The man who had spoken to him was clearly a cockney. The clean lines and weak, petty, almost effeminate face of the man who has absorbed the sound of bow bells with his mother's milk. A draggled muslin cap on his head and dirty gunny sack about his slim hips proclaimed him and cook of the decidedly dirty ship's galley in which I found myself. To explain why I paused there for a second, my accent is a particular variant of English which I have is fairly similar to a Cockney accent. So the fact that I gave this man a stereotypical pirate accent while maintaining my personal accent is a little bit amusing to me at least. A draggled muslin cap on his head and a dirty gunny sack about his slim hips proclaimed him cook of the decidedly dirty ship's galley in which I found myself. "And how do you feeling now, sir?" he asked with a subservient smirk, which comes only of generations of tip-seeking ancestors. It's okay. I permit you to say things. So got roached in a crib by Quan Mills. Now, Harvey, is that within the bounds of being out of the realm of copyright? Because I'm very careful about that. If it's later than 1978, I definitely can't read it legally on stream. I mean, I'll do it anyway at some point, probably, but yeah, I'll have to figure out, how I'm going to be doing around that. I should put together some sort of request list, actually. I need to put together a Discord server, really, but I'm scared because they're scary. Fair enough. Well, I'll keep it in mind. Yeah. In fact, I'll make a note of it now. Just so I can give it a look later. And maybe do an extract or something if nothing else. This hoe got roaches in a crib, crumbles. Oh, I'm sure I can find a copy. Like, I mean, you might be amazed given how I'm dressed, but I'm quite the adequate pirate, my dear friend. But it's just the copyright that's the issue to me. I don't know. I mean, if it's an indie author, I might. Who knows? Maybe I'll email her and I'll email the author and ask if I can get permission to read it. That'd be fun. Yeah. But yeah, I'll put it on the list. I do need to set up some way for people to give me suggestions. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep it in mind. Something to look into. I do need to at some point think about looking into more modern authors. I'm running through my stock of classic books surprisingly quickly. Yeah. Right. Now, where was we? And how you feeling now, sir? He asked with a subservient smirk which comes only of generations of tip-seeking ancestors. For reply, I twisted weakly into a sitting posture and was helped by Johnson on my feet. The rattle and bang of the frying pan were grating horribly on my nerves. I could not collect my thoughts. Clutching the woodwork of the galley for support, and I confess the grease with which it was scummed put my teeth on edge, I reached across an hot cooking range to the offending utensil, unhooked it, and wedged it securely into the coal box. The cook grinned at my exhibition of nerves and thrust into my hand a steaming mug with an "Here, this'll do you good." It were a nauseating mess, ship's coffee, but the heat of it were revivifying. Between gulps of the molten stuff, I glanced down at my raw and bleeding chest and turned to the Scandinavian. "Thank you, Mr. Johnson," I said. "But don't you think your measures were rather heroic?" It was because he understood the reproof of my action, rather than my words, that he held up his palm for inspection. It were remarkably calloused. I passed my hand over the horny projections, and my teeth went on edge once more from the horrible rasping sensation produced. "My name is Johnson, not Johnson," he said, in very good though slow English, with no more than a shade of accent to it. There were a mild protest in his pale blue eyes, and with all a timid frankness and manliness that quite won me to him. "Thank you, Mr. Johnson," I corrected, and reached out my hand for his. He hesitated, awkward and bashful, shifted his weight from one leg to the other, then blunderingly gripped my hand in an hearty shake. "Have you any dry clothes I may put on?" I asked the cook. "Yes, sir," he answered, with a cheerful alacrity. "I'll run down and take a look over my kit if you've no objection, sir, to wearing my things." He dived out the galley door, or glided rather, with a swiftness and smoothness of gait that struck me as being not so much cat-like as oily. In fact, this oiliness, or greasiness, as I was later to learn, was probably the most salient expression of his personality. "And where am I?" I asked Johnson. I took him rightly to be one of the sailors. "What vessel is this, and where is she bound?" "Off the Falerons, heading about south-west," he answered slowly and methodically, as though groping for his best English, and rigidly observing the order of my queries. "At the schooner Ghost, bound seal hunting to Japan." "And who's the captain? I must see him as soon as I'm dressed." Johnson looked puzzled and embarrassed. He hesitated a while, he groped for his vocabulary and framed a complete answer. "The captain is Wolf Larsen, or so men call him. I never heard his other name, but you'd better speak soft with him. He is mad this morning. He mate." But he did not finish. The cook had glided in. "Better sling your hook out of here, Johnson," he said. "The old man'll be wanting you on deck, and this ain't no day to full foul of him." Johnson turned obediently to the door, at the same time over the cook's shoulder, favouring me with an amazingly solemn and portentous wink, as though to emphasise his interrupted remark, and the need for me to be soft-spoken with the captain. Hanging over the cook's arm were a loose and crumpled array of evil-looking and sour-smelling garments. "It was put away wet, sir," he vouchsafed explanation, "but you'll have to make them do till I dry yours by the fire." Got into the woodwork, staggering with the roll of the ship, and aided by the cook, I managed to slip into a rough woolen undershirt. On the instant my flesh were creeping and crawling from the harsh contact. He noticed my involuntary twitching, and grimacing, and smirked. "I only hope you don't ever have to get used to such as that in the life, because you've got bloomin' soft skin, that you have. More like the ladies than any I know of. I will bloomin' well sure you're a gentleman as soon as I set eyes on you." I had taken a dislike to him at first, and as he helped to dress me, this dislike increased. There was something repulsive about his touch. I shrank from his hand, my flesh revolted, and between this and the smells arising from various pots boiling and bubbling on the galley fire, I were anxious to get out into the fresh air. Further, there was the need of seeing the captain about what arrangements could be made for getting me ashore. A cheap cotton shirt with frayed collar, and a bosom discoloured with what I took to be ancient bloodstains were put on me, amid running and apologetic fire of comment. A pair of workman's brogans encased my feet, and for trousers I was furnished with a pair of pale blue washed-out overalls, one leg of which were fully 10 inches shorter than the other. The abbreviated leg looked as though the devil had there clutched for the Cockney's soul and missed the shadow for the substance. "And who have I to thank for the kindness?" I asked, when I stood completely arrayed, a tiny boy's cap on my head, with a dirty striped cotton jacket which reached down just below my elbows. The cook drew himself up in a smugly humble fashion, a depreciating smirk on his face. Out of my experience with stewards on the Atlantic liners at the ends of voyages, I could have sworn he were waiting for his tip. From my fuller knowledge of the creature, I now knew that the posture were unconscious, and hereditary servility no doubt were responsible. "Modred Shad," he formed, his effeminate features running into a greasy smile. "Thomas of Modred Shad at your service." "All right, Thomas," I said. "I shall not forget you when my clothes are dry." A soft light suffused his face, and his eyes glistened, as though somewhere in the deeps of his being his ancestors had quickened and stirred with dim memories of tips received in former lives. "Thank you, sir," he said, very gratefully and very humbly indeed. Precisely in the way that the door slid back, he slid aside, and I stepped out on deck. I was still weak from my prolonged immersion. A puff of wind caught me, and I staggered across the moving deck to a corner of the cabin, which I clung for support. The schooner, hewed over far out from the perpendicular, were bowing and plunging into the long Pacific roll. If she were heading southwest, as Johnson had said, the wind then, I calculated, were blowing from nearly the south. The fog were gone, and in its place the sun sparkled crisply on the surface of the water. I turned to the east, where I knew California must lie, but could see nothing save low-lying fog banks. The same fog, doubtless, that had brought about the disaster at the Martinez, and placed me in my present situation. To the north, and not far away, a group of naked rocks thrust above the sea, on one of which I could distinguish a lighthouse. In the southwest, and almost on our course, I saw the pyramidal loom with some vessel's sails. Having completed my survey of the horizon, I turned to my more immediate surroundings. My first thought was that the man who had come through a collusion and rubbed shoulders with death merited more attention than I received. Beyond the sailor at the wheel, who stared curiously across the top of the cabin, I attracted no notice whatsoever. Everybody seemed interested in what was going on amidship. There, on an hatch, a large man was lying on his back. He was fully clothed, though his shirt was ripped open in front. Nothing would be seen of his chest, however, for it was covered with a mass of black hair, in appearance like the furry coat of a dog. His face and neck were hidden beneath a black beard, intershot with grey, which would have been stiff and bushy had it not been limp and draggled and dripping with water. His eyes were closed, and he were apparently unconscious, but his mouth was wide open, his breast heaving as though from suffocation as he laboured noisily for breath. A sailor, from time to time and quite methodically, as a matter of routine, dropped a canvas bucket into the ocean at the end of a rope, hauled it in hand under hand, and sluiced its contents over the prostrate man. Pacing back and forth the length of the hatchway and savagely chewing the end of a cigar, was the man whose casual glance had rescued me from the sea. His height was probably 5 feet 10 inches, or 10.5, but my first impression or feel of the man were not of this, but of his strength. And yet while he was a massive build, with broad shoulders and deep chest, I could not characterise his strength as massive. It was what might be termed sinewy, knotty strength, of the kind we ascribe to lean and wiry men, which in him, because of his heavy build, partook more of the enlarged gorilla order. Not that in appearance he seemed in the least gorilla-like. What I'm striving to express is that this strength itself, more as a thing apart from its physical semblance, it was a strength we all want to associate with things primitive, with wild animals and the creature we imagine our tree-dwelling prototypes to have been. A strength savage, ferocious, alive in itself, the essence of life, in that it is the potency of motion, the elemental stuff itself out of which the many forms of life have been moulded. In short, that which arrives in the body of a snake when the head is cut off, and the snake, as a snake, is dead, or which lingers in shapeless lump of turtle meat and recoils and quivers from the prod of a finger. Such was the impression of strength I gathered from this man who paced up and down. He was firmly planted on his legs. His feet struck the deck squarely and with surety. Every movement of a muscle, from the head of the shoulders to the tightening of the lips about the cigar, were decisive and seemed to come out of strength that were excessive and overpowering. In fact, although this strength pervaded every action of his, it seemed but the advertisement of a greater strength that lurked within, that lay dormant and no more than stirred from time to time, which might arouse at any moment, terrible and compelling, like the rage of a lion or the wrath of a storm. The cook stuck his head out the galley door, and, grinning encouragingly at me, at the same time jerking his thumb in the direction of the man who paced up and down by the hatchway. Thus I was given to understand that he was the captain, the old man, in the cook's vernacular, the individual whom I must interview, and put to the trouble of somehow getting me ashore. I had half started forward to get over with what I was certain would be a stormy 5 minutes, when a more violent, suffocating paroxysm seized the unfortunate person who was lying on his back. He wrenched and writhed about convulsively. The chin, with the damp black beard, pointed higher in the air as the back muscle stiffened, and the chest swelled in unconscious and instinctive effort to get more air. Under the whiskers, and all unseen, I knew that the skin was taken on a purplish hue. The captain, or Wolf Larsen as men called him, ceased pacing and gazed down at the dying man. So fierce had this final struggle become that the sailor paused in the act of flinging more water over him and stared curiously, the canvas bucket partly tilted and dripping its contents to the deck. The dying man beat a tattoo on the hatch with his heels, straightened out his legs and stiffened in one great tense effort, and rolled his head from side to side. Then the muscles relaxed, the head stopped rolling, and a sigh, as if of profound relief, floated upward from his lips. The jaw dropped, the upper lip lifted, and 2 rows of tobacco-discoloured teeth appeared. It seemed as though his features had frozen into a diabolical grin at the world he had left and outwitted. Then a most surprising thing occurred. The captain broke loose upon the dead man like a thunderclap. Oaths rolled from his lips in a continuous stream, and they were not namby-pamby oaths or mere expressions of indecency. Each word were a blasphemy, and there were many words. They crisped and crackled like electric sparks. I had never heard anything like it in my life, nor could I have conceived it possible. With a turn for literary expression myself and a penchant for forcible figures and phrases, I appreciated, as no other listener I dare say, the peculiar vividness and strength and absolute blasphemy of his metaphors. The cause of it all, as near as I could make out, was that the man who was his mate had gone on a debauch before leaving San Francisco, and then had the poor taste to die at the beginning of the voyage and leave Wolf Larsen short-handed. It should be unnecessary to state, at least to my friends, that I was shocked. Oaths and vile language of any sort had always been repellent to me. I felt a wilting sensation, a sinking at the heart, and I might just as well say a giddiness. To me, death has always been invested with solemnity and dignity. It had been peaceful in its occurrence, sacred in its ceremonial, but death in its more sordid and terrible aspect were a thing with which I had been unaccustomed till now. As I say, while I appreciated the power of the terrific denunciation that swept out of Wolf Larsen's mouth, I were inexpressibly shocked. The scorching torrent were enough to wither the face of the corpse. I should not have been surprised if the wet black beard had frizzled and curled, had flared up in smoke and flame. But the dead man were unconcerned. He continued to grin with a sardonic humour, with a cynical mockery and defiance. He was master of the situation. That's the end of chapter 2. Well, let me have my quick drink of water before I say my little piece. So, we've got a man aboard a ship and a terrible captain who London has given some of his favoured primitive wolf-like, return to the wild animalistic characteristics, which tells me that this man is going to be probably a significant figure in the coming story. And I suspect our dear narrator is going to have a harder time getting back off the ship than he suspects. I know a little bit about seafaring, as might be suggested by my mode of dress at the moment, and voyages such as the one suggested, where seal hunting or whaling is the thing, can last months at a time. And more generally there'll be stops off at port. There aren't always. And given that the captain has now found himself short-handed and conveniently has another man on board, I think our man is about to be press-ganged. Or I think it's only press-ganged if the government does it, so maybe shanghaied is the better term. Which I don't think he'll like at all. Still, we've got some interesting characters. We've got Johnson, the big Scandinavian fellow, and our little oily cook, whose name I have immediately forgotten. And of course, Wolf Larsen, our big captain. Seems like a regular sort of cast for a sailing story. Looks promising to me. Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else of note. Oh, I will say, I do love the description of the outfit being worn. The one leg shorter than the other and the big blood stain on the thing. I've mentioned I think a couple of times now that I quite like the idea of a disreputable coat. I mean, I'm wearing a coat now, but it's not very disreputable. It's quite reputable, really. But yeah, that's a disreputable outfit if I've ever seen one. And put away wet too, Lord. The very heart of things. Right. I'll have another swallow of water, and then we'll get on. How are we making for time? Not too bad. I think maybe 15 minutes to a chapter so far, so there's 39 chapters, so well, that's about 10 hours. That's about 10 hours at that pace. Oops. SkitterSkreetch, you've done it again. Well, see how we get on, shall we? Chapter 3. Wolf Larsen ceased squaring as suddenly as he had begun. He relighted his cigar and glanced round. His eyes chanced upon the cook. "Well, cookie," he began with a suaveness that was cold and of the temper of steel. "Yes, sir," the cook eagerly interpolated with appeasing and apologetic civility. "Don't you think you've stretched that neck of yours just about enough? It's unhealthy, you know. The mate's gone, so I can't afford to lose you too. You must be very, very careful of your health, cookie. Understand?" His last word, in striking contrast with the smoothness of his previous utterance, snapped like the lash of a whip. The cook quailed under it. "Yes, sir," with a meek reply, as the offending head disappeared in the galley. Now this sweeping rebuke, which the cook had only pointed, the rest of the crew became uninterested and fell to work at one task or another. A number of men, however, who were lounging about a companionway between the galley and the hatch, and who did not seem to be sailors, continued talking in low tones with one another. These, I afterward learned, were the hunters, the men who shot the seals, a very superior breed to common sailor folk. "Johansen," Wolf Larsen called out. A sailor stepped forward obediently. "Get your palm and needle and sew the beggar up. You'll find some old canvas in the sail locker. Make it do." "What'll I put in his feet, sir?" the man asked after the customary "aye, sir." "We'll see to that," Wolf Larsen answered, and elevated his voice in the call of "Cookie!" Thomas Mudridge popped out of his galley like a jack-in-the-box. "Go below and fill a sack with coal." "And you fellas got a Bible or a prayer book?" the captain's next demand, this time of the hunters lounging about the companionway. They shook their heads, and someone made a jocular remark which I did not catch, but which raised a general laugh. Wolf Larsen made the same demand of the sailors. Bibles and prayer books seemed scarce articles, but one of the men volunteered to pursue the quest among the watch below, returned in a minute with the information that there were none. The captain shrugged his shoulders. "Then we'll drop 'em over without any palavering, unless our clerical-looking castaway has the brutal service at sea by heart." This time he had swung fully around and were facing me. "You're a preacher, aren't you?" he asked. The hunters, there were 6 of them, to a man, turned and regarded me. I was painfully aware of my likeness to a scarecrow. A laugh went up at my appearance, a laugh that were not lessened or softened by a dead man stretched out and grinning on the deck before us. A laugh that were rough and harsh and frank as the sea itself. It arose out of coarse feelings and blunted sensibilities, from natures that knew neither courtesy nor gentleness. Wolf Larsen did not laugh, though his grey eyes lighted with a slight glint of amusement. And in that moment, having stepped forward quite close to him, I received my first impression of the man himself. The man is apart from his body, and from the torrent of blasphemy I heard him pursue forth. The man, with large features and strong lines, of the square order, yet well filled out, were apparently massive at first sight, but again, as with the body, the massiveness seemed to vanish, and a conviction grew of tremendous and excessive mental or spiritual strength that lay beyond, sleep in the depths of his being. The jaw, the chin, the brow rising to goodly eye, and swelling heavily above the eyes. These, while strong in themselves, unusually strong, seemed to speak with an immense vigour or virility of spirit that lay beyond and beyond him, out of sight. There were no sound in such a spirit, no measuring, no determining of metes and bounds, nor neatly classifying in some pigeonhole with others of a similar type. The eyes, little my destiny know them well, were large and handsome, wide apart as the true artist so eyed, sheltering under an heavy brow and arched over by thick black eyebrows. The eyes themselves were that baffling protean grey which is never twice the same, which runs through many shades and colourings, like in-the-shot silk, in sunshine, which is grey, dark and light, and greenish grey, and sometimes the clear azure of the deep sea. They were the eyes that masked the soul with 1,000 guises that sometimes opened at rare moments, and allowed it to rush up as though it were about to fare forth nakedly into the world on some wonderful adventure. Eyes that could brew with the hopeless sombreness of leaden skies, that could snap and crackle points of fire like those which sparkle from a whirling sword, that could grow chill as an ardent landscape, and yet again that could warm and soften and be all a dance with love lights, intense and masculine, luring and compelling, while at the same time fascinating and determine women till they surrender in a gladness of joy and relief and sacrifice. Just going to pause there to take a moment to consider whose eyes Jack London were thinking of when he wrote that. With a return, I told him that, unhappily for the burial service, I was not a preacher, when he sharply demanded, "What do you do for a living?" I confess I have never had such a question asked of me before, nor had I ever canvassed it. I was quite taken aback, and before I could find myself, had sillily stammered, I am a gentleman." His lips curled in a swift sneer. I do work, I cried impetuously, as though he were my judge and I required vindication. At the same time, very much aware of my arrogant idiocy in discussing the subject at all. For your living? There was something so imperative and masterful about him that I was quite beside myself. Rattled, as Furuseth would have termed it, like a quaking child before a stern schoolmaster. Who feeds you? Was his next question. I have an income, I answered stoutly, and could have bitten my tongue at the next instant. All of which, you will pardon my observing, has nothing whatsoever to do with what I wish to see you about. But he disregarded my protest. Who earned it, eh? I thought so. Your father. You stand on dead men's legs. You never had any of your own. You couldn't walk alone between Sioux sunrises and hustle the meat for your belly for 3 meals. Let me see your hand. His tremendous, dormant strength must have stirred swiftly and accurately, or I must have slept for a moment, for before I knew it he had stepped 2 paces forward, gripped my right hand in his, and held it up for inspection. I tried to withdraw it, but his fingers tightened without effort, till I thought mine would be crushed. It is hard to maintain one's dignity under such circumstances. I could not squirm or struggle like a schoolboy, nor could I attack such a creature who had but to twist my arm to break it. Nothing remained but to stand still and accept the indignity. I had time to notice that the pockets of the dead man had been emptied on the deck, and that his body and his grin had been wrapped from view in canvas, the folds of which the sailor Johansen was sewing together with coarse white twine, shoving the needle through with a leather contrivance fitted on the palm of his hand. Wolf Larsen dropped my hand with a flirt of disdain. Dead men's hands have kept it soft, good for little else than dishwashing and scullion work. I wish to be put ashore, I said firmly, but now I have myself in control. I shall pay you whatever you judge your delay and trouble to be worth. He looked at me curiously. Mockery shone in his eyes. I have a counter proposition to make, and for the good of your soul. My mate's gone, and there'll be a lot of promotion. A sailor comes aft to take mate's place. Cabin guy goes forward and takes sailor's place, and you take the cabin boy's place. Sign the articles for the cruise, $20 per month and found. Now what do you say? And mind you, it's for your own soul's sake. It'll be the making of you. You might learn in time to stand on your own legs, and perhaps to toddle along a bit. I took no notice. The sails of the vessel I had seen off to the southwest had grown larger and plainer. They were the same schooner rig as the Ghost, though the yawl itself, I could see, was smaller. She were a pretty sight, leaping and flying towards us, and evidently bound to pass at close range. The wind had been momentarily increasing, and the sun, after a few angry gleams, had disappeared. The sea had turned a dull leaden grey and grown rougher, and were now tossing foaming whitecaps to the sky. We were travelling faster and heeled farther over. Once, in a gust, the rail dipped under the sea, and the decks on the side were, for the moment, awash with water, and made a couple of the anchors hastily lift their feet. That vessel will soon be passing us, I said, after a moment's pause. As she's going in the opposite direction, she's very probably bound for San Fransisco. Very probably, was Wolf Larsen's answer, as he turned partly away from me and cried out, Cookie! Oh, Cookie! The cockney popped out the galley. Where's the boy? Tell him I want him. Yes, sir. And Thomas Modridge fled swiftly aft and disappeared down another companionway near the wheel. A moment later he emerged, an heavy-set young fellow of 18 or 19, with glowering, villainous countenance trailing at his heels. Here he is, sir, the cook said. Wolf Larsen ignored that worthy, turned at once to the cabin boy. What's your name, boy? Giles Leach, sir, came the sullen answer, and the boy's bearing showed clearly that he divined the reason for which he had been summoned. An Irish name, the captain sharped sharply. O'Toole or McCarthy would suit your mug a damn sight better, unless very likely there's an Irishman in your mother's woodpile. I saw the young fellow's hands clench in the insult, and the blood crawl scarlet over his neck. But let that go, Wolf Larsen continued. You may have a very good reason for forgetting your name, and I'll like you none the worse for it, as long as you toe the mark. Telegraph Hill, of course, is your port of entry. It sticks out all over your mug, tough as they make them, and twice as nasty, I know the kind. Well, you can make up your mind to have it taken out of you on the craft, understand? Who shipped you anyway? Macleody and Swanson. Sir? Wolf Larsen thundered. Macleody and Swanson, sir, the boy corrected, his eyes burning with a bitter light. Who got the advance money? They did, sir. I thought as much. I'm damn glad you will let them have it. Couldn't make yourself scarce too quick with several gentlemen you may have heard of looking for you. The boy metamorphosed into a savage on the instant. His body bunched together as though for a spring, his face become infuriated as a beast. He snarled, It's a what? Wolf Larsen asked, a peculiar softness in his voice, as though he were overwhelmingly curious to hear the unspoken word. The boy hesitated, then mastered his temper. Nothing, sir. I take it back. And you have showed me I was right. This with a gratified smile. How old are you?
I just turned 16, sir. A lie. You'll never see 18 again. Big for your age at that, with muscles like a horse. Pack up your kit and go forward to the forecastle. You're a boat puller now. You're promoted, see? Without waiting for the boy's acceptance, the captain turned to the sailor who had just finished the gruesome task of sewing up the corpse. Johansen, do you know anything about navigation? No, sir. Oh, never mind, you'll make just the same. Get your traps into the mate's berth. Aye, aye, sir, was the cheery response as Johansen started forward. In the meantime, the erstwhile cabin boy had not moved. What are you waiting for? Wolf Larsen demanded. Been signed for the boat puller, sir, was the reply. I signed for cabin boy. I don't want no boat pulling in mine. Pack up and go forward. This time Wolf Larsen's command was thrillingly imperative. The boy glowered sullenly but refused to move. Then came another stirring of Wolf Larsen's tremendous strength. It were utterly unexpected, and it were over and done with between the tucks of 2 seconds. He had sprung fully 6 feet across the deck and driven his fist in the other's stomach. At the same moment, as though I had been struck myself, I felt a sickening shock in the pit of my stomach. I answered this to show the sensitiveness of my nervous organisation at that time, and how unused I was to spectacles of brutality. The cabin boy, and he weighed 165 at the very least, crumpled up. His body wrapped limply about the fist like a wet rag about a stick. He lifted it in the air, described a short curve, and struck the deck alongside the corpse on his head and shoulders, where he lay and writhed about in agony. Well, Larsen asked of me, have you made up your mind? I glanced occasionally at the approaching schooner, and it were now almost abreast of us, and not more than a couple 100 yards away. It were a very trim and neat little craft. I could see a large black number on one of its sails, and I had seen pictures of pilot boats. What vessel is that? I asked. The pilot boat Lady Mine, Wolf Larsen answered grimly. Got rid of her pilots and running into San Fransisco. She'll be there in 5 or 6 hours with this wind. Will you please signal it, then, so that I may go put ashore? Sorry, but I've lost the signal book overboard, he remarked, and the group of hunters grinned. I debated a moment, looking him squarely in the eyes. I had seen the frightful treatment of the cabin boy, and I knew that I should very probably receive the same, if not worse. As I say, I debated with myself, and then I did what I considered the bravest act of my life. I ran to the side, waving my arms and shouting, "Lady Mine, oi, take me ashore! $1,000 if you take me ashore!" I waited, watching 2 men who stood by the wheel, one of them steering. The other were listening a megaphone to his lips. I did not turn my head, though I expected every moment a killing blow from the human brute behind me. At last, after what seemed centuries, unable longer to stand the strain, I looked around. He had not moved. He was standing in the same position, swaying easily to the roll of the ship and lighting a fresh cigar. "What's the matter? Anything wrong?" This was a cry from the Lady Mine. "Yes," I shouted at the top of my lungs. "Life or death. $1,000 if you take me ashore." Too much Frisco Tangleford for the health of my crew, Wolf Larsen shouted after. "This one," indicating me with his thumb, "fancies sea serpents and monkeys just now." Man and the Lady Mine laughed back through the megaphone. The pilot boat plunged past. "Give 'em hell for me," came a final cry, and the 2 men waved their arms in farewell. I leaned despairingly over the rail, watching the trim little schooner swiftly increasing the bleak sweep of ocean between us. And she would probably be in San Fransisco in 5 or 6 hours. My head seemed bursting. There were an ache in my throat as though my heart were up in it. A curling wave struck the side and splashed the salt spray on my lips. The wind puffed strongly, and the ghost heeled far over, burying her lee rail. I could hear the water rushing down upon the deck. When I turned a moment later, I saw the cabin boy staggering to his feet. His face was ghastly white, twitching with suppressed pain. He looked very sick. "Well, Leech, are you going forward?" Wolf Larsen asked. "Yes, sir," came the answer of a spirit cowled. "And you?" I was asked. "I'll give you 1,000, I began, but were interrupted. "Stow that. Are you going to take up your duties of cabin boy, or do I have to take you in hand?" What was I to do? To be brutally beaten, to be killed perhaps, would not help my case. I looked steadily into the cruel grey eyes. They might have been granite for all the light and warmth the human soul they contained. One may see the soul in some men's eyes, but his were bleak and cold and grey as the sea itself. "Well?" "Yes," I said. "Say yes, sir." "Yes, sir," I corrected. "What is your name?" "Van Weyden, sir." "First name?" "Humphry, sir. Humphry Van Weyden." "Age?" 35, sir." "That'll do. Go to the cook and learn your duties." And thus it were that I passed into a state of involuntary servitude to Wolf Larsen. He was stronger than I, that were all. It were very unreal at the time. It is now less unreal now that I look back upon it. It will always be to me a monstrous, inconceivable thing, an horrible nightmare. Hold on, don't go yet. I stopped obediently in my walk towards the galley. Johansen, call up all hands. Now that we've everything cleaned up, we'll have the funeral and get the decks cleared of useless lumber. While Johansen was summoning the watch below, a couple of sailors, under the captain's direction, laid the canvas-sway corpse upon the latch cover. On either side of the deck, against the rail and bottoms up, were lashed a number of small boats. Several men picked up the hatch cover with its ghastly freight, carried it to the lee side, and rested it on the boats, the feet borne overboard. To the feet were attached a sack of coal which the cook had fetched. I had always conceived the burial at sea to be a very solemn and awe-inspiring event, but I was quickly disillusioned by this burial at any rate. One of the hunters, a little dark-eyed man who his mates called Smoke, were telling stories liberally intersprinkled with oaths and obscenities, and every minute or so the group of hunters gave mouth to laughter that sounded to me like wolf chorus or the barking of hellhounds. The sailors trooped noisily aft, some of the watch below rubbing the sleep from their eyes, and talked in low tones together, their an ominous and worried expression in their faces. It was evident they did not like the outlook of a voyage under such a captain, and begun so inauspiciously. From time to time they stole glances at Wolf Larsen, and I could see their apprehensive of the man. He stepped up the hatch cover, and all caps come off. I ran my eyes over them, 20 men all told, 22 including the man at the wheel and myself. I was pardonably curious in my survey, for it appeared my fate would be pent up with them on this miniature floating world, for I knew not how many weeks or months. The sailors in Maine were English and Scandinavian, and their faces seemed the heavy, solid order. The hunters, on the other hand, had stronger and more diversified faces, with hard lines and the marks of the free play of passions. Strange to say, and I noticed it at once, Wolf Larsen's features showed no such evil stamp. There seemed nothing vicious in them. True, there were lines, but they were the lines of decision and firmness. It seemed rather a frank and open countenance, which frankness or openness were enhanced by the fact that he was smooth-shaven. I could hardly believe, until the next incident occurred, that it was the face of a man who could behave as he had behaved to the cabin boy. At this moment he opened his mouth to speak. Puff after puff struck the schooner and pressed her side under. The wind shrieked a wild song through the rigging. Some of the hunters glanced anxiously aloft. The lee rail where the dead man lay were buried in sea. As the schooner lifted and righted, the water swept across the deck, wetting us above our shoe-tops. A shower of rain drove down upon us, each drop stinging like an hailstone. As it passed, Wolf Larsen began to speak, the bare-headed men swaying in union to the even lunge of the deck. I only remember part of the service, he said, and that is, and the body shall be cast into the sea. So cast it in. He ceased speaking. The men holding the hatch cover seemed perplexed, puzzled no doubt by the briefness of the ceremony. He burst upon them in a fury. Lift up the end there, damn you! What the hell's the matter with you? They elevated the end of the hatch cover with pitiful haste, and like a dog flung overside, the dead man slid feet first into the sea. A coal at his feet dragged him down. He were gone. Johansen, Wolf Larsen said briskly to the new mate. Keep all hands on deck now they're here. Give them the topsails and jibs and make a good job out of it. We're in for a sou'easter. Better reef the jib and mainsail too while you're about it. In a moment the deck were in commotion. Johansen bellowing orders and the men pulling or letting go ropes of various sorts, all naturally confusing to a landman such as myself. But it was the artlessness of it that especially struck me. A dead man were an episode that were past, an incident were dropped, in a canvas covering with a sack of coal, while the ship sped along and her work went on. Nobody had been affected. The hunters were laughing at a fresh story of smokes, the men pulling and hauling, and two of them climbing aloft. Wolf Larsen was studying the clouded sky to windward, and the dead men, dying obscenely, buried sordidly, and sinking down, down. Then it was that the cruelty of the sea, its relentlessness and awfulness, rushed upon me. Life had become cheap and tawdry, a beastly and inarticulate thing, a soulless stirring of the ooze and slime. I held on to the weather rail, close by the shrouds, and gazed out across the desolate foaming waves, the low-lying fog blanks that hid San Fransisco on the California coast. Rain squalls were driving in between, and I could scarcely see the fog. And this strange vessel, this terrible men, pressed under by wind and sea, and ever leaping up and out, threading away on into the southwest, into the great and lonely Pacific expanse. That's the end of chapter 3. When you call it, you call it, yeah? Right. I'll have my drink of water. So yeah, what is there to say here? Oh,
Hey, Discipline, good to have you here. Appreciate you stopping by. We've just finished the third chapter of the Sea Wolf, and I'm about to do my thing. But essentially, we've got a soft-handed gentleman who makes his living by writing articles, who has been shipwrecked in the Bay of San Francisco and washed out to sea, and has now been picked up by a seal hunting ship, and essentially press ganged into service because the mate has died, and so they needed a new cabin boy as people got promoted. And we've just watched that mate who died be buried at sea with a startling alacrity and lack of care. Yeah, that's fair enough, but I appreciate it anyway. I do appreciate it. Right. But yeah, what is there to say about that last chapter? I mean, you see the viciousness of Wolf Larsen. I mean, he is described in much the same way as the more dangerous dogs in Call of the Wild or White Fang, the ones that sort of command the others and lead teams. Vicious, fast, and immediate in his action. There's a particular characteristic that London plays for in a lot of his stories, especially his longer ones. And I think he's going to be an interesting character. Other than that, I don't think there's too much else to say. We do have the crew sort of developing, these 6 hunters and Smoke, who I see has got a name, which makes me think he'll be important. And our poor soft-handed, what was his name, was Hector? I'm bad with names, I should be better about it. But Humphry, that's it. Humphry, our poor ill-fated protagonist. God, that is a name for a soft man, is Humphry. That's not the sort of name you want to be, well, I won't say anything about it. You shouldn't judge people by their names, but Humphry does strike me as a very posh name indeed. Right. Yeah. No more stall on that. I've got to be about it or I'll be here all night. I'll probably be here all night anyway. So. Chapter 4. What happened to me next on the sealing schooner Ghost as I strove to fit into my new environment are matters of humiliation and pain. The cook, who were called the Doctor by the crew, Tommy by the hunters, and Cookie by Wolf Larsen, were a changed person. The difference worked in my status brought him about a corresponding difference in treatment from him. Servile and fallen as he had been before, he were now as domineering and bellicose. In truth, I were no longer the fine gentleman with skin as soft as Eliades, but only an ordinary and very worthless cabin boy. He absurdly insisted upon my addressing him as Mr. Mudridge, and his behaviour and carriage were insufferable as he showed me my duties. Beside my work in the cabin, with its 4 small staterooms, I was supposed to be his assistant in the galley, and my colossal ignorance concerning such things as peeling potatoes or washing greasy pots were a source of unending and sarcastic wonder to him. He refused to take into consideration what I was, or rather what my life and the things I was accustomed to have been. This was part of the attitude he chose to adopt towards me, and I confess, ere the day I were done, that I hated him with more lively feeling than I had ever hated anyone before in my life. This first day was made more difficult for me from the fact that the Ghost and the close reefs, terms such as these I did not learn till later, were plunging through with what Mr. Mulridge called an howling southeaster. At 5:30, under his direction, I set the table in the cabin with rough weather trays in place, and then carried the tea and cooked food down from the galley. In this connection, I cannot forbear relating my first experience with a board and sea. "Look sharp or you'll get doused," Mr. Mulridge Barton's injunction as I left the galley with a big teapot in one hand and in a hollow in the other arm several loaves of fresh baked bread. One of the hunters, a tall, loose-jointed chap named Henderson, were going aft at the time from the steerage. The name of the hunters facetiously gave their midship sleeping quarters, a cabin. Wolf Larsen were on the poop, smoking his everlasting cigar. "Here she comes, sling your hook," the cook cried. I stopped, for I did not know what were coming, and saw the galley's door slide shut with a bang. Then I saw Henderson leaping like a madman for the main rigging, up which he shot on the inside, till we were many feet higher than my head. Also I saw a great wave, curling and foaming, poised far above the rail. I was directly under it. My mind did not work quickly. Everything went so new and strange. I grasped that I were in danger, but that were all. I stood still in trepidation. Then Wolf Larsen shouted from the poop, "Grab hold of something, you hump!" But it was too late. I sprang towards the rigging, to which I might have clung, and were met by the descending wall of water. What happened after that was very confusing. I was beneath the water, suffocating and drowning. My feet were out from under me, and I was turning over and over and being swept along, I knew not where. Several times I collided against hard objects, once stroking my right knee a terrible blow, then the flood seemed suddenly to subside, and I was breathing the good air again. I had been swept against the galley, and around the steerage companionway from the weather side into the lee scuppers. The pain from my hurt knee were agonising.
I could not put my weight on it, or at least I thought I could not put my weight on it, and I felt sure the leg were broken. The cook were after me, shouting through the lee galley door, "Out of you, don't talk about all about it. Where's the pot lusted overboard? Serve you bloody well right if your neck were broken." I managed to struggle to my feet. The great teapot was still in my hand. I limped in the galley and handed it to him, but he was consuming with indignation, real or feigned. "God blame me if you ain't a slob. What are you good for anyway? I'd like to know, eh? What are you good for anyway? Can't even carry a bit of tea without losing it. Now to boil some more. Why are you snuffing about?" He burst out at me with a new dress. "'Cause you've hurt your poor little leg, poor little mamma's darling." I was not sniffing, and my face might well have been drawn and twitching from the pain. But I called up all my resolution, set my teeth, and hobbled back and forth from galley to cabin and cabin to galley without further mishap. Two things I had acquired by my accident: an injured kneecap that went undressed, and from which I suffered for weary months, and the name of Hump, which Wolf Larsen had called me from the poop. Thereafter, fore and aft, I was known by no other name, until the term became part of my thought process, and I identified with it myself. Thought of myself as Hump, and thought Hump and I were I and had always been I. It was no easy task, waiting on the cabin table where sat Wolf Larsen, Johansen, and the 6 hunters. The cabin was small to begin with, and the move around, as I was compelled to, would not be made easier by the schooner's violent pitching and wallowing. What struck me most forcibly was the total lack of sympathy on the part of the men whom I served. I could feel my knee through my clothes, swelling and swelling, and I was sick and faint from the pain of it. I could catch glimpses of my face, white and ghastly, distorted with pain, in the cabin mirror. All the men must have seen my condition, but not one spoke or took notice of me, till I was almost grateful to Wolf Larsen later on. I was washing dishes, when he said, "Don't let a little thing like that bother you. You'll get used to such things in time. It may cripple you some, but all the same you'll be learning to walk. That's what you call a paradox, isn't it?" he added. He seemed pleased when I nodded my head with the customary "Yes, sir." "I suppose you know some about literary things, eh? Good. I'll have some talk with you sometimes." And then, taking no further account of me, he turned his back and went up on deck. That night, when I had finished an endless amount of work, I was sent to sleep in the steerage, where I made up a spare bunk. I was glad to get out of the detestable presence of the cook and be off my feet. To my surprise, my clothes had dried on me, and there seemed to be no indications of catching cold, either from the last soaking or from prolonged soaking from the foundering of the Martinez. Under ordinary circumstances, after all that I had undergone, I should have been fit for bed and a trained nurse. But my knee were bothering me terribly. As well as I could make out, the kneecap seemed turned up on edge in the midst of the swelling. As I sat in my bunk examining it, the 6 hunters were all in the steerage, smoking and talking in loud voices. Henderson took a passing glance at it. "Looks nasty," he commented. "Tie a rag around it and it'll be all right." And that were all. And on the land I would have been lying on the broad of my back, with a surgeon attending me and with strict injunctions to do nothing but rest. But I must do these men justice. Callous their word of my suffering, but they were equally callous their own when anything before them. And this would do, I believe, first to Abbott, and second to the fact that they were less sensitively organised. I really believe that a finely organised, high-strung man would suffer twice and thrice as much as they from a like injury. Tired as I was, exhausted in fact, I was prevented from sleeping by the pain in my knee. It was all I could do to keep from groaning aloud. At home I should undoubtedly have given vent to my anguish, but this new and elemental environment seemed to call for a savage repression. Like the savage, the attitude of these men was stoical in great things, and childish in little things. I remember, later in the voyage, seeing Kerfoot, another of the others, lose a finger by having it smashed to jelly. He did not even murmur or change the expression of his face. Yet I have seen the same man, time and time again, flying the most outrageous passion over a trifle. He was doing it now, vociferating, bellowing, waving his arms, and cursing like a fiend, and all because of a disagreement with another hunter as to whether a seal pup knew instinctively how to swim. He held that it did, that it could swim the moment it was born. The other hunter, Latimer, a lean Yankee-looking fellow with shrewd, narrow, slitted eyes, held otherwise. Held the seal pup was born on the land for no other reason than it could not swim. And his mother was compelled to teach it to swim, as birds were compelled to teach their nestlings how to fly. For the most part, the remaining 4 hunters leaned on the table or lay in their bunks, and left the discussion with the 2 antagonists. But they were supremely interested. For every little while they ardently took sides, and sometimes all were talking at once. Their voices surged back and forth in waves of sound, like mimic thunder rolls in confined space. Childish and immaterial as the topic was, the quality of their reasoning was still more childish and immaterial. In truth, there were very little reasoning, or none at all. Their method was one of assertion, assumption, and denunciation. They proved that a seal pup could swim or not swim at birth by stating the proposition very bellicosely, and then following it up with an attack on the opposing man's judgment, common sense, nationality, or past history. Rebuttal was precisely similar. I have related that in this order to show the mental calibre of these men with whom I was thrown in contact.
Intellectually, they were children, inhabiting the physical forms of men. And they smoked, incessantly smoked, using a coarse, cheap and offensive smell of tobacco. The air was thick and musky with the smoke of it, and this, combined with the violent movement of the ship as she struggled through the storm, would surely have made me seasick had I been a victim of that melody. As it were, it made me quite squeamish, though this nausea might have been due to the pain in my leg and exhaustion. As I lay there thinking, I naturally dwelt upon myself and my situation. Here unparalleled, undreamt of that I, Humphry Van Weyden, a scholar and dilettante, if you please, in things artistic and literary, should be lying here on a barren sea lantern schooner, cabin boy. I'd never done any hard manual labour or scullion labour in my life. I'd lived a placid, uneventful, sedentary existence all my days, the life of a scholar and recluse on an assured and comfortable income. Violent life and athletic sports had never appealed to me. I'd always been a bookworm, so my sister and father had called me during my childhood. I'd gone camping but once in my life, and then I left the party almost at its start and returned to the comforts and the conveniences of a roof. And here I was, with dreary and endless vistas before me of table setting, potato peeling and dishwashing. And I were not strong. The doctors had always said that I had remarkable constitution, but I'd never developed it or my body for exercise. My muscles were small and soft like a woman's, or so the doctors had said time and time again in the course of their attempts to persuade me to go in for physical culture facts. But I prefer to use my head rather than my body, and here I was in no fit condition for the rough life of prospect, or rough life in prospect. These are merely a few of the things that went through my mind, and I relate it for the sake of vindicating myself in advance of the weak and helpless role I was destined to play. But I thought also of my mother and sisters, and pictured their grief. I were among the missing dead of the Martinez disaster, an unrecovered body. I could see the headlines in the papers, the fellow at the university club and the bibliot shaking their heads and saying, "Poor chap." And I could see Charlie Furseth, as I had said goodbye to him that morning, lounging in a dressing gown on the bepillowed window couch and delivering himself of oracular and pessimistic epigrams. And all the while, rolling, plunging, climbing in the moving mountains and falling and wallowing in the foaming valleys, the schooner Ghost were fighting her way further and further into the heart of the Pacific. And I were on her. I could hear the wind above, come to my ears as a muffled roar. Now and again feet stamped overhead. An endless creaking were going all about me, the woodwork and the fittings groaning and squeaking and playing in 1,000 keys. The hunters were still arguing and roaring like some semi-human amphibious breed. The air was filled with oaths and indecent expressions. I could see their faces, flushed and angry, the brutality distorted and emphasised by sickly yellow of the sea lamps which rocked back and forth with the ship. Through the dim smoke haze of the bunks looked like sleeping dens of animals in a menagerie. Oilskins and sea boots hanging from the walls, and here and there rifles and shotguns rested securely in the racks. They were a sea fitting for the buccaneer and pirates of bygone years. My imagination ran riot, and still I could not sleep. It were a long, long night, weary and dreary and long. That's the end of chapter 4. And as we have now just about passed the hour mark, I shall break into my precious supply of coffee with honey, which shall surely be all that will keep me going through this long and wearisome ordeal, given that I think I am currently on pace to make 10 hours of reading tonight. But yeah, not too much to this chapter. I'm going to eat some stuff. Yeah, that's a good plan. I'm keeping hydrated between chapters, but stretching is always a good idea. Ooh. But we'll pull through, or we won't. Only one way to find out. But you see, I'm not like this character, this poor Humphry character, this Hump now. I'm an hard and pressed bookworm. I drive myself to extremes of bookwormery. But if I should ever come across such a situation, I shall be able to talk for hours at the captain who abuses and beats me. There's my cunning plan. Oh, that coffee is useful. But yeah, we see a prelude here of harsh treatment, physical injury, and general disdain from the people. The narrator is very judgmental of these men, although I can't really blame him given the way he has been treated by them. And of course a sleepless night, which will no doubt make the next day worse. And the reversal of the roles of the cook. That I found quite interesting. How he went from servile and falling into a man who he took as a gentleman to standing domineering over him as the roles were reversed. It's a nice little bit of characterisation there. And of course a little mention from Wolf Larsen of being interested in literary things. All show promise. We'll see where they go. Last one, I'll copy that. Last little stretch of the neck and crick. And we'll press on. Oh, my tail's going to be stiff after this one. Right. Chapter 5. But my first night in the Hunter's steerage were also my last. Next day, Johansen, the new mate, were outed from the cabin by Wolf Larsen and sent in the steerage to sleep thereafter, while I took possession of the tiny cabin stateroom, which on the first day of the voyage had already been had 2 occupants. The reason for this change were quickly learned by the hunters, and it became the cause of a deal of grumbling on their part. It seemed that Johansen, in his sleep, lived over each night the events of the day. His incessant talking and shouting and bellowing of orders had been too much for Wolf Larsen, who had accordingly foisted the nuisance upon his hunters. After a sleepless night, I rose weak and in agony to hobble through my second day on the Ghost. Thomas Mugridge routed me out 5:30, much in the fashion that Bill Sykes must have routed out his dog. Mr. Mugridge's brutality to me were paid back in kind and with interest. The unnecessary noise he made, I had lain wide awake the whole night, must have wakened one of the hunters, for an heavy shoe whizzed through the semi-darkness, and Mr. Mugridge, with a sharp howl of pain, humbly begged everybody's pardon. Later on in the galley, I noticed that his ear were bruised and swollen. It never went entirely back to its normal shape, and were called cauliflower ear by the sailors. The day were filled with miserable variety. I had taken my dried clothes down from the gallery the night before, and the first thing I did was to exchange the cook's garments for them. I looked for my purse, in addition to some small change, and I have good memory for such things. It contained $185 in gold and paper. The purse I found, but its contents, with the exception of the small silver, had been abstracted. I spoke to the cook about it. Hang on a second, I need to kill a bomb. Oop, I haven't pressed an eye, I cannot find the bot to kill. Huh. Oh well. Live and learn. Yeah. I spoke to the cook about it when I went on deck to take up my duties in the galley, and though I had looked forward to a surly answer, I had not expected the belligerent language I received. The belligerent harangue I received. Look here, Hump, he began, a malicious light in his eyes and a snarl in his throat. Do you want your nose punched? If you think I'm a thief, just keep it to yourself, you'll find out pretty well mistaken you are. Strike me blind with ingratitude to you. Here you come, a poor miserable specimen of human scum, and I take you into my galley and treat you handsome, and this is what I get for it. Next time you can go to hell, I say, I've been a good mind to give you what for now anyway. So saying, he put up his fist and started for me. To my shame be it, I cowered away from the blow and ran out the galley door. What else tried to do? Force, none force, enough obtained on this brute ship. Moral suasion were a thing unknown. Picture it to yourself, a man of ordinary stature, slender of build and with weak, undeveloped muscles, who had lived a peaceful, placid life and is unused to violence of any sort. What could such a man possibly do? There were no more reason that I should stand and face these human beasts than that I should stand and face an infuriated bull. So I thought it out at the time, feeling the need for vindication and desiring to be at peace with my conscience. This vindication did not satisfy, nor to this day can I permit my manhood to look back upon these events and feel entirely exonerated. The situation was something that really exceeded rational formula for conduct and demands more than cold conclusion and reason. When viewed in the light of formal logic, there is not one thing of which to be ashamed, but nevertheless the shame rises within me at the recollection, and in the pride of my manhood I feel that my manhood has in unaccountable ways been smirched and sullied. All of which is neither here nor there. The speed with which I ran from the galley caused excruciating pain in my knee, and I sank down opposite at the break of the poop. The cockney had not pursued me. Look at him run, look at him run, I could hear him crying. And with a game leg at that, come back, you poor little mamma's darling, I want it, you know, I won't. I come back and went on with my work, and here the episode ended for the time. No further developments were yet to take place. I set the breakfast table in the cabin, and at 7 o'clock waited on the hunters and officers. The storm had evidently broken during the night, though an huge sea was still running and stiff wind blowing. Sail had been made in the early watches, so that the ghosts were racing along under everything except 2 topsails and the flying jib. These through sails, I gathered from the conversation, were to be set immediately after breakfast. I learned also that Wolf Larsen were anxious to make the most of the storm, which were driving him to the southwest in that portion of the sea where he expected to pick up with the northeastern trades. It was before this steady wind that he hoped to make the major portion of the run to Japan, curving south into the tropics and north again as he approached the coast of Asia. After breakfast I had another unenviable experience. When I finished washing the dishes I cleaned the cabin stove and carried the ashes up on deck to empty them. Wolf Larsen and Henderson were standing near the wheel, deep in conversation. The sailor Johnson was steering. As I started towards the weather side, I saw him make a sudden motion with his head, which I mistook for a token of recognition and good morning. In reality, he was attempting to warn me to throw my ashes over the lee side. Unconscious of my blunder, I passed by Wolf Larsen and the hunter and flung the ashes over the side to windward. Wind drove them back, and not only over me, but over Henderson and Wolf Larsen. The next instant, the latter kicked me, violently, as a cur is kicked. I had not realised there could be so much pain in a kick. I reeled away from him and leaned against the cabin in a half-fainting condition. Everything was swimming before my eyes, and I turned sick. The nausea overpowered me, and I managed to crawl to the side of the vessel, but Wolf Larsen did not follow me up. Brushing the ashes from his clothes, he had resumed his conversation with Henderson. Johansen, who had seen the affair from the break of the poop, sent a couple of sailors aft to clean up the mess. Later in the morning, I received a surprise of a totally different sort. Following the cook's instructions, I had gone into Wolf Larsen's staterooms to put at the rights and make the bed. Against the wall, near the head of the bunk, were a rack filled with books. I glanced over them, noting with astonishment names such as Shakespeare, Tennyson, Poe, and De Quincey. There was scientific work too, among which were represented men such as Tyndall, Proctor, and Darwin. Astronomy and physics were represented, and I remarked Bullfinch's Age of Fable, Shaw's History of English and American Literature, and Johnson's Natural History in 2 large volumes. Then there were a number of grammars, such as Metcalfe's and Reed and Kellogg's, and I smiled as I saw a copy of the Dean's English. I could not reconcile these books with a man from what I had seen of him, and I wondered if he could possibly read them. When I come to make the bed, I found, between the blankets, dropped apparently as he had sunk off to sleep, a complete Browning, the Cambridge edition. They were open in a balcony, and I noticed here and there passages underlined in pencil. Further, letting drop the volume during a lurch of the ship, a sheet of paper fell out. It was scrawled over with geometrical diagrams and calculations of some sort. It would patent this terrible man was no ignorant clod, such as one would inevitably suppose him to be from his exhibitions of brutality. At once he became an enigma. One side or the other of his nature were perfectly comprehensible, but both sides together were bewildering. I had already remarked that his language was excellent, marred with an occasional slight inaccuracy. Of course, in common speech with the sailors and hunters, he sometimes fairly bristled with errors which were due to the vernacular itself. In the few words he had held with me, it had been clear and correct. This glimpse I had caught of his other side must have emboldened me, for I resolved to speak with him about the money I had lost. "I've been robbed," I said to him a little later, when I found him pacing up and down the poop alone. "Sir," he corrected, not harshly but sternly. "I've been robbed, sir," I amended. "How did it happen?" he asked. And I told him the old circumstance, how my clothes had been left to dry in the galley, and how later I was nearly beaten by the cook when I mentioned the matter. He smiled at my recital. "Pickings," he concluded. "Cookie's pickings. And don't you think your miserable life worth the price? Besides, consider it a lesson. You'll learn in time how to take care of your money for yourself. I suppose up to now your lawyer has done it for you, or your business agent." I could feel the quiet sneer through his words, but demanded, "How can I get it back?" "That is your lookout. You haven't any lawyer or business agent now, so you'll have to depend on yourself. When you get $1, hang on to it. A man who leaves his money lying around the way you did deserves to lose it. Besides, you have sinned. You have no right to put temptation in the way of your fellow creatures. You tempted Cookie and he fell. You have placed his immortal soul in jeopardy. By the way, do you believe in the immortal soul?" His lids lifted lazily as he asked the question, and it seemed that the deeps were opening to me, and that I were gazing into his soul. But it were an illusion. Far as it might have seemed, no man has ever seen very far into Wolf Larsen's soul, or seen all of it, or seen it at all. Of this I am convinced. It were a very lonely soul, I would have learned, but never on Mars, though at rare moments it played at doing so. "I read immortality in your eyes," I answered, dropping the "sir," an experiment, for I thought the intimacy of conversation warranted it. He took no notice. "By that I take it you see something that is alive, but that necessarily does not have to live forever." "I read more than that," I continued boldly. "Then you read consciousness. You read the consciousness of life, that it is alive, but still no further away, no endlessness of life." How clearly he thought, and how well he expressed what he thought. From regarding me curiously, he turned his head and glanced out over the leaden sea to windward. A bleakness came into his eyes, and the lines of his mouth grew severe and harsh. He was evidently in a pessimistic mood. "Then to what end," he demanded abruptly, turning back to me, "if I am immortal, why?" I nodded. How could I explain my idealism to this man? How could I put in a speech as something felt, as something like the strains of music heard in sleep, as something that convinced yet transcended utterance? "What do you believe, then?" I countered. "I believe that life is a mess," he answered promptly.
It is like yeast, a ferment, a thing that moves and may move for a minute, an hour, a year, or 100 years, but in the end will cease to move. The big eat the little, that they may continue to move. The strong eat the weak, that they may retain their strength. The lucky eat the most and move the longest. That is all. What do you make of those things? He swept his arm in an impatient gesture towards a number of the sailors who were working on some kind of rope stuff amidships. They move, so does the jellyfish move. They move in order to eat, in order that they may keep moving. There you have it. They live for their belly's sake, and the belly is there for their sake. It's a circle. You get nowhere. Neither do they. In the end, they come to a standstill. They move no more. They are dead. They have dreams, I noted. Radiant, flashing dreams. Of grub, he concluded sententiously. And of more. Grub, or a larger appetite and more luck in satisfying it. His voice sounded odd. There were no levity in it. For look you, they dream of making lucky voyages which will bring them more money, or becoming the mates of ships, or finding fortunes. In short, of being in a better position for preying on their fellows, of having all night in, good grub, and somebody else to do the dirty work. You and I are just like them. There is no difference, except we have eaten more and better. I am eating them now, and you too. But in the past you have eaten more than I have. You have slept in soft beds and worn fine clothes and eaten good meals. Who made those beds, and those clothes, and those meals? Not you. You never made anything in your own sweat. You live on an income which your father earned. You are like a frigate bird, swooping down on the boobies and robbing them of the fish they have caught. You are one with a crowd of men who have made what they call a government, who are masters of all the other men, who eat the food of other men get, and would like to eat themselves. You wear the warm clothes, they made the clothes, but they shiver in rags and ask you, the lawyer or the business agent who handles your money, for a job.
That's besides the matter, I cried. Not at all. He was speaking rapidly now. His eyes were flashing. It is piggishness, and it is life. Of what use or sense is an immortality of piggishness? What is the end? What is it all about? You have made no food. Yet the food you have eaten or wasted might have saved the lives of a score of wretches who made the food but did not eat it. What immortal end did you serve? Or did they? Consider yourself and me. What does your boasted immortality amount to when your life runs foul of mine? You would like to go back to the land, which is a favourable place for your kind of piggishness. It is a whim of mine to keep you aboard the ship, where my piggishness flourishes. And keep you I will. I may make or break you. You may die today, this week or next month. I could kill you now with a blow of my fist, for you are a miserable weakling. But if we are immortal, what is the reason for this? To be piggish as you and I have been all our lives does not seem to be just the thing for immortals to be doing. Again, what's it all about? Why have I kept you here? Because you are stronger, I managed to blurt out. But why stronger? He went on at once with his perpetual queries. Because I'm bigger? Not because I'm a bigger bit of the firmament than you? Don't you see? Don't you see? The hopelessness of it, I protested. I agree with you, he answered. Then why move at all, since moving is living? Without moving and being part of the East, there would be no hopelessness. But, and there is, we want to live and move, though we have no reason to, because it happens that it is the nature of life to live and move, to want to live and move. If it were not for this, life would be dead. It is because of this life that is in you that you dream of your immortality. The life that is in you is alive and wants to go on being alive forever. Bah! An eternity of piggishness. He abruptly turned on his heel and started forward. He stopped at the break of the poop and called to me. By the way, how much was it that Cook got away with? He asked. $185, sir, I answered. He nodded his head. A moment later, as I started down the companion stairs to lay the table for dinner, I heard him loudly cursing some men amidships. That's the end of chapter 5. Wolf Larsen contains multitudes. And some of those multitudes are socialist. It would seem. Drink that. Yeah, I mean, we see the man robbed, which is to be expected when you leave money lying about on a ship. We see him try and go to a higher authority, and Wolf Larsen, being the highest authority on the ship, roundly deny him because he's got some sort of vague motive. I'd sort of appreciate that Wolf Larsen says kind of outright that he's keeping him here on a whim and is just sort of messing around with him. It's funny to me, but it is sort of, the conceit of the novel is, him being sort of shanghaied like this. And it's just funny to me that, the character admits that he's just doing it on a whim. There's no great motive to this or whatever. I appreciate it. And of course we see more of Wolf Larsen than that. We see his books and his figurines, his love of the English language and poetry and all such things. and even some mathematical equations that he's doing, which, I mean, that definitely makes sense. Navigation is a highly mathematical business, quite complicated. There's a degree of education required to be a navigator, which every ship's captain of any quality must have. The English and natural history are less necessary, but not uncommon, although they're generally the sort of thing that are attributed to a gentleman sailor, which Wolf Larsen does not seem to be. Being that his ship has 22 men, I imagine he's, well, I sort of imagine him as a sort of well-to-do sort of common folk, but I don't know. I don't actually have too much description of him beyond the physical. Don't know what he's wearing or what his station looks like, but yeah. I don't think there's much else to say in this. Yeah. I mean, obviously that whole dialogue between the two at the end there has plenty to be going in with, but I don't think I can say it any better than the two of them did, so I'll leave it be. And press on, I suppose. Chapter 6. By the following morning, the storm had blown itself quite out, and the ghosts were rolling slightly on a calm sea without a breath of wind. Occasional light airs were felt, however, and Wolf Larsen patrolled the poop constantly, his eyes ever searching the sea to the northwest, from which direction the great trade wind must blow. The men were all on deck and busy preparing their various boats for the season's hunting. There are 7 boats aboard, the captain's dinghy and the 6 which the hunters will use. 3, an hunter boat, a puller and a boat steerer, compose a boat's crew. On board the schooner, the boat pullers and steerers are the crew. The hunters too are supposed to be in command of the watches, subject always to the order of Wolf Larsen. All this and more I have learned. The Ghost is considered the fastest schooner in both the San Fransisco and Victoria fleets. In fact, she was once a private yacht and was built for speed. Her lines and fittings, though I know nothing about such things, speak for themselves. Johnson was telling me about her in a short chat I had with him during yesterday's second dog watch. He spoke enthusiastically, with a love for a fine craft such as some men feel for horses. He is greatly disgusted with the outlook, and I am given to understand that Wolf Larsen bears a very unsavoury reputation among the sealing captains. It was the Ghost herself that lured Johnson into signing for the voyage, but he is already beginning to repent. As he told me, the Ghost is an 80-ton schooner of remarkably fine model. Her beam, or width, is 23 feet, and her length is a little over 90 feet. A lead keel of fabulous but unknown weight makes her very stable, while she carries an immense spread of canvas from the deck to the truck of the main topmast. It's something over 100 feet, while the foremast with its topmast is 8 or 10 feet shorter. I am given these details so that the size of this little floating world, which holds 22 men, may be appreciated. It is a very little world, a mote, a speck, and I marvel that the men should dare to venture to the sea on a contrivance so small and fragile. Wolf Larsen has also a reputation for recklessness, carrying on a sail. I overheard Henderson and another of the hunters, Standish, a Californian, talking about it. 2 years ago he dismasted the Ghost in a gale on the Bering Sea, whereupon the present masts were put in, which are stronger and heavier in every way. He said to a remark when he put them in that he preferred turning her over to losing the sticks. Every man aboard, with the exception of Johansen, who was rather overcome by his promotion, seems to have an excuse for having sailed on the Ghost. Half the men forward are deep-water sailors, and their excuse is they did not know anything about her or her captain. And those who do know whisper that the hunters, while excellent shots, were so notorious for their quarrelsome and rascally proclivities that they could not sail on any decent schooner. I have made the acquaintance of another of the crew. Lewis he is called, a rotund, half-jovial-faced Nova Scotia Irishman, and a very sociable fellow, prone to talk as long as he can find a listener. In the afternoon, while the cook were below and asleep, and I were peeling the everlasting potatoes, Lewis dropped in the galley for a yarn. His excuse for being aboard was that he was drunk when he signed. He assured me again and again that it was the last thing in the world he would dream of doing in a sober mode. It seems that he had been seal hunting regularly each season for a dozen years, and is accounted one of the 2 or 3 very best boat steerers in both fleets. Ah, me boy, he shook his head ominously at me. 'Tis the worst scheme you could have selected, nor were you drunk at the time, was I. 'Tis sealing is the sailor's paradise, no other ships on other ships than this. They mate with her first, but mark me words, there'll be more dead men before the trip is done. Hist now, between you and myself, and the stanchion there. This Wolf Larsen is a regular devil, and the Ghost will be a hell ship, like she's always been since he had hold of her. Don't I know? Don't I remember him in Hakodate 2 years gone, when he had a row and shot 4 of his men. Wasn't I laying on the MIL, not 300 yards away? And there was a man in the same year he killed with a blow of his fist. Yes, sir, he killed him deado. His head must have smashed like an eggshell.
And one there the governor of Curry Island and the chief of police, Japanese gentlemen, sir, and didn't they come aboard the Ghost and his guests are bringing their wives along? Wee and pretty little bits things like you see 'em painted on fans. And as he was getting under way, didn't the found husbands get left astern like in the sample, as it might be by accident? And wasn't it a week later the poor little ladies were put ashore on the other side of the island, with nothing before 'em but to walk home across the mountains on their wee tiny little straw sandals, which wouldn't hang together a mile? Don't I know? 'Tis the beast he is, this Wolf Larsen, a great big beast mentioned in Revelations, and no end will ever come to it. But I've said nothing to you, mind. I've whispered ne'er a word, for old fat Lewis will live this voyage out, if the last mother's son he is go to the fishes. Wolf Larsen, he snorted a moment less. Listen to the word, will ye? Wolf, 'tis what he is. He's not a black heart like some men. There's no heart he has at all. Wolf, just Wolf, 'tis what he is. You wonder he's well named. If he's so well known for what he is, I queried, how is it he can get men to ship with him? And how is it you can get men to do anything on God's earth and sea? Lewis demanded with cowed fire. How do you find me aboard? It wasn't that I was drunk as a pig when I put my name down. There's some of them can't sail with better men like the hunters, and then they don't know like the poor devils of the windjammer forward there. They'll come to it, and be sorry the day they was born. I could weep for the poor creatures, that I but forget poor old fat Lewis, and the troubles before him. But 'tis not a whisper I dropped, mind you, not a whisper. Them hunters is the wicked boys. He broke forth again, for he suffered from a constitutional plethora of speech. But wait till they get cutting up if jinks and rowing about. He's the boy'll fix 'em. 'Tis he that'll put the fear of God in their rotten black hearts. Look at that hunter of mine, Horner Jock Horner, they call him, so quiet like and easy going. Soft spoken as a girl, till you think butter would melt in the mouth of him. Didn't he kill his boat steerer last year? They're called a sad accent, but I met the boat feller in Yokohama, and the straight of it was given to me. And there's Smoke, the black little devil. In the Rouge in heaven for 3 years, and salt mines in Siberia for poaching on Copper Island, which the Rouge in preserved. Shackled he were, hand and foot with his mate. And didn't they have words or ruction of some kind? But 'twas the other fellow Smoke sent up in the buckets to the top of the mines, and a piece at a time he went up, a leg today and tomorrow an arm, and the next day his head and so on. You can't mean it, I cried, overcome with the horror. Mean what? He demanded with his eyes. 'Tis nothing, I said. Different dumb I am, as you should be for the sake of your mother, and never once have I opened my lips but to say fine things of them. And have God curse his soul and may he rot in purgatory 10,000 years, and then go down the last deepest hell of all. Johnson, the man who had chafed me raw when I first come aboard, seemed the least equivocal of the men forward or aft. In fact, there were nothing equivocal about him. One was struck at once by his straightforwardness and manliness, which in turn were tempered by modesty, which might be mistaken for timidity. But timidity were not. He seemed rather to have the courage of his convictions, the certainty of his manner. It was this that made him protest the commencement of our acquaintance against being called Johnson, and upon this, him and Lewis passed judgment and prophecy. "'Tis a fine chap, that squandered Johnson for that squandered. 'Tis a fine chap, that square-head Johnson we forward with us," he said. "The best sailor man in the forecastle. He's my boat puller. But it's so trouble he'll come with Wolf Larsen as the sparks fly upward. It's myself that knows. I can see it brewing and coming up like a storm in the sky. I've talked to him like a brother. It's little he sees him talking his lights or flying false signals. He grumbles out when things don't go to suit him, and there'll always be some telltale carrying word out it to the wolf. The wolf is strong, it's the way of the wolf to wait strength, and strength it is, he'll see in Johnson. No knuckling under in a yes, sir, thank you kindly, sir, for a cursed blow. Oh, she's a-comin', and God knows where I'll get another boat puller. What does the fool up and say when the old man calls him Johnson? But my name is Johnson, sir, and spells it out letter for letter. You should have seen the old man's face. I thought he'd let drive at him on the spot. He didn't, but he will, and he'll break that square at heart, or it's little I know of the way of men on the ships of the sea. Thomas Morridge is becoming unendurable. I'm compelled to mister him, to stir him with every speech. One reason for this is that Wolf Larsen seems to have taken a fancy to him. It's an unprecedented thing. I take it for a captain to be chummy with his cook. This is certainly what Wolf Larsen is doing. 2 or 3 times he put his head into the galley and chaffed Modridge good-naturedly, and once this afternoon he stood by the break of the poop and chatted with him for fully 15 minutes. When it were over and Modridge were back in the galley, he became greatly radiant and went about his work, humming coaster songs in a nerve-wracking and discordant falsetto. "I've always got along with the officers," he remarked to me in a confidential tone. "I know the way I do to make myself appreciated. They were my last skipper. Why, I thought nothing of dropping down the cabin for a little chat in a friendly glass. Modridge, says he to me, Modridge, says he, you've missed your vocation. And how's that, says I. You should have been born a gentleman and ne'er had to work for your living. God strike me dead up. That word, If that ain't what he says to me, and sitting there in his cabin jolly like and comfortable, smoking his cigars and drinking his rum. The chitter-chat drove me to distraction. I never heard a voice I hated so. His oily, insinuating tones, his greasy smile, and his monstrous self-conceit grated on my nerves, till sometimes I rolled in tremble. Positively, he was the most disgusting and loathsome person I have ever met. The filth of his cooking were indescribable, and as he cooked everything that were eaten aboard, I was compelled to select what I ate with great circumspection, choosing from the least dirty of his concoctions. My hands bothered me a great deal, and used as they were to work. The nails were discoloured and black, while the skin were already grained with dirt, which even a scrubbing brush could not remove. Then blisters come in painful and never-ending procession, and I had a great burn on my forearm, acquired by losing my balance in a roll of the ship and pitching against the galley stave. Nor my knee any better. The swelling had not gone down, and the cat was still up on edge. Hobbling about on it from morning to night were not helping it any. What I needed were rest, if it would ever get well. Rest. I never before knew the meaning of the word. I've been resting all my life and did not know it. But now, could I sit still for 1/2 hour and do nothing, not even think, it would be the most pleasurable thing in the world. It is a revelation, on the other hand. I shall be able to appreciate the lives of the working people hereafter. I did not dream that work was so terrible a thing. From 5:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, I am everybody's slave, with not one moment of myself, except such as I can steal near the end of the second dog watch. Let me pause for a minute to look out over the sea, sparkling in the sun, or to gaze at a sailor going aloft to the gaff topsails or running out the bowsprit, and I'm sure to hear a hateful voice. "Yeah, you, I'm no slodger, and I got my peepers on you." There are signs of rampant bad temper in the steerage, and the gossip is going around that Smoke and Henderson have had a fight. Henderson seems the best of the hunters, a slow-going fellow and hard to rouse, but roused he must have been, for Smoke had a bruised and discoloured eye, and looked particularly vicious when he came into the cabin for supper. A cruel thing happened just before supper, indicative of the callousness and brutishness of these men. There is one green hand in the crew, Harrison by name, a clumsy-looking country boy, mastered, I imagine, by the spirit of adventure, and making his first voyage. In the light baffling airs, the schooner had been tacking it about a great deal, at which times the sails passed from one side to the other, and a man is sent aloft to shift over the foregaff topsail. In some way, when Harrison was aloft, the sheet jammed in the block through which it runs, at the end of the gaff. As I understood it, there were two ways of getting it cleared. First by lowering the foresail, which were comparatively easy and without danger, and second by climbing out the peak halyards at the end of the gaff itself, an exceedingly hazardous performance. Johansen called out to Harrison to go out on the halyards. It would paint to everybody that the boy were afraid, and while he might be 80 feet above the deck, to thrust himself on those spin and jerking ropes. Had there been a steady breeze, it would not have been so bad, but the ghosts were rolling empty in the long sea, with each roll of the canvas flapped and boomed, and the halyards slacked and jerked taut. They were capable of snapping a man off like a fly from a whiplash. Harrison heard the order and understood what was demanded of him, but hesitated. It was probably the first time he had been aloft in his life. Johansen, who had caught the contagion of Wolf Larsen's masterfulness, burst out with a volley of abuse and curses. "That'll do, Johansen," Wolf Larsen said brusquely. "I'll have you know that I do the swearing on this ship. If I need your assistance, I'll call you in." "Yes, sir," the man acknowledged submissively. In the meantime, Harrison had started out on the halyards. I was looking up from the galley door, and I could see him trembling, as with ague in every limb. He proceeded very slowly and cautiously, an inch at a time. Outlined against the clear blue of the sky, he had the appearance of an enormous spider crawling along the tracery of its web. There was a slight uphill climb, for the foresail peaked high, and the halyards running through various blocks in the gaff and mast gave him separate holds for hands and feet. But the trouble lay in the wind was not strong enough, nor steady enough to keep the sail full. When he were halfway out, the ghost took a long roll of the windward and back again in the hollow between two seas. Harrison ceased his progress and held on tightly. 80 feet beneath, I could see the agonised strain of his muscles as he gripped for very life. The sail emptied and the gas swung amidships. The halyard slackened, and through it all, and though it all happened very quickly, I could see them sag beneath the weight of his body. Then the gas swung to the side with an abrupt swiftness. The great sail boomed like a cannon, and 3 rows of reef points slattered against the canvas like a volley of rifles. Harrison, clinging on, made a giddy rush through the air. This rush ceased abruptly. The halyards became instantly taut, and with a snap of the whip, his clutch was broken. One hand was torn loose from its hold, the other lingered desperately for a moment and followed. His body pitched out and down, but in some way he managed to save himself with his legs. He ran in by them, head downwards. A quick effort brought his hands up to the halyards again, but he were a long time regaining his former position where a young, pitiable object. "I bet he has no appetite for supper," I heard Wolf Larsen's voice, which came to me from around the corner of the galley. "Stand from under you, Johansen. Watch out, here she comes." In truth, Harrison was very sick, as a person is seasick, and for a long time he clung to his precious perch without attempting to move. Johansen, however, continued violently to urge him on to the completion of his task. "It is a shame," I heard Johansen growling in painfully slow and correct English. He was standing by the main rigging, having a few feet away from me. "The boy is willing enough. He will learn if he has a chance. But this is..." He paused a while, for the word murder was final judgment. "Hist, will you?" Lewis whispered to him. "For the love of your mother, hold your mouth." But Johnson, looking on, still continued his grumbling. "Look here," the hunter Standish spoke to Wolf Larsen. "That's my boat puller, and I don't want to lose him." "That's all right, Standish," was the reply. "He's your boat puller when you've got him in the boat, but he's my sailor when I have him aboard, and I'll do what I damn well please with him." "That's no reason," Standish began in a torrent of speech. "That'll do. Easy as she goes," Wolf Larsen counselled back. "I've told you what's what, and let it stop at that. The man's mine, and I'll make soup of him and eat him if I want to." There was an angry gleam in the hunter's eye, but he turned on his heel and entered the steerage companionway. We remained looking upwards. All hands are on deck now, all eyes are aloft, where a human's life was grapples with death. The callousness of these men, whom industrial organisation gave control of the lives of other men, were appalling. I, who had lived out of the world, had never dreamed that his work would carried on in such a fashion. Life had always seemed a peculiarly sacred thing, but here it counted for nothing. It was a cipher in the arithmetic of commerce. I must say, however, that the sailors themselves were sympathetic, as instanced the case of Johnson. But the masters, the hunters and the captain, were artlessly indifferent. Even the protest of Standish arose out of the fact that he did not wish to lose his boat puller. If it had been some other hunter's boat puller, he, like them, would have been no more than amused. But to return to Harrison, it took Johansen, insulting and reviling the poor wretch, fully 10 minutes to get him started again. A little later he made the end of the gaff, where astride the spar itself he had a better chance for holding on. He cleared the sheet and was free to return, slightly downhill now, along the halyards to the mast. But he had lost his nerve. Unsafe as it was at his present position, he was loath to forsake it, the more unsafe position of the halyards. He looked along the airy path he must traverse, and then down on the deck. His eyes were wide and staring, and he was trembling violently. I had never seen fear so strongly stamped upon a human face. Johansen called vainly for him to come down. At any moment he was liable to be snapped off the gaff, but he was helpless with fright. Wolf Larsen, walking up and down with smoke and in conversation, took no more notice of him, though he cried sharply once at the man at the wheel. "You're off your course, my man. Be careful unless you're looking for trouble." "Aye, aye, sir," the helmsman responded, putting a couple of blokes down. He had been guilty of running the Ghost several points off her course in order that what little wind there was should fill the foresail and hold it steady. He had striven up the unfortunate Harrison at the risk of incurring Wolf Larsen's anger. The time went by, and the suspense to me was terrible. Thomas Mudridge, on the other hand, considered it a laughable affair, and was continually bobbing his head at the galley door to make jocose remarks. Now I hated him, and how my hatred for him grew and grew during that fearful time in encyclopean dimensions. For the first time in my life I experienced the desire to murder. Saw red, as some of our picturesque writers phrase it. Life in general might still be sacred, but life in the particular case of Thomas Mudridge had become very profane indeed. I was frightened when I became conscious that I was seeing red, and the thought flashed through my mind: was I too becoming tainted by the brutality of my environment? I, who even in the most flagrant crimes denied the justice and righteousness of capital punishment. Fully half an hour went by, and then I saw Johnson and Lewis in some sort of altercation. It ended with Johnson flinging off Lewis's detaining arm and starting forward. He crossed the deck, sprang into the fore-rigging and began to climb. The quick eye of Wolf Larsen caught him. "Here, you, what are you up to?" he cried. Johnson's assent were arrested. He looked at his captain in the eyes and replied slowly, "I am going to get that boy down." "You'll get down out of that rigging, and damn lively about it. Do you hear? Get down." Johnson hesitated, but the long years of obedience to the masters of the ships overpowered him, and he dropped sullenly to the deck and went on forward. At half after 5 I went below to set the cabin table, but I hardly knew what I did, for my eyes and brain were filled with the vision of a man, white-faced and trembling, comically like a bug, cleaning the thrashing gaffers. At 6 o'clock, when I served supper, going on deck to get the food from the galley, I saw Harrison still in the same position. The conversation at the table were of other things. Nobody seemed interested in the wantonly imperilled lark. But making an extra trip to the galley a little later, I was gladdened by the sight of Harrison staggering weakly from the rigging of the forecastle scuttle. He had finally summoned the courage to descend. Before closing the incident, I must give a scrap of conversation I had with Wolf Larsen in the cabin while washing the dishes. "You were looking squeamish this afternoon," he began. "What was the matter?" I could see that he knew what had made me possibly as sick as Harrison, that he was trying to draw me, and I answered, because of the brutal treatment of that boy. He gave a short laugh. Like seasickness, I suppose. Some men are subject to it, and others are not. Not so, I objected. Just so, he went on. The earth is full of brutality as the sea is full of motion, and some men are made sick by the one and some the other. That's the only reason. But you make a mock of human life. Don't you place any value upon it whatever? I demanded. Value? What value? He looked at me, and though his eyes were steady and motionless, there was a cynical smile in them. What kind of value? How do you measure it? Who values it? I do, Wade Larsen. And what is it worth to you? Another man's life, I mean. Come now, what is it worth? Value or life? How could I put tangible value upon it? Somehow I, who have always had expression, lacked expression when with Wolf Larsen. I since determined that part of it was due to the man's personality, but that great part of it was due to his totally different outlook. Unlike other materialists I had met with, and whom I had something in common to start on, I had nothing in common with him. Perhaps also the element of simplicity of his mind that baffled me. He drove so directly to the core of the matter, divesting a question always of all superfluous details, and with such an air of finality that seemed to find myself struggling in deep water with no footing under me. Value or life? How could I answer the question on the spur of the moment? The sacred of life I had accepted as axiomatic. That were intrinsically valuable was a truism I'd never questioned. When he challenged the truism, I was speechless. We were talking about this yesterday, he said. I held that life was a ferment, a yeast is something which devoured life that it might live, and that living was merely successful piggishness. Why, if there is anything in supply and demand, life is the cheapest thing in the world. There is only so much water, so much earth, so much air, but the life that is demanded to be born is limitless. Nature is a spendthrift. Look at the fish and their millions of eggs. For that matter, look at you and me, and our loins and the possibility of millions of lives, could we but find time and opportunity and utilize the last bit, and every bit of the unborn life that is in us, we could become the fathers of nations and populate continents. Life? Bah, it has no value. Of cheap things it is cheapest. Everywhere it goes begging. Nature spills it out with a lavish hand. Where there is room for one life, she sows 1,000 lives, and its life eats life till the strongest and most piggish life is left. You've read Darwin, I said, but you read him misunderstandingly when you conclude the struggle for existence sanctions your wanton destruction of life. He shrugged his shoulders. You know you only mean that in relation to human life, with the flesh and the fowl and the fish you destroy as much as I or any other man. And human life is nowise different, though you feel and think it, you feel it is and think that your reason why it is. Why should I be parsimonious with this life, which is cheap and without value? There are more sailors than there are ships on the sea for them, more workers than there are factories or machines for them. Why, you, who live on the land, know your house and your poor people, know that your house and your poor people in the slums of cities and loose famine and pestilence upon them, and that there still remain more people dying for want of crust of bread and a bit of meat, which is life destroyed, than you know what to do with. Have you ever seen the London docker fighting like wild beasts for a chance to work? He started for the companion stairs, but turned his head in the final word. Do you know the only value life has is what life puts upon itself? And it is, of course, overestimated, since it is of necessity prejudiced in its own favour. Take the man I had aloft. He held on as if he were a precious thing, a treasure beyond diamonds or rubies. To you? No. To me, not at all. To himself, yes. But I do not accept his estimate. He sadly overrates himself. There is plenty more life demanding to be born. Had he fallen and dropped his brains upon the deck like honey from the comb, there would have been no loss to the world. He was worth nothing to the world. The supply is too large. To himself only was he of value, and to show how fictitious even this value was, being dead, he is unconscious that he has lost himself. He alone rated himself beyond diamonds and rubies. Diamonds and rubies are gone, spread out on the deck to be washed away by a bucket of sea water, and he does not even know that the diamonds and rubies are gone. He does not lose anything, for with that loss of himself he loses the knowledge of loss. Don't you see? And what have you to say? You are at least consistent, was all I could say. I went on washing the dishes. That's the end of chapter 6. We are getting philosophical with this one, eh? Let's have my drink of water. So what do we see here? Cruelty and a peculiar form of materialism, which places no value on the human life other than practical value. And the terrible strains of capitalism in its early forms. Dreadful in its consistency. And values and morals.
And we see Johnson setting himself up slowly to become a tragic hero, I'm sure. Hey Les, good to have you. We just passed chapter 6 of The Sea Wolf. We are following the tale of a soft gentleman by the name of Humphry, who goes through a shipwreck in the Bay of San Francisco on a steamer ferry, and is washed aboard a seal hunting ship bound for Japan, and is sort of press ganged by the captain, who is this sort of, I guess, vaguely like evil nihilist, materialist, and is sort of press ganged into the crew and forced to learn the hard work of a sailing man, which he has never known in all its soft life. And we've just had a man sent up to a difficult task in the eye rigging and left to shiver and shake because he has no idea what he's doing, while no one else cares, and had a lovely little conjecture on the value or lack of value thereof of a human life. Yeah, it's good to have you here. Wow. But yeah, I'm going to press on because we're already 2 hours in and we are only... Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to press on because we are 2 hours into this book already and only 6 chapters deep, and this book has 40 chapters, so at current rate I will be here for a very long time indeed. So without further ado, again, if anyone does feel like they need a refresher or anything or needs to be caught up, I'm happy to take a moment, but I think I've summarised it pretty roughly. So, chapter 7. At last, after 3 days of variable winds, we had caught the northeast trades. I come on deck after a good night's rest in spite of my poor knee, to find the Ghost foaming along, wing and wing, and every sail drawn except the jibs, with a fresh breeze astern. Oh, the wonder of the great trade wind! All day we sailed, and all night, and the next day, day after day, the wind always astern and blowing steadily and strong. The schooner sailed herself. There were no pulling and hauling on sheets and tackles, no shifting of topsails, no working at all for the sailors to do except to steer. At night, when the sun went down, the sheets were slackened. In the morning, when they yielded up the damp of the dew and relaxed, they were pulled tight again, and that was all. 10 knots, 12 knots, 11 knots, varying from time to time, and it's the speed we are making. Never out of the northeast the brave wind blows, driving us on our course, 250 miles between the dawns. It saddens me and gladdens me, the gate with which we are leaving San Francisco behind, and with which we are foaming down upon the trophies. Each day grows perceptibly warmer, and the second dog watch the sailors come on deck stripped, and heave buckets of water upon one another from overside. Flying fish are beginning to be seen, and during the night the watch above scrambles over the deck in pursuit of those that fall aboard. In the morning, Tomage Mugridge being duly bribed, the galley is pleasantly areek with the odour of their frying, while dolphin meat is served fore and aft at such occasions as Johnson catches the blazing beauties from the bowsprit end. Johnson seems to spend all his spare time there or aloft at the cross trees, watching the Ghost cleaving the water under the press of sail. There is passion, adoration in his eyes, and he goes about in a sort of trance, gazing in ecstasy at the swelling sails, the foam and wake, and the eve and the run of her over the liquid mountains that are moving us in stately processions. The days and nights are all a wonder and wild delight, and though I have little time for my dreamy work, I steal odd moments to gaze and gaze at the unending glory of which I never dreamed the world possessed. Above, the sky is stainless blue as the sea itself, which under the forefoot is of the colour and sheen of azure satin. All around the horizon are pale, fleecy clouds, now changing, now moving, like a silver setting for the flawless turquoise sky. I do not forget one night, when I should have been asleep, lying on the forecastle and gazing down on the spectral ripple of foam thrust aside by Ghost's forefoot. It sounded like the gurgling of a brook over mossy stones in some quiet dell, and the crooning song of it lured me away and out of myself, till I were no longer Hump, the cabin boy, nor Van Weyden, the man who had dreamed away 35 years among books, but a voice behind me, the unmistakable voice of Wolf Larsen, strong with the invincible certitude of the man and mellow with the appreciation of the words he would quote and aroused me. Oh, the blazing tropic night, when the wakes of welter light that hold the hot sky tame, and the steady forward snores through the planet-powdered floors, when the scarred whale floats in flame. Her plates are scarred by the sun, dear lass, and her ropes are taut with dew. We're booming down the old trail, and our own trail, out the trail. We're sagging south on the long trail, the trail that is always new. Hey, Hump, how's it strike you? He asked me after due pause, which words in settling demanded. I looked into his face. It were aglow with light, as the sea itself, and the eyes were flashing in the starshine. It strikes me as remarkable, to say the least, that you should show enthusiasm, I answered coldly. Why, man, it's living, it's life, he cried. Which is a cheap thing and without value, I flung his words at him. He laughed, and it was the first time I had heard honest mirth in his voice. I cannot get you to understand, cannot drive it into your head what a thing life is. Of course life is valueless except to itself, and I can tell you that my life is pretty valuable just now, to myself. It is beyond price, which you will acknowledge is a terrific overrating, which I cannot help, for it is the life that is in me that makes the rating. He appeared waiting for the words with which I expressed the thought that was in him, and finally went on. Do you know I am filled with a strange uplift? I feel as if all time were echoing through me, as if though all powers were mine. I know truth, divine good from evil, right from wrong. My vision is clear and far. I can almost believe in God, but... And his voice changed, and the light went out of his face. What is this condition in which I find myself? This joy of living, this exaltation of life, this inspiration, I may well call it. It is what comes when there is nothing wrong with one's digestion, when his stomach is in trim and his appetite has an edge, and all goes well. It is the bribe for living, the champagne of the blood, the effervescence of the ferment that makes some men think holy thoughts, and other men to see God, or create him when they cannot see him. That is all, the drunkenness of life, the stirring and crawling of these, the babbling of the life that is insane with consciousness that it is alive. And bah! Tomorrow I shall pay for it as the drunkard pays, and I shall know that I must die at sea most likely, cease crawling to myself, to be all cruel with the corruption of the sea, to be fed upon, to be carrion, to yield up all the strength of movement in my muscles, that may become strength and movement in fin and scale and the guts of fish. Bah! Bah again! The champagne is already flat. The sparkling bubble has gone out, and it is a tasteless drink. He left me as suddenly as he had come, springing to the deck with the weight and softness of a tiger. The ghost ploughed on her way. I noted the gurgling forefoot were very like a snore, and as I listened to the effect of Wolf Larsen's swift rush from sublime exaltation to despair, so he left me. Then some deep-water sailor from the waist of the ship lifted a rich tenor voice in the song of the trade wind. Oh, I am the wind the seamen love. I am steady and strong and true. They follow my track by the clouds above or the fathomless tropic blue. Through daylight and dark I follow them bark. I keep like a hound on a trail. I'm strongest at noon, yet under the moon I stiffen on the bunt of a sail. And that's the end of chapter 7. That one will quite be. Thank you kindly. We do try. Yeah. Don't think there's enough there to merit me pausing and going on about it, so we'll press right on along. Sometimes I think Wolf Larsen mad, or half mad at least, what with his strange moods and vagaries. Other times I take him for a great man, a genius who has never arrived. And finally I am convinced that he is the perfect type of primitive man born 1,000 years or generations too late, an anachronism in this culminating century of civilization. He is certainly an individualist of the most pronounced type. Not only that, but he is very lonely. There is no congeniality between him and the rest of the men aboard the ship. His tremendous virility and mental strength wall him apart. They are more like children to him, even the hunters, and as children he treats them, descending perforce to their level and playing with them as a man plays with puppies. Or else he probes them with the cruel hand of a vivisectionist, groping about in their mental processes and examining their souls as though to see what soul stuff is made. I have seen him a score of times at table, insulting this hunter or that with cool and level eyes, and, withal, a certain air of interest, pondering at their actions or replies or petty raises with a curiosity almost laughable to me, who stood on looker and who understood. Concerning his own rages, I am convinced that they are not real. They are sometimes experiments, but in the main they are habits of a pose or attitude that he has seen fit to take towards his fellow men. I know, with the possible exception of the incident of the dead mate, that I have not seen him really angry, nor do I wish ever to see him in a genuine rage when all the force of him is called into play. While on the question of vagaries, I shall tell what befell Thomas Mugridge in the cabin, and at the same time complete an incident upon which I have already touched once or twice. At 12 o'clock dinner were over one day, and I had just finished putting our cabin in order, when Wolf Larsen and Thomas Mugridge descended the companion stairs. Though the cook had a cubbyhole of the stateroom open off from the cabin, in the cabin itself he never dared to linger or to be seen, and he flitted to and fro once or twice a day like a timid spectre.
So, you know how to play nap? Wolf Larsen was saying in a pleased sort of voice. I might have guessed an Englishman would know. I learned it myself in English ships. Thomas Mudridge was beside himself. A blithering imbecile, so pleased was he at chumming with the captain. The little airs he put on and the painful striving to assume the easy carriage of the man born a dignified place in life would have been sickening had they not been ludicrous. He quite ignored my presence, though I credited him with being simply unable to see me. His pale, wishy-washy eyes were swimming like the lazy summer sea, though what blissful visions they beheld were beyond my imagining. "Get the cards, Hump," Wolf Larsen ordered, as they took their seats at the table, "and bring out the cigars and whiskey you'll find in my berth." I returned with the articles in time to wear the Cockney hinted broadly that there were a mystery about him, that he might be a gentleman's son gone wrong or something or other, also that he were a remittance man and were paid to keep away from England. "Paid handsomely, sir," the way he put it. "Paid handsomely to sling my hook and keep slinging it." I brought the customary liquor glasses, but Wolf Larsen frowned, shook his head, and signalled with his hands for me to bring the tumblers. Then he filled 2/3 with undiluted whisky, a gentleman's drink, to quite common Thomas Mudridge, and they clinked their glasses to the glorious game of nap, lighted cigars, and fell to shuffling and dealing cards. They played for money. They increased the amounts of the bets, they drank whisky, they drank it neat, and I fetched more. I do not know whether Wolf Larsen cheated or not. I think he was thoroughly capable of doing, but he won steadily. The cook made repeated journeys to his bunk for money. Each time he performed the journey with greater swagger, but he never brought more than a few dollars at a time. He grew maudlin, familiar, could hardly see the cards or sit upright. As a preliminary to another journey to his bunk, he hooked Wolf Larsen's buttonhole with his greasy forefinger and vacuously proclaimed and reiterated, I got money, I tell you, I'm a gentleman's son." Wolf Larsen were unaffected by the drink. He drank glass for glass, and if anything, his glasses were fuller. There were no change to him. He did not appear even amused at the other's antics. In the end, with loud protestations that he could lose like a gentleman, the cook's last money was staked on the game and lost, whereupon he leaned his head on his hands and wept. Wolf Larsen looked curiously at him, as though about to probe and vivisect him, and changed his mind, as from the foregone conclusion there were nothing there to probe. "Hump," he said to me, elaborately polite, "kindly take Mr. Mudridge's arm and help him out on deck. He's not feeling very well. And tell Johnson to douse him with a few buckets of salt water," he added, in a lower tone for my ear alone. I left Mr. Mudridge on deck in the hands of a couple of grinning sailors who had been told off for the purpose. Mr. Mudridge was sleepily sputtering that he was a gentleman's son. As I descended the companion stairs to clear the table, I heard him shriek at the first bucket of water struck him. Wolf Larsen was counting his winnings. $185 even, he said aloud. Just as I thought. The beggar came aboard without a cent. "And what you have won is mine, sir," I said boldly. He favoured me with a quizzical smile. "Hump, I have studied some grammar in my time, and I think your tenses are tangled. Was mine, you should have said, not is mine." "It is a question not of grammar, but of ethics," I answered. Well, possibly a minute before he spoke. "You know, Hump," he said, with a slow seriousness which had an indefinable strain of sadness, "this is the first time I have heard the word ethics in the mouth of a man. You and I are the only men on the ship who know its meaning. One time in my life," he continued, after another pause, "I dreamed that I might some day talk with men who use such language, that I might lift myself out of this place in life, which I had been born, and hold conversations and mingle with men who talked about just such things as ethics. And this is the first time I have ever heard the word pronounced. Which is all, by the way, for you are wrong. It is a question neither of grammar nor of ethics, but of fact." "I understand," I said. "The fact is that you have the money." His face brightened. He seemed pleased at my perspicacity. "But it is avoiding the real question," I continued, "which is one of right." "Ah," he remarked, with a wry pucker at his mouth. "I see you still believe in such things as right and wrong." "But don't you, at all?" I demanded. "Not the least bit. Might is right, and that's all there is to it. Weakness is wrong, which is a very poor way of saying that it is good for oneself to be strong and evil for oneself to be weak. Or better yet, it is pleasurable to be strong, because of the profits, painful to be weak because of the penalties. Just now, the possession of this money is a pleasurable thing. It is good for one to possess it. Being able to possess it, I wrong myself and the life that is in me if I give it to you and forego the pleasure of possessing it." "But you wrong me by withholding it," I objected. "Not at all. One man cannot wrong another man. He can only wrong himself. As I see it, I do wrong always when I consider the interest of others. Don't you see? How can two particles of the East wrong each other by striving to devour each other? It is their inborn heritage to strive to devour and strive not to be devoured. When they depart from this, they sin." "And you don't believe in altruism?" I asked. He received the words as if it had a familiar ring, though he pondered it thoughtfully. "Let me see. It means something about cooperation, doesn't it?" Well, in a way the word has come to be a sort of connection, I answered, unsurprised by this time at such gaps in his vocabulary, which, like his knowledge, were the acquirement of a self-read, self-educated man, who no one had directed in his studies, and who thought much and talked little or not at all. An altruistic act is performed for the welfare of others. It is unselfish as opposed to an act performed for self, which is selfish. He nodded his head. Oh yes, I remember it now. I ran across it in Spencer. Spencer, I cried. Have you read him? Not very much, was his confession. I understand quite a good deal of first principles, but his biology took the wind out of my sails, and his psychology left me butting around the doldrums for many a day. I honestly could not understand what he was driving at. I put it down to mental deficiency on my part, but since then I have decided that it was for want of preparation. I had no proper basis. Only Spencer and myself know how hard I hammered, but I did get something out of his data of ethics. That's where I ran across altruism. I remember now how it was used. I wonder what this man could have got from such a work. Spencer, I remembered enough to know that altruism was imperative to his ideal of highest conduct. Wolf Larsen evidently had sifted the great philosopher's teaching, rejecting and selecting according to his needs and desires. What else did you run across? I asked. His brows drew in slightly with a mental effort at suitably phrasing thoughts which he had never before put to speech. I felt an elation of spirit. While groping into his soul stuff as he made a practice of groping in the soul stuff of others, I were exploring virgin territory, a strange, yet terribly strange region where unrolling itself before my eyes. In as few words as possible, he began, Spencer puts something like this. First, a man must act for his own benefit. To do this is to be moral and good. Next, he must act for the benefit of his children. And third, he must act for the benefit of his race. And the highest, finest right conduct, I interjected, is that act which benefits at the same time the man, his children, and his race. I wouldn't stand for that, he replied. Couldn't see the necessity for it, or the common sense. I cut out the race and the children. I would sacrifice nothing for them. It's just so much slush and sentiment, and you yourself must see it, at least one who does not believe in eternal life. With immortality before me, altruism would be a paying business proposition. I might elevate my soul to all kinds of altitudes, with nothing eternal before me but death, given for a brief spell this yeasty crawling and squirming which is called life. It would be immoral for me to perform any act that was a sacrifice. Any sacrifice that makes me lose one crawl or squirm is foolish, and not only foolish, for it is wrong against myself and a wicked thing. I must not lose one crawl or squirm if I am to get the most out of the fun. Nor will the eternal movelessness that is coming to me be made easier by the sacrifices of selfishness at the time when I was yeasty and a cruel. And you are an individualist, a materialist, and logically an hedonist. Big words, he smiled. And what is a hedonist? He nodded in agreement, when I had given the definition. And you are also, I continued, a man one could not trust the least a man one could not trust the least thing where it were possible for selfish interest to intervene. Now you're beginning to understand, he said, brightening. You are a man utterly without what the world calls morals? That's it. A man of whom to always be afraid? That's the way to put it. As one is afraid of a snake, tiger, or shark. Now you know me, he said, and you know me as I am generally known. Other men call me Wolf. You are a sort of monster, I added audaciously. A Caliban who has pondered Sebatus, and who acts as you act, in idle moments, by whim and fancy. His brow clouded at the allusion. He did not understand, and I quickly learned he did not know the poem. I'm just reading Browning, he confessed, and it's pretty tough. I haven't got very far along. And as it is, I've about lost my bearing. Not to be tiresome, I shall say that I fetched the book from his stateroom and read Caliban aloud. He was delighted. It was a primitive road of reasoning and looking at things that he understood thoroughly. He interrupted again and again with comment and criticism. When I finished, he had me read it over a second time and a third. We followed the discussion. Philosophy, science, evolution, religion. He betrayed the inaccuracies of the self-read man, and, it must be granted, the sureness and directness of the primitive mind. The very simplicity of his reasoning was his strength, and his materialism was far more compelling than the subtly complex materialism of Charlie Furuseth. Not that I confirmed then, as Furuseth phrased it, temperamental idealist, was to be compelled, but the Wolf Larsen stormed the last strongholds of my faith with a vigour that received respect, while not accorded conviction. Time passed, supper at hand, and the table not laid. I became restless and anxious, and when Thomas Mugridge glared down the companionway, sick and angry of countenance, I prepared to go about my duties. But Wolf Larsen cried out to him, Cookie, you've got to hustle tonight. I'm busy with Hump, and you'll do the best you can without him. And again the unprecedented was established. That night I sat at the table with the captain and the others, while Thomas Mugridge waited on us and washed the dishes afterwards.
A whim, a Caliban mood of Wolf Larsen's, and one I foresaw would bring me trouble. In the meantime, we talked and talked, much to the disgust of the hunters, who could not understand a word. That's the end of chapter 8. Well, that's quite an interesting chapter and quite a good one. I do not overlook that the narrator is falling into my role of reading aloud to an interested audience. I don't like identifying with this narrator. He's soft and squirrely, and I don't respect him. Admittedly, I don't entirely agree with Wolf Larsen's wholly, selfish and self-interested view on the world. But, well, I like to think I'm a bit more self-sufficient than our dear Hump. Still, I think this is, well, I think probably the most interesting chapter so far, in my mind at least. And Wolf Larsen is probably, I think, well, I mean, the book's called The Sea Wolf, I should have figured it. He's the, what's the term, the eponymous character, the one the book's named after. And the most interesting one. Self-educated and well-read in his own way, but not ever guarded in his education. Which is something I can respect, given that I am a rat who is reading books to make my way in the world. It's interesting, really. It actually makes his, Shanghaiing of the narrator a bit more understandable. At least it would do if he'd known the fact that the narrator were a well-read man when he did the Shanghaiing. But he's developing their relationship in an interesting way. And we're seeing a good deal of philosophy of two sides. Interestingly, they're both sides that I think London has made strong arguments for too in his writing. The sort of savage primitivism is very typical of his wild books, his wolves and his dogs, where, I mean, they are just dogs. They don't have the higher reason than men, so they just live. And even in some of his books about men, like Love a Laugh, this idea of this sort of subconscious, or even subconscious sort of ethics or logic that's driving a life to survive, that is beyond morality. I think he does believe in it. But I think also that he believes in higher reasoning and selfishness. What else? Where is it seen? I mean, even in the dog books, we have kind masters and cruel ones, and there is accord and benefit given to the calm ones. We have Wonder a Woman, which is a book that turns entirely on an entirely unselfish act driven by love. Here we see London arguing with himself. That's quite an interesting argument. Anyway, I'm going to pour myself a little drop of my coffee, which I've decided I'm going to get myself a little half measure of it every 4 chapters. I still think I'll run out before the end, but we'll see how we get on. And I'll have a little sip of that and a little sip of water, and then we'll press on. What are we making time-wise? 2 hours and 25, and 8 chapters out of 40. So 4 times that again to go. God, we're in for, what is it? Yeah, 12 and a half hours at this rate. I gotta stop thinking what the time is going to be, because it is never going to look favourably for me, is it? Oh, a little drop of water then, and we press onwards. Chapter 9. 3 days of rest, 3 blessed days of rest are what I had with Wolf Larsen, eating at the cabin table and doing nothing but discussing life, literature and the universe, while Thomas Mugridge fumed and raged and did my work as well as his own. I'd stand for squalls, as I can say to you, were Lewis's warning, given during a spare half hour on deck, while Wolf Larsen were engaged in straightening out a row among the hunters. You can't tell what'll be happening, Lewis went on in response to my query for more definite information. A man's as contrary as air currents or water currents. You can ne'er guess the way with him. It's just as you're thinking, you know him and you're making a favourable slant along him, and he whirls around, dead ahead, and comes howling down upon you, ripping all of your fine weather sails to rags. So I'm not altogether surprised when the school foretold by Lewis smote me. We've been having a heated discussion, upon life of course, and grown over bold, I will pass in stiff strictures upon Wolf Larsen and the life of Wolf Larsen. In fact, I will vivisect him and turn over his soul stuff as cleanly and thoroughly as it was his custom to do others. It may be a weakness of mine that I have an incisive way of speech, but I threw all restraint to the winds and cut and slashed until the old man of him was snarling, The dark sun bronze of his face went black with wrath, his eyes were ablaze. There were no clearness or sanity in them, nothing but the terrific rage of a madman. It was a wolf in him that I saw, and a mad wolf at that. He sprang for me with a half roar, gripping my arm. I had steeled myself to brazen it out, or trembling inwardly, but the enormous strength of the man was too much for my fortitude. He had gripped me by the bicep with a single hand, and when the grip tightened, I wilted and shrieked aloud. My feet went out from under me. I simply could not stand upright and endure the agony. The muscles refused their duty. The pain was too great. My bicep was being crushed to a pulp. He seemed to recover himself, for a lucid gleam came into his eyes, and he relaxed his hold with a short laugh that was more like a growl. I fell to the floor, feeling very faint, while he sat down, lighted a cigar, and watched me as a cat watches a mouse. As I writhed about, I could see in his eyes that curiosity I had so often noted, that wonder and perplexity, that question, the everlasting query of his as to what it was all about. I finally crawled to my feet and ascended the companion stairs. Fair weather were over, and there were nothing left but to return to the galley. My left arm was numb as though paralysed, and days passed before I could use it, while weeks went by before the last stiffness and pain went out of it. And he had done nothing but put his hand upon my arm and squeeze. There had been no wrenching or jerking, he just closed his hand with a steady pressure. What he might have done I did not fully realise till the next day, when he put his head in the galley, and as a sign of renewed friendliness asked me how my arm was getting on. It might have been worse, he smiled. Or peeling potatoes. He picked one up from the pan, it was fair-sized, firm and unpeeled. He closed his hand upon it, squeezed, and the potatoes squirted out between his fingers in mushy streams. The pulpy remains he dropped back into the pan and turned away. I had a sharp vision of how it might have fared with me had the monster put his real strength upon me. But the 3 days' rest were good in spite of it all, for it had given my knee the very chance it needed, and it felt much better. The swelling had materially decreased, and the cap seemed descending into its proper place. Also, 3 days' rest brought the trouble I had foreseen. It was plainly Thomas Mugridge's intention to make me pay for those 3 days. He treated me vilely, cursed me continually, and heaped his own work upon me. He even ventured to raise his fist to me, but I would become an animal like myself, and I snarled in his face so terribly that it must have frightened him back. He had no pleasant picture I can conjure up of myself, Humphry Van Weyden, in that noisome ship's galley, crouched in a corner over my task, my face raised in the face of the creature about to strike me, my lips lifted and snarling like a dog's, my eyes gleaming with fear and helplessness, and the courage that comes of fear and helplessness. I do not like the picture. It reminds me too strongly of a rat in a trap. I do not care to think of it. It was effective, for the threatened blow did not descend. Thomas Mugridge backed away, glaring as hatefully and viciously as I glared. A pair of beasts is what we were, penned together and showing our teeth. He were a coward, afraid to strike me because I had not quailed sufficiently in advance, so he chose a new way to intimidate me. There were only one galley knife, a knife that amounted to anything. No, there were only one galley knife that has a knife amounting to anything. This. Ooh. Hey, Obi. What am I saying? What was it? There were only one galley knife that has a knife amounting to anything. This, through many years of service and wear, had acquired a long, lean blade. Ah, you've introduced cats into my chat. I understand and appreciate that you do not understand the terror of them, but a cat is a terrible thing, as changeable as a sea in storm. And you can't see them right now because I'm wearing my fancy coat and outfit, but I am covered in the scars of them. Still, I do appreciate your being here, so I shall forgive your transgression this once. What was I saying? There only one galley knife that has a knife amounting to anything. This, through many years of service and wear, had acquired a long, lean blade. They were unusually cruel looking, and at first I had shuddered every time I used it. The cook borrowed a stone from Johansen and proceeded to sharpen the knife. He did it with great ostentation, glancing significantly at me the while. He wet it up and down all day long. Every odd moment he could find, he had the knife and stone out and were wetting away. The steel acquired a razor edge. He tried it with the ball of his thumb and across the nail. He shaved hairs from the back of his hand, glanced along the edge with microscopic acuteness, and found, or feigned that he found, always a slight inequality with its edge somewhere. Then he would pull it on the stone again, and wet, and wet, and wet, till I could have laughed aloud. It was so very ludicrous. They were also serious, for I learned that he was capable of using it, that under all his cowardice,
cowardice, there were courage of cowardice, like mine, that would impel him to do the very thing his whole nature protested against doing and were afraid to do him. Cookie sharpening his knife for hump were being whispered about among the sailors, and some of them twitted him about it. This he took in a good part, and were really pleased, nodding his head with direful foreknowledge and mystery, until George Leach, the erstwhile cabin boy, ventured some rough pleasantry on the subject. Now it happened that Leach was one of the sailors told off to douse Mugridge after his game of cards with the captain. Leach had evidently done his task with a thoroughness that Mugridge had not forgiven. The words followed, and evil names involved in smirched ancestries. Mugridge menaced with the knife he was sharpening for me. Leach laughed and held more of his telegraph ill Billingsgate, and before either he or I knew what had happened, his right arm had been ripped open from elbow to wrist by a quick slash at the knife. The cook backed away, a fiendish expression on his face. The knife held before him in position of defence. But Leach took it quite calmly. The blood was spouting upon the deck as generously as water from a fountain. "I am going to get you, Cookie," he said, "and I'll get you hired, and I won't be in no hurry about it. You'll be without a knife when I come for you." So saying, he turned and walked away, quietly forward. Mugridge's face was livid, with fear at what he had done and what he might expect sooner or later from the man he had stabbed. But his demeanour towards me was more ferocious than ever. In spite of his fear at the reckoning he must expect to pay for what he had done, he could see that he had been an object less than me, and he became more domineering and exultant. Also there was a lust in him against the madness which had come with the sight of the blood he had drawn. He was beginning to see red in whatever direction he looked. The psychology of it is sadly tangled, and yet I could read the workings of his mind clearly as though it were a printed book. Several days went by, the ghost still firming down the trades, and I could swear I saw madness growing in Thomas Mugridge's eyes. And I confess that I had become afraid, very much afraid. Wet, 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 it went all day long. The look in his eyes as he felt the keen edge and glared at me were positively carnivorous. I was afraid to turn my shoulder to him, and when I left the galley I went out backwards, to the amusement of the sailors and hunters who made a point of gathering in groups to witness my exit. The strain was too great. I sometimes thought my mind would give way under it, a meat thing on the ship, of madmen and brutes. Every hour, every minute of my existence were in jeopardy. I was a human soul in distress, and yet no soul, fore or aft, betrayed sufficient sympathy to come to my aid. At times I thought of throwing myself on the mercy of Wolf Larsen, but the vision of the mocking devil in his eyes that questioned life and sneered at it would come strong upon me, and compel me to refrain. At other times I have seriously contemplated suicide, and the old force of my hopeful philosophy were required to keep me from going over the side in the darkest of night. Several times Wolf Larsen tried to inveigle me into discussion, but I gave him short answers and eluded him. Finally he commanded me to resume my seat at the cabin table for a time and let the cook do my work. Then I spoke frankly, telling him what I was enduring from Thomas Mugridge because of the 3 days of favouritism which had been shown me. Wolf Larsen regarded me with smiling eyes. "So you're afraid, eh?" he sneered. "Yes," I said defiantly and honestly, "I am afraid." "That's the way with you fellows," he cried half angrily, "sentimentalising about your immortal souls and afraid to die. At sight of a sharp knife and a cowardly cockney, the clinging of life to life overcomes all your fond foolishness. Why, my dear fellow, you will live forever. You are a god, and God cannot be killed. Cookie cannot hurt you. You are sure of your resurrection. What's there to be afraid of? You have eternal life before you. You're a millionaire in immortality, and a millionaire whose fortune cannot be lost, whose fortune is less perishable than the stars, and as lasting as space or time. It is impossible for you to diminish your principle. Immortality is a thing without beginning or end. Eternity is eternity, and though you die here and now, you will go on living somewhere else and hereafter. It is all very beautiful, the shaking off of the flesh and soaring of the imprisoned spirit. Cookie cannot hurt you. He can only give you a boost on the path you eternally must tread. Or if you do not wish to be boosted just yet, why not boost Cookie? According to your ideas, he too must be an immortal millionaire. You cannot bankrupt him. His pauper will always circulate at par. You cannot diminish the length of his living by killing him, for he is without beginning or end. He's bound to go on living somewhere, somehow, and boost him. Stick a knife in him and let his spirit free. As it is, it's in a nasty prison, and you'll only do him a kindness by breaking down the door. And who knows, it may be a very beautiful spirit that will go soaring up into the blue from that ugly carcass. Boost him along, and I'll promote you to his place, and he's getting $45 a month. It was plain I could look for no help nor mercy from Wolf Larsen. Whatever were to be done, I must do it for myself, and out of the courage of fear I evolved the plan of fighting Thomas Mugridge with his own weapon. I borrowed a whetstone from Johansen. Lewis, the boat steerer, had already begged me for a condensed milk and sugar. The lazarette, where such delicacies were stored, was situated beneath the cabin floor. Watching my chance, I stole 5 cans of the milk, and that night, when it was Lewis's watch on deck, I traded them with him for a dirk as lean and cruel looking as Thomas Mugridge's vegetable knife. It were rusty and dull, but I turned the grindstone while Louis gave it an edge. I slept more soundly than usual that night. Next morning, after breakfast, Thomas Mugridge began his wet. I glanced warily at him, for I were on my knees taking the ashes from the stove. When I returned from throwing them overside, he was talking to Harrison, whose honest yokel's face was filled with fascination and wonder. Yes, Mugridge was saying, and what does his worship do but give me 2 years in reading? But blimey if I cared. Your mug will fix plenty. Should have seen him. Knife just like this, I stuck it in, like in a soft butter, and the way it is squealed would bear a twopenny gaff. He shot a glance in my direction to see if I were taking it in, and went on. I didn't mean it, Tommy, he was sniffing. So help me God, I didn't mean it. I'll fix you bloody well right, I says, and I'll keep right after him. They cut him in the ribbons, that's what I did, and he was squealing the old time. Once he got his head out and the knife, and I tried to hold it, and his fingers round it, but I pulled it through, cut him to the bone. Oh, he were a sight, I can tell you. A call from the mate interrupted the gory narrative, and Harrison went aft. Mugridge sat down on the raised threshold of the galley and went on with his knife sharpening. I put the shovel away and calmly sat down on the coal box facing him. He favoured me with a vicious stare. Still calmly, though my heart were going pit-a-pat, I pulled out Lewis's dirk and began to wet it on the stone. I looked for almost any sort of explosion on the company's part, but to my surprise he did not appear aware of what I was doing. He went on wetting his knife, so did I, and for 2 hours we sat there face to face, wet, till the news of it spread abroad and half the ship's company were crowding the galley decks to see its sight. Encouragement and advice were freely tendered, and Jack Horner, the quiet, self-spoken hunter, who looked as though he would not harm a mouse, advised me to leave the ribs alone and to thrust upwards for the abdomen, at the same time giving what he called the Spanish twist to the blade. Leach, his bandaged arm prominently to the fore, begged me to leave a few remnants of the cook for him, and Wolf Larsen paused once or twice at the break of the poop to glance curiously at what must have been to him a stirring and crawling of the yeasty thing that he knew as laugh. And I went free to say that for the time being life assumed the same sordid values to me. There were nothing pretty about it, nothing divine, only 2 cowardly moving things that sat wet and steel upon stone, and a group of other moving things, cowardly and otherwise, that looked on. Half of them, I am sure, were anxious to see us shedding each other's blood. It would have been entertainment, and I do not think there was one who would have interfered if we closed in a death struggle. On the other hand, the whole thing were laughable and childish. Wet. Humphry Van Weyden sharpening the knife in a ship's galley and trying to its edge with his thumbs. Of all situations, this was the most inconceivable. I know that my own kind could not have believed it possible. I had not been called Sissy Van Weyden all my days without reason, and that Sissy Van Weyden should be capable of doing this was a revelation to Humphry Van Weyden, who knew not whether to be exultant or ashamed. But nothing happened. At the end of 2 hours, Thomas Mugridge put away knife and stone and held out his hand. "What's the good of making an holy show of ourselves for them monks?" he demanded. "They don't love us, and bloody well glad they'd be to see us cutting our throats. You're not half bad up. You got spunk and you Yanks, as you Yanks say, and I like you in a way. So come on, shake." Coward that I might be, I was less coward than he. It was a distinct victory I had gained, and I refused to forego any of it by shaking his detestable hand. "All right," he said pridelessly. "Take it or leave it. I'll let you none the less for it." And to save his face, he turned fiercely upon the onlookers. "Get out of my galley, you blooming swabs!" The command was reinforced by a steaming kettle of water, and the sight of it, the sailors scrambled out of the way. This was a sort of victory for Thomas Mugridge, and enabled him to accept more gracefully the defeat I had given him, though of course he was too discreet to attempt to drive the hunters away. "I see Cookie's finish," I heard Smoke say to Warner. "You bet," was the reply. "Hump runs the galley from now on, and Cookie pulls in his horns." Mugridge heard and shot a swift glance at me, but I gave no sign that the conversation had reached me. I had not thought my victory was so far-reaching and complete, but I resolved to let go nothing. I resolved to let go nothing I had gained. As the days went by, Smoke's prophecies were verified. The Cockney became more humble and slavish to me than even the Wolf Larsen. I mastered him and stirred him no longer, washed no more greasy pots and peeled no more potatoes. I did my own work and my own work only, and when and in what fashion I saw fit. Also, I carried the dirk in my sheath at my hip, sailor fashion, and maintained towards Thomas Mugridge a constant attitude which was composed of equal parts of domineering, insult, and contempt. That's the end of chapter 9. I'm finding a little bit of steel in this part. Never seen that coming. I've got to admit, it's quite a funny little scene to have there. These two men just sitting sharpening knives at each other in fret for 2 hours straight. I can see why all the sailors gathered around. That would be hysterical. I do also appreciate how, even without them coming to blows, this is clearly a confrontation. There is a clear winner.
Like you see Mugridge trying to salvage it by shaking hands and doing his little bit. But you have, I don't know. I mean, it strikes me as something like a prison game, you know? There's dominance going on and there's a game to it, but one of them wins and one of them loses. And you have an established pecking order. It's interesting. And I also like quite how ready Wolf Larsen is for him to just murder the cook. Offers him full promotion for it as well. $45, more than double his salary. That's a good offer. But I don't think he's the sort of man who would take it. At least not yet. We'll see by the end of the book, won't we? Have my little drink. And we'll crack on without further ado. Chapter 10. My intimacy with Wolf Larsen increases if by intimacy may be denoted those relations which exist between master and man, or better yet, between king and jester. I am to him no more than a toy, and he values me no more than a child values a toy. My function is to amuse, and so long as I amuse, all goes well. If I let him become bored, or let him have one of his black moods come upon him, at once I am relegated from cabin table to galley, while at the same time I am fortunate to escape with my life and whole body. The loneliness of the man is slowly being borne in upon me. There is not a man aboard but hates or fears him, nor is there a man who he does not despise. He seems consuming with the tremendous power that is in him, and that seems never to have found adequate expression in works. He is as Lucifer would be were the proud spirit banished to a society of soulless, Tomlinsonian ghosts. This loneliness is bad enough in itself, but to make it worse, he is oppressed by the primal melancholy of the race. Knowing him, I review the old Scandinavian myths with cleaner understanding. The white-skinned, fair-haired savages who created that terrible pantheon were of the same fibre as he. The frivolity of the laughter-loving Latins is no part of him. When he laughs, it is from humour that is nothing else than ferocious. But he laughs rarely. He is too often sad, and it is a sadness that is deep-reaching as the roots of the race. It is the race heritage, this sadness, which he has made the race sober-minded, clean-lived, and fantastically moral, and which in the latter connection has culminated among the English in the Reformed Church and Mrs. Grundy. In point of fact, the chief vent of this primal melancholy has been religion in its more agonising forms. But the compensations of such religion are denied Wolf Larsen. His brutal materialism will not permit it. So when his blue moods come on, nothing remains for him but to be devilish. Were he not so terrible a man, I could sometimes feel sorry for him. As instance these 3 mornings ago, when I went to his stateroom to fill his water bottle, and come unexpectedly upon him. He did not see me. His head was buried in his hands, and his shoulders were heaving convulsively as with sobs. He seemed torn by some mighty grief. As I softly withdrew, I could hear him groaning, God, God, God. Not that he were calling upon God, it were a mere expletive. It had come from his soul. At dinner he asked the hunters for a remedy for headache, and by evening, strong man that he was, he were half blind and reeling about the cabin. I've never been sick in my life, Hump, he said as I got into his room. When did I ever have a headache except the time my head was healing after having been laid open for 6 inches by a capstan bar? For 3 days this blinded headache lasted, and he suffered what as a wild animal suffer, and it seemed the way on ships to suffer, without pain, without sympathy, utterly alone. This morning, however, on entering his stateroom to make the bed and put things in order, I found him well and hard at work. Table and bunk were littered with designs and calculations. On a large transparent sheet, compass and square in hand, he was copying what appeared to be a scale of some sort or other. "Hello, Hump," he greeted me genially. I'm just finishing the finishing touches. Want to see it work?" "What is it?" I asked. "A labour-saving device for mariners. Navigation reduced to kindergarten simplicity," he answered gaily. "From today a child will be able to navigate a ship. No more long-winded calculations. All you need is 1 star in the sky and a dirty night to know instantly where you are. Look, I placed a transparent scale on this star map, revolving the scale on the North Pole. On the scale I've worked out circles of altitude and lines of bearing. All I do is put it on a star, revolve the scale till it is opposite those figures on the map underneath, and presto, there you are, the ship's precise location." There was a ring of triumph in his voice, and his eyes clear blue this morning as the sea was sparkling with light. "You must be well up in mathematics," I said. "Where did you go to school?" "Never saw the inside of one, worse luck," was the answer. "I had to dig it out for myself." "And why do you think I made this thing?" he demanded abruptly. "Dreaming to leave footprints on the sands of time?" He laughed one of his horrible mocking laughs. "Not at all.
To get it patented, to make money from it, to revel in piggishness all night while other men do the work. That's my purpose. Also, I've enjoyed working it out. The creative joy, I murmured. I guess that's what it ought to be called. Which is another way of expressing the joy of life that it is alive, the triumph of movement over matter, of the quick over the dead, the pride of the East because it is yeast and crawls. I threw up my hands with helpless disapproval of his inveterate materialism and went about making the bed. He continued copying lines and figures upon the transparent scale. For a task requiring the utmost nicety and precision, I could not but admire the way he tempered his strength, the finesse and delicacy of the needle. When I had finished the bed, I caught myself looking at him in a fascinated sort of way. He was certainly an handsome man, beautiful in a masculine sense. And again, with never failing wonder, I remarked the total lack of viciousness or wickedness or sinfulness in his face. It was the face, I am convinced, of a man who did no wrong. And by this I do not wish to be misunderstood. What I mean is that it was the face of a man who did either nothing contrary to the dictates of conscience, or who had no conscience. I am inclined in the latter way of accounting for it. He were a magnificent atavism, a man so purely primitive that he was of the type that come into the world before the development of the moral nature. He were not immoral, but merely unmoral. As I have said, in the masculine sense, his was a beautiful face, smooth shaven, every line was distinct, and it would cut as clear and sharp as a cameo, while sea and sun had tanned the naturally fair skin with dark bronze, which bespoke struggle and battle, and added both to his savagery and his beauty. The lips were full, yet possessed of the firmness, almost harshness, which is characteristic of thin lips. The set of his mouth, his chin, his jaw were likewise firm or harsh, with all the fierceness and indomitableness of a male. The nose also. It was the nose of being born of a conqueror in command. It just hinted of the eagle beak. It might have been Grecian, it might have been Roman, only it was a shade too massive for the one, a shade too delicate for the other. While the old face was the incarnation of fierceness and strength, the prime melancholy from which he suffered seemed to greaten the lines of the mouth and eye and brow, and seemed to give a largeness and completeness which otherwise the face would have lacked. And so I caught myself standing idly and studying him. I cannot say how greatly the man had come to interest me. Who was he? What was he? How did he happen to be? All powers seemed to be his, all potentialities. Why then was he no more than the obscure master of a sea landing schooner with a reputation for frightful brutality among the men who went in seals? My curiosity burst from me in a flood of speech. Why is it that you have not done great things in the world? With the power that is yours, you might have risen to any height. Unpossessed of conscience or moral instinct, you might have mastered the world, broken at your hand. And here you are, at the top of your life, where diminishing and dying begin, living an obscure and sordid existence, hunting sea animals for the satisfaction of women's vanity and love of decoration, reveling in piggishness, to use your own words, which is anything and everything except splendid. Why, with all that wonderful strength, have you not done something? There was nothing to stop you, nothing that could stop you. What was wrong? Did you lack ambition? Did you fall under temptation? What was the matter? What was the matter? He lifted his eyes to me at the commencement of my outburst, and followed me complacently until I had done and stood before him, breathless and dismayed. He waited a moment, as though seeking where to begin, then said, do you know the parable of the sower who went forth to sow? If you will remember, some of the seed fell upon stony places, where there was not much earth, and forthwith they sprung up, because they had no deepness of earth. And when the sun was upon them, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered away. And some fell among the thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. Well, I said. Well, he queried, half petulantly. It was not well. I was one of those seeds. He dropped his head to the scale and resumed copying. I finished my work and opened the door to leave when he spoke to me. If you look on the west coast of the map of Norway, you will see an indentation called Romsdal Fjord. I was born within 100 miles of that stretch of water, but I was not born Norwegian. I am a Dane. My father and mother were Danes, and how they ever came to that bleak blight of land on the west coast I do not know. I never heard. Outside of that there is nothing mysterious. They were poor people and unlettered. They came of generations of poor unlettered people, peasants of the sea who sowed their sons to the waves, as has been the custom since time began. There is no more to tell. But there is, I objected. It still obscures to me. What can I tell you? He demanded, with a recrudescence of fierceness, of the meagreness of a child's life, of fish diet and coarse living, of going out with the boats from the time I could crawl, of my brothers who went away one by one to deep-sea farming and never came back, of myself, unable to read or write, cabin boy at the mature age of 10 on the coastwise old country ships, of the rough fare and rougher usage, where kicks and blows were bed and breakfast, and took the place of speech, and fear and hatred and pain were my only soul experiences. I do not care to remember. A madness comes up in my brain even now as I think of it. There were coastwise skippers I would have returned and killed when a man's strength came to me. Only the lines of my life were cast at the time in other places. I did return not long ago, and unfortunately the skippers were dead, all but one, a mate in the old days, a skipper when I met him, and when I left him a cripple who would never walk again. But you, who read Spencer and Darwin, have never seen the inside. But you, who have read Spencer and Darwin, and have never seen the inside of the school. How'd you learn to read and write? I queried. In the English merchant service, cabin boy at 12, ship's boy at 14, ordinary seaman at 16, able seaman at 17, and cock of the forecastle with infinite ambition and infinite loneliness, receiving neither help nor sympathy, but it all for myself. Navigation, mathematics, science, literature, and what not. And of what use has it been? Master and owner of a ship at the top of my life, as you say, when I am beginning to diminish and die. Paltry, isn't it? When the sun was up I scorched, and because I had no root I withered away. History tells of slaves who rose to the purple, I chided, and history tells of opportunities that came to the slaves who rose to the purple, he answered grimly. No man makes opportunity. All the great men ever did was know it when it came to them. The Corsican knew. I have dreamed as greatly as the Corsican. I should have known the opportunity, but it never came. The thorn sprung up and choked me. And, Hump, I can tell you no more about me than any living man except my own brother. And what is he? And where is he? Master of the steamship Macedonia, seal hunter, the answer. We'll meet him most probably on the Japan coast. Men call him Death Larsen. Death Larsen, I involuntarily cried. Is he like you? Hardly. He's a lump of an animal without any head. Is all my brutishness, I suggested. Yes, thank you for the word. All my brutishness. He can scarcely read or write. And he's never philosophised on life, I added. No, Wolf Larsen answered, with an indescribable air of sadness. And he's all the happier for leaving life unknown. He's too busy living it to think about it. My mistake was in ever opening the books. That's the end of chapter 10. Suffers from headaches. Well, no, suffers from a headache, I suppose. Seems like he says he's never been sick before in his life. A rough upbringing, self-educated. Climbed through the British merchant service. And regrets his becoming educated. There are depths to this man. Layers on layers. Don't think I have too much else to say. I suppose we'll press on. Right. Chapter 11. The Ghost has attained the southernmost point of the arc she is describing across the Pacific. It is already beginning to edge away to the west and north towards some lone island, it is rumoured, where she will fill her water cask before proceeding to the season's hunt along the coast of Japan. The hunters have experimented and practiced with their rifles and shotguns till they are satisfied, and the boat pullers and steerers have made their sprit sails, bound the oars and rowlocks in leather, and sent it so they will make no noise when creeping on the seals, and put their boats in apple pie order, to use Leach's only phrase. His arm, by the way, is healed nicely, though the scar will remain all his life. Thomas Mugridge lives in mortal fear of him and is afraid to venture on deck after dark. There are 2 or 3 standing quarrels in the forecastle. Lewis tells me that the gossip of the sailors finds its way aft, and that 2 of the telltales have been badly beaten by their mates. He shakes his head dubiously over the outlook for the man Johnson, who was a boat puller in the same boat with him. Johnson has been guilty of speaking his mind too freely, and has collided 2 or 3 times with Wolf Larsen over the pronunciation of his name. Johansen he thrashed on the amidship deck the other night, since which time the mate has called him by his proper name. But of course it is out of the question that Johnson should thrash Wolf Larsen. Lewis has also given me additional information about Death Larsen, which tallies with the captain's brief description. We may expect to meet Death Larsen on the Japan coast. Look out for squalls, is Lewis's prophecy. They hate one another like the wolf whelps they are. Death Larsen is in command of the only sealing steamer in the fleet, the Macedonia, which carries 14 boats, whereas the rest of the schooners carry only 6. There is wild talk of cannon aboard, and strange raids and expeditions she may make, ranging from opium smuggling into the States and arms smuggling into China, the blackbird and open piracy. Yet I cannot but believe Lewis, for I have never yet seen him caught in a lie, while he has encyclopedic knowledge of sealing and the men of the sealing fleets. He is forward and in the galley, so it is the steerage and aft of this venerable hell ship. Men fight and struggle ferociously for one another's lives. The hunters are looking for a shoot and scrape at any moment between Smoke and Henderson, whose old quarrel is not healed, while Wolf Larsen says positively that he will kill the survivor of the affair if such an affair comes off.
He frankly states that the positions he takes is based on no moral ground, that all the hunters could kill and eat one another, so as far as he is concerned, were it not that he needs them alive for the hunting. If they will only hold their hands until the season is over, he promises them a royal carnival, where all grudges can be settled and the survivors may toss the non-survivors overboard and arrange a story as to how the missing men were lost at sea. I think even the hunters are appalled by his cold-bloodedness. Wicked men though they may be, they are certainly very much afraid of him. Thomas Mugridge is cur-like in his subjection to me, while I go about in secret dread of him. He uses the courage of fear, a strange thing, I know well of it myself, and at any moment it may master the fear and impel him to take over my life. My knee is much better, though it often aches for long periods, and the stiffness is gradually leaving the arm which Wolf Larsen squeezed. Otherwise I'm in splendid condition, My muscles are growing harder and increasing in size. My hands, however, are speckled for grief. They have parboiled appearance, are afflicted with hangnails, while the nails are broken and discoloured, and the edges of the quick seem to be assuming a fungal sort of growth. Also I am suffering from boils due to diet most likely, for I was never afflicted in this manner before. I was amused a couple of evenings back by seeing Wolf Larsen reading the Bible, a copy of which, after the futile search for one at the beginning of the voyage, had been found in the dead mate's sea chest. I wondered what Wolf Larsen could get from it, and he read aloud to me from Ecclesiastes. I could imagine he was speaking the thoughts of his own mind as he read to me, and his voice, reverberating deeply and mournfully in the confined cabin, charmed and held me. He may be uneducated, but he certainly knows how to express the significance of the written word. I can hear him now, as I shall always hear him, the primal melancholy vibrating in his voice as he read. I gathered me also silver and gold, and the peculiar treasure of kings and of the provinces. I got me men singers and women singers, and the delights of the sons of men as musical instruments, and that of all sorts. So I was great, and increased more than all that were before me in Jerusalem. Also my wisdom remained with me. Then I looked on all the works that my hands had wrought, and on the labour that I had laboured to do, and behold, all was vanity and vexation of spirit, and there was no profit under the sun. All things come alike to all, there is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean and to the unclean, to him that sacrificeth and to him that sacrificeth not. As is the good, so is the sinner, as he that sweareth, as he that feareth an oath. This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun, that there is one event unto all. Yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live, and after that they go to the dead. For to him that is joined to all the living there is hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Also their love and their hatred and their energy is now perished, neither have they any more a portion for ever in anything that is done under the sun. There you have it, Hump, he said, closing the book upon his finger and looked at me. The preacher who was king over Israel and Jerusalem thought as I think. You call me a pessimist. Is not this pessimism of the blackest? All is vanity and vexation of spirit. There is no profit under the sun. There is one event unto all. To the fool and the wise, the clean and the unclean, the sinner and the saint, and that event is death, and such an evil thing, he says. For the preacher loved life and did not want to die, saying, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. He preferred the vanity and vexation to the silence and unmovableness of the grave. And so I. To crawl is piggishness, but to not crawl, to be as the dead, to be as the clod and rock, is loathsome to contemplate. It is loathsome to the life that is in me, the very essence of which is movement, the power of movement, and consciousness of power of movement. Life itself is unsatisfaction, but to look ahead to death is greater unsatisfaction. You are worse off than Omar, I said. He, at least, after the customary agonizing of youth, found content and made his materialism a joyous thing. Who was Omar? Larsen asked. I did no more work that day, nor the next, nor the next. In his random reading, he had never chanced upon the Rubaiyat, and it was to him like a great find of treasure. Much as I remembered, possibly 2/3 of the quatrains, I managed to piece out the remainder without difficulty. He talked for hours over a single stanzas, and I found him reading into them a wail of regret and rebellion which, for the life of me, I could not discover myself. Possibly I recited with certain joy still, which were my own, for his memory were good, and at second rendering, very often the first, he made a quatrain his own. He recited the same lines and invested them with an unrest and passionate revolt that were well nigh convincing. I were interested as to what quatrain he would like best, and were not surprised when he let upon one point of an instant's irritability, quite at variance with the Persian's complacent philosophy and genial code of life. What, without asking, hither hurried whence, and without asking, whither hurried hence? Oh, many a cup of this forbidden wine must drown the memory of that insolence. Great, Wolf Larsen cried, great, that's the keynote, insolence. He could not have used a better word. In vain I objected and denied. He deluged me, overwhelmed me with argument. It is not the nature of life to be otherwise. Life, when it knows that it must cease living, will always rebel. It cannot help itself. The preacher found life in the works of all life, vanity and vexation, an evil thing. The death, the ceasing to be able to be vain and vexed, he found an eviler thing. Through chapter after chapter, he is worried by the one event that can come to all alike. So Omar, so I, so you, even you, for you rebelled against dying when Cookie sharpened the knife for you. You were afraid to die. The life that was in you, that compasses you, is greater than you. Did not want to die. You have talked of the instincts of immortality. I talk of the instincts of life, which is to live, and which, when death looms near and large, masters the instinct, so-called of immortality. It masters in you, you cannot deny, because a crazy Cockney cook sharpened a knife. You are afraid of him now. You are afraid of me. You cannot deny it. If I should catch you by the throat, thus, his hand were about my throat, my breath was sharp, and begin to press the life out of you, thus and thus, your instinct of immortality will go glimmering, and your instinct of life, which is longing for life, will flutter up, and you will struggle to save yourself, eh? I see the fear of death in your eyes. You beat the air with your arms. You exert all your puny strength to struggle to live. Your hand is clutching my arm lightly. It feels as a butterfly resting there. Your chest is heaving, your tongue protruding, your skin turning dark, your eyes swimming. To live, to live, to live, you are crying, and you are crying to live here and now, not hereafter. You doubt your immortality, eh? You are not sure of it. You won't chance it. This life only you are certain is real. Ah, it is growing dark and darker. It is the darkness of death, the ceasing to be, the ceasing to feel, the ceasing to move that is gathering about you, descending upon you, rising round you. Your eyes are becoming set. They are glazing. My voice sounds faint and far. You cannot see my face. And still you struggle in my grip and kick with your legs. Your body draws itself up in knots like a snake's. Your chest heaves and strains. To live, to live, to live. I heard no more. Consciousness was blotted out by the darkness he had so graphically described. And when I come to myself, I were lying on the floor, and he was smoking a cigar and regarding me thoughtfully, with that old familiar light of curiosity in his eyes. Well, have I convinced you? He demanded. Here, take a drink of this. I want to ask you some questions. I rolled my head negatively on the floor. Your arguments are too forcible, I managed to articulate, across the great pain that my own could throw. You'll be all right in half an hour, he assured me, and I promise I won't use any more physical demonstrations. Get up now, you can sit in the chair. And, tore that I was of this monster, the discussion of Omar and the preacher resumed, and after that we sat up over it. And that is the end of chapter 11. Alright, I'm going to make a quick note of the time of that particular little, monologue of Larsen's, because I think that was quite good, and I might try and click that. Oh. So yeah, we see Wolf Larsen again expressing his strange philosophy of absolute materialism by way of choking out a man who he is arguing with, which admittedly does demonstrate his point quite ably, though he is sort of a rough way to express that point. And we see again a depth of sort of interest and understanding. He's a very curious man, not in the sense of being like a difficult to understand figure, though he is that as well, but in having an innate curiosity to him, which doesn't really gel with his philosophy on life, really. It seems unusual, almost incongruous with the way he treats and thinks of the world. But it does fit. He doesn't do it for any sort of higher belief in, the value of learning or anything about it, because he enjoys it. His is a purely selfish and hedonistic philosophy, but he also has a high-minded hedonism, like the original hedonists who didn't particularly believe in wine or excess, but in similarly high-minded pleasures of, I think they were more about simple agrarian living, but still. He's an interesting man. I like this character. There's less of the nautical about this than I expected, admittedly. I feel a little overdressed for the topic, since it seems mostly to be about this fella, but I'm getting something from it. I'm not familiar with Omar either, but between that and the Bible, there's a lot of literary references in this chapter that go a bit beyond me. Perhaps in time, eh? Perhaps in time. although God knows, saying that out loud, I feel like reading the Bible on Twitch might be a mistake. Both for quite how long a book it is and various other reasons that I'm sure are quite self-evident to people. Still. Must press on. We will be here forever. Chapter 12. The last 24 hours have witnessed a carnival of brutality. From cabin to forecastle, it seems to have broken out like a contagion. I scarcely know where to begin. Wolf Larsen were really the cause of it. The relations among the men, strained and made tense by feuds, quarrels and grudges, were in a state of unstable equilibrium, and evil passions flared up in flame like prairie grass. Thomas Mugridge is a sneak, a spy, and informer. He has been attempting to curry favour and reinstate himself in the good graces of the captain by carrying tales of the men forward. He it was, I know, that carried some of Johnson's hasty talk to Wolf Larsen. Johnson, it seems, bought a suit of oilskins from the slop chest and found them to be of greatly inferior quality. Nor were he slow in advertising the fact. The slop chest is a sort of miniature dry goods store, which is carried by all sealing schooners and which is stocked with articles peculiar to the needs of the sailors. Whatever a sailor purchases is taken from his subsequent earnings on the sealing grounds, for as it is with hunters, so it is with the boat pullers and steerers. In the place of wages they receive a lay, a rate of so much per skin for every skin captured in their particular boat. But at Johnson's grumbling at the slop chest I knew nothing, so that what I witnessed came with a shock of sudden surprise. I had just finished sweeping the cabin and had been inveigled by Wolf Larsen in the discussion of Hamlet, his favourite Shakespearean character, when Johansen descended up the companion stairs, followed by Johnson. The latter's cap come off, I'm the custom of the sea, and he stood respectfully in the corner of the cabin, swaying heavily and uneasily, the roll of the schooner, facing the captain. Shut the door and draw the slide, Wolf Larsen said to me. As I obeyed, I noticed an anxious light come into Johnson's eyes, but I did not dream of its cause. I did not dream of what would occur until it did occur. That he knew from the very first what would come and awaited it bravely. And in his action I found complete refutation of all Wolf Larsen's materialism. The sailor Johnson was swayed by idea, by principle and truth and sincerity. He were right, he knew he were right, and he were unafraid. He would die for the right, if need be. He would be true to himself, sincere with his soul. And in this were portrayed the victory of the spirit over the flesh, the indomitability and moral grandeur of the soul that knows no restriction, and rises above time and space and matter with a surety and invincibleness born of nothing else than eternity and immortality. But the return. I noticed the anxious light in Johnson's eyes, but mistook it for the naive shyness and embarrassment of the man. The mate, Johansen, stood away several feet to the side of him, and fully 3 yards in front of him sat Wolf Larsen on one of the pivotal cabin chairs. An appreciable pause fell after I closed the doors and drawn the slant, a pause that must have lasted fully a minute. We were broken by Wolf Larsen. Johnson, he began. My name is Johnson, sir, I sailor boldly corrected. Where? Johnson, then, damn you. Can you guess why I have sent for you? Yes and no, sir, the slow reply. My work is done well. The mate knows that, and you know it, sir. So there cannot be any complaint. And is that all? Wolf Larsen queried, his voice soft and low and purring. I know you have it in for me, Johnson continued with his unalterable and ponderous slowness. You do not like me. You... Go on, Wolf Larsen prompted. Don't be afraid of my feelings. I am not afraid, the tailor retorted, a slight angry flush rushing through his sunburn. If I speak not fast, it is because I have not been from the old country as long as you. You do not like me because I am too much of a man, that is why, sir. You are too much of a man for ship discipline, is that what you mean? And if you know what I mean, was Wolf Larsen's retort. I know English, and I know what you mean, sir, said Johnson answered, his flush deepening at the slur of his knowledge of the English language. Johnson, Wolf Larsen said, with an air of dismissing all that had gone before as introductory to the main business at hand. I understand you are not quite satisfied with those oilskins. No, I am not. They are not good, sir. And you've been shooping off your mouth about them. I say what I think, sir, the sailor answered courageously, not failing at the same time in courtesy, which demanded that the sir be appended to each speech he made. It was at this moment that I chanced to glance at Johansen. His big fists were clenching and unclenching, his face was positively fiendish, so malignantly did he look at Johnson. I noticed a black discoloration still faintly visible under Johansen's eye, a mark of the thrashing he had received a few nights before from the sailor. For the first time I began to divine that something terrible were about to be enacted, what I could not imagine. Do you know what happens to men who say what you said about my slop-chested me? Wolf Larsen demanded. I know, sir, they answered. What?
Wolf Larsen demanded sharply and imperatively. What you and the mate there are going to do to me, sir? Look at him, Wolf Larsen said to me. Look at this bit of animated dust, this aggregation of matter that moves and breathes and defies me, and thoroughly believes itself to be compounded for something good, that is impressed with certain human fictions such as righteousness and honesty, and with the will to live up to them in spite of all personal discomfort and menace. What do you think of him, Hump? What do you think of him? I think that he's a better man than you are, I answered, impelled somehow with a desire to draw upon myself a portion of the wrath I felt were about to break upon his head. His human fictions, as you choose to call them, make for a nobility and manhood. You have no fiction, no dreams, no ideals. You are a pauper. He nodded his head with a savage pleasantness. Quite true, Hump, quite true. I have no fictions that make for nobility and manhood. A living dog is better than a dead lion, say I with the preacher. My only doctrine is the doctrine of expediency, and it makes for surviving. This bit of the firmament we call Johnson, when he is no longer a bit of the firmament, only dust and ashes, will have no more nobility than any dust and ashes, but I shall still be alive and roaring. Do you know what I am going to do? He questioned. I shook my head. Well, I am going to exercise my prerogative of roaring and show you how fares nobility. Watch me. 3 yards away from Johnson he was, and sitting down. 9 feet. And yet he left that chair in full leap without first gaining a standing position. He left the chair just as he sat in it, squarely, springing from the sitting posture like a wild animal, a tiger, and like a tiger covered the intervening space. It were an avalanche of fury that Johnson strove vainly to fend off. He threw one arm down to protect the stomach, the other arm up to protect the head, but Wolf Larsen's fist drove midway between, on the chest, with a crushing, resounding impact. Johnson's breath, suddenly expelled, shot from his mouth, and as suddenly checked with a forced audible expiration of a man with an axe. He almost fell backwards and swayed from side to side in an effort to recover his balance. I cannot give further particulars of the horrible scene that followed. It was too revolting. It turns me sick even now when I think of it. Johnson fought bravely enough, but he was no match for Wolf Larsen, much less for Wolf Larsen and the mate. It was frightful. I had not imagined a human being could endure so much and still live and struggle on. And struggle on Johnson did. Of course there was no hope for him, not in the slightest, and he knew it as well as I. By the manhood that were in him, he could not cease from fighting for that manhood. It was too much for me to witness. I thought that I should lose my mind, and I ran up the companion stairs to open the doors and escape on deck. But Wolf Larsen, leaving his victim for the moment, with one of his tremendous springs, gained my side and flung me into the far corner of the cabin. The phenomena of life, Hump, he girded at me. Stay and watch it. You may gather data on the immortality of the soul. Besides, you know we can't hurt Johnson's soul. It's only the fleeting form we may demolish. It seemed centuries. Possibly it were no more than 10 minutes that the beating continued. Wolf Larsen and Johansson were all about the poor fellow. They struck him with their fists, kicked him with their heavy shoes, knocked him down and dragged him to his feet and knocked him down again. His eyes were blinded so that he could not see, and the blood running from ears and nose and mouth turned the cabin into a shambles. And when he could no longer rise, they still continued to beat and kick him where he lay. Easy, Johansson, easy as she goes, Wolf Larsen finally said. But the beast and the mate were up and rampant, and Wolf Larsen were compelled to brush him away with a backhand sweep of the arm. Gentle enough, apparently, but which old Johansson backed like a cork, driving his head against the wall with a crash. He fell to the floor, half-stunned for the moment, breathing heavily and blinking his eyes in a stupid sort of way. Jerk open the doors, Hump, I was commanded. I obeyed, and the 2 brutes picked up the senseless man like a sack of rubbish, and hove him clear up the companion stairs, through the narrow doorway and out on the deck. The blood from his nose gushed in scarlet stream over the feet of the helmsman, with none other than Lewis, his boatmate. But Lewis took and gave a spoke and gazed imperturbably into the binnacle. Not so with the conduct of George Leach, the erstwhile cabin boy. Fore and aft there were nothing that could have surprised us more than his consequent behaviour. He it was that came up on the poop without orders and dragged Johnson forward, where he set about dressing his wounds as well as he could, and making him comfortable. Johnson was unrecognisable. And not only that, for his features, his human features at all were unrecognisable, so discoloured and swollen had they become in the few minutes which had elapsed between the beginning of the beating and the dragging forward of the body. But at Leach's behaviour, by the time I had finished cleaning the cabin, he had taken care of Johnson. I had come up on deck for a breath of fresh air, and to try and get some repose for my overwrought nerves. Wolf Larsen was smoking a cigar and examining the patent log which the Ghost usually towed astern, which had been hauled in for some purpose. Suddenly Leach's voice came to my ears. We were tense and hoarse with the overmastering rage. I turned and saw him standing just beneath the break of the poop on the port side of the gallery. His face was convulsed and white, his eyes were flashing, with his clenched fist raised overhead. "My God damn, you'll soul to hell, Wolf Larsen. Only hell's too good for you, you coward, you murderer, you pig," was his opening salutation. I was thunderstruck. I looked for an instant annihilation, but it would not Wolf Larsen's whim to annihilate him. He sauntered slowly forward to the break of the poop, and leaning his elbow on the corner of the cabin, gazed down thoughtfully and curiously at the excited boy. And the boy indicted Wolf Larsen as he had never been indicted before. The sailors assembled in a fearful group just outside the forecastle scuttle and watched and listened. The hunters piled pell-mell out of their steerage, but as Leach's tirade continued, I saw that there was no levity in their faces. Even they were frightened, not at the boy's terrible words, but his terrible audacity. It did not seem possible that any living creature could thus beard Wolf Larsen in his teeth. I know for myself that I was shocked into admiration of the boy, and I saw in him the splendid invincibleness of immortality rising above the flesh, the fears of the flesh as in the prophets of old to condemn the unrighteous. And such condemnation, he held forth Wolf Larsen's soul naked into the scorn of men. He rained upon it curses from God and high heaven, and withered it with the heat of invective that savoured of a medical excommunication of the Catholic Church, or of a medieval excommunication of the Catholic Church. He ran the gamut of denunciation, rising to heights of wrath that was sublime and almost godlike, and from sheer exhaustion sinking in the vilest and most indecent abuse. His rage were a madness. His lips were flecked with a soapy froth, and sometimes he choked and gurgled, becoming articulate. And through all, calm and impassive, leaning on his elbow and gazing down, Wolf Larsen seemed lost in great curiosity. This wild stirring of yeasty laugh, this terrific revolt and defiance of matter that moved, perplexed and interested him. Each moment I looked, and everybody looked, for him to leap upon the boy and destroy him. But it was not his whim. His cigar went out, and he continued to gaze silently and curiously. Leach had worked himself into an ecstasy of impotent rage. "Pig! Pig! Pig!" he would reiterate at the top of his lungs. "Why don't you come down and kill me, you murderer? You can do it, I ain't afraid. There's no one to stop you, damn sick, better dead and out of your reach than alive and in your clutches. Come on, you coward, kill me! Kill me! Kill me!" At this stage, Thomas Mugridge's erratic soul brought him into the scene. He had been listening at the galley door, but now he come out, ostensibly to bleed some scraps over the side, but obviously to see the killing he was certain would take place. He smiled greasily up into the face of Wolf Larsen, who seemed not to see him. But the Cockney were unabashed, though mad, stark mad. He turned to Leach, saying, "Such language, shocking." Leach's rage was no longer impotent. Here at last was something ready to hand, and for the first time since the stabbing, the Cockney had appeared outside the galley without his knife. The words had barely left his mouth when he were knocked down by Leach. 3 times he struggled to his feet, striving to gain the galley, and each time were knocked down. "Oh Lord," he cried, "help! Help, take him here! Oh, you can't, you take him away!" The hunters laughed from sheer relief. Tragedy had dwindled, and the farce had begun. The sailors now crowded boldly aft, grinning and shuffling, watched the pummeling of the hated Cockney. And even I felt a great joy surge up within me. I confess, I delighted in this beating. Leach was given to Thomas Mugridge, that was as terrible almost as the one Mugridge had caused to be given to Johnson. But the expression of it on Wolf Larsen's face never changed. He did not change for his position either, but continued to gaze down with great curiosity. But all his pragmatic certitude, it seemed as if he watched a play about and movement of life in the hope of discovering something more about it, of discerning its maddest rivals as something which had hitherto escaped him, the key to its mystery, as it were, which would make all clear and plain. But the beating. It was quite similar to the one I had witnessed in the cabin. The Cockney strove in vain to protect himself from the infuriated boy, and in vain he strove to gain the shelter of the cabin. He rolled towards it, grovelled towards it, fell towards it when he was knocked down, but blow followed blow with bewildering rapidity. He was knocked about like a shuttlecock, until finally, like Johnson, he was beaten and kicked and lay helpless on the deck, and no one interfered. Leach could have killed him, but having evidently filled the measure of his vengeance, he drew away from the prostrate foe, who were whimpering and wailing in a puppyish sort of way, and walked forward. These 2 affairs were only the opening of events in the day's programme. In the afternoon, Smoke and Emerson fell foul of each other, and a fusillade of shots come up from the steerage, followed by a stampede of the other 4 hunters to the deck. A column of thick, acrid smoke, the kind always made by black powder, were arising through the open companionway, and down through it leaped Wolf Larsen. A sound of blows and scuffling came to our ears. Both men were wounded, and he were thrashing them both for having disobeyed his orders and crippled themselves in advance of the hunting season. In fact, they were badly wounded, and having thrashed them, he proceeded to operate upon them in rough surgical fashion and dressed their wounds. I served as assistant while he probed and cleaned the passages made by the bullets, I'm sure the two men endure his crude surgery without anaesthetics, and with no more to uphold them than a stiff tumbler of whisky. Then the first dog watch, trouble come ahead in the forecastle. It did its rise out of the little tattletale and tail bearing which had been the cause of Johnson's beating. And from that noise we heard, and from the sight of the bruised men next day, it was patent that half the forecastle had soundly dropped the other half. The second dog watch and the day were wound up by a fight between Johansen and the lean, Yankee-looking hunter, Latimer. They were caused by remarks of Latimer's concerning the noises made by the mate in his sleep. And though Johansen were whipped, he kept the steerage awake the rest of the night while he blissfully slumbered and fought the fight over and over again. As for myself, I was oppressed with nightmare. The day had been like some horrible dream. Brutality had followed brutality, and flaming passions and cold-blooded cruelty had driven men to seek one another's lives and to strive to hurt and maim and destroy. My nerves were shocked. My mind itself was shocked. All my days had been passed in comparative ignorance of the animality of man. In fact, I had known life only in its intellectual phase. Brutality I experienced, but it was the brutality of the intellect, the cut and sarcasm of Charlie Furuseth, cruel epigraphs and occasional half-witticisms of the fellows at the Bible lot, and the nasty remarks of some of the professors during my undergraduate days. That rule, that men should wreak their anger on others by bruising of the flesh and the letting of blood, was something strangely and fearfully new to me. Not for nothing had I been called Sissy Van Weyden, and though I thought, as I tossed restlessly on my bunk between one nightmare and another, and it seemed to me that my innocence of the realities of life had been complete indeed, I laughed bitterly to myself and seemed to find in Wolf Larsen's forbidden philosophy, a more adequate explanation of life than I found in my own. I was frightened when I became conscious of the trend of my thought. The continual brutality around me were degenerative in its effect. It bid fair to destroy for me all that was rest and brightness in life. My reason dictated that the beating Thomas Mugridge had received was an ill thing, and yet for the life of me I could not prevent my soul from joining in it. And even while I was oppressed by the enormity of my sin, for sin it was, I chuckled with an insane delight. I was no longer Humphry Van Weyden. I was the cabin boy on the schooner Ghost. Wolf Larsen was my captain, Thomas Mugridge and the rest were my companions, and I was receiving repeated impressions from the dial which had snapped them all. That's the end of chapter 12. And I will note we have just passed page 100, so we're about a third of the way through the actual text, which is still putting us on for over 10 hours of reading. Still, that's 12 chapters, which means we've got 4 chapters passed since the last round of coffee, so I get a little top up of 1/2 measure. I get a little drink of water. And then we think on the chapter, shall we? What is there to say, really? I mean, it's a pretty violent chapter. It's not too much detail given to the beating, but it's still plenty enough. Vicious and bloody, and then an explosion of violence to follow. Men killing each other all over the place, the enactment of Larsen's philosophy. And the worst part is, I guess maybe the worst part isn't the right way, but the darkest part of it is that it doesn't actually come as a surprise. It's been very well foreshadowed this was coming. And so the violence, as much as it is shocking in its immediacy, sort of becomes banal in the telling. Each new act of it less and less surprising. Which I suppose is sort of the worst part about it as well. The beating of Johnson is pretty rough, it's brutal. The captain and his first mate do it and they gang up on him. And then the boy beats Mugridge, and you sort of think, well, he deserves it a bit, but it's still brutal. And the two hunters shoot each other, and well, that's just something that happens. And then there's a beating in the cabin, and by that point, it's all pretty, pat. Just go on, business as usual. Violence is normalised, and we see the narrator becoming more used to it, more accustomed to it, and changing his point of view because of it. Becoming more like Wolf Larsen. It's interesting. I wonder if we'll see any of Hump rub off on Wolf Larsen in turn, or if not. I sort of get the sense that we won't, based on his description of the man so far, but it'd be interesting to see. There's a swig of coffee. I'll have a pull of my water. And we'll press right along. With the current pace, I'm set to finish this in about 7 hours, which... Lord Almighty. Well, we'll see how we get on, won't we? Chapter 13.
For 3 days I did my own work, and Thomas Mugridge's too, and I flatter myself that I did his work well. I know that it won Wolf Larsen's approval, while the sailors beamed with satisfaction during the brief time my regime lasted. "The first clean bite since I come aboard," Harrison said to me at the galley door as he returned the dinner pots and pans from the forecastle. "Somehow Tommy's grub always tasted grease, stale grease, and I reckon he ain't changed his shirt since he left Frisco." "I know he hasn't," I answered. "I'll bet he sleeps in it," Harrison added. "And you won't lose," I agreed. "The same shirt, and he hasn't had it off once all this time." The 3 days were all Wolf Larsen allowed him in which to recover from the effects of the beating. On the 4th day, lame and sore, scarcely able to see so close to his eyes, he was hauled from his bunk by the nape of the neck and set to his duty. He sniffed and wept, but Wolf Larsen was pitiless. "And see that you serve no more slops," was his parting injunction. "No more grease and dirt, mind, and a clean shirt occasionally, or you'll get a toe over the side. Understand?" Thomas Mugridge crawled weakly across the galley floor, and short lurch of the ghost sent him staggering. In attempting to recover himself, he reached for the iron railing which surrounded the stove and kept the pots from sliding off, but he missed the railing, and his hand, with its weight behind it, landed squarely on the hot surface. There were a sizzle, an odour of burning flesh, and a sharp cry of pain. Oh God, what have I done?" he wailed, sitting down in the coal box and nursing his new hurt by rocking back and forth. "Why has all this come to me? It makes me fair sick, it does, and I try so hard to go through life harmless and hurt nobody." The tears were running down his puffed and discoloured cheeks, and his face was drawn with pain. A savage expression flitted across him. "Oh, I hate him! Oh, I hate him!" he gritted out. "Whom?" I asked, but the poor wretch was weeping again over his misfortunes. Less difficult it were to guess who he hated than whom he did not hate, for I come to see a malignant devil in him which impelled him to hate all the world. I sometimes thought he hated even himself, so grotesquely had life dealt with him, and so monstrously. At such moments a great sympathy welled up within me, and I felt shame that I had ever joined in his discomfiture of pain. Life had been unfair to him. It had played him a scurvy trick, and it fashioned him into the thing that he was, and it played him scurvy tricks ever since. What chance had he to be anything else than he was? And as though answering my unspoken thought, he wailed, "I never had no chance, nor half chance. Who were they to send me to school, or put Tommy in my hungry belly, or pop my bloody nose for me when I were a kiddie? Who ever did anything for me, eh? Who, I say?" "Never mind, Tommy," I said, placing a soothing hand on his shoulder. "Cheer up, it'll all come right in the end. You long years before you, and you can make anything you please of yourself." "It's a lie, it's a bloody lie," he shouted in my face, flinging off the hand. "It's a lie, and you know it. I'm already made I'm made out of leaving and scraps. It's all right for you, Hump. You was born a gentleman. You never knew what it was to go hungry and to carry yourself asleep with your little belly gnawing and gnawing like a rat inside you. It can't come right. If I was president of the United States tomorrow, how would it fill my belly for one time when I were a kiddie and it were empty? How could I say, get it? How could it, I see you? I was born to suffering and sorrow. I've had more cruel suffering than any 10 men I have. I've been in hospital half my bleeding life. I've had the fever in Aspinwall and Havana and New Orleans. I nearly died of scurvy and rotten in 6 months in Barbados. Smallpox in Honolulu, 2 broken legs in Shanghai, pneumonia in New Mexico, 3 busted ribs and inside all twisted in Frisco. And here I am now, look at me, look at me. My ribs kick loose from my back again. I've been coughing blood for 8 hours. How can it be made up to me, I ask? Who's going to do it? God? Oh, God must have hated me when he signed me on for the voyage and this bloody world is all. This tirade against destiny went on for an hour or more, and then he buckled to his work, limping and groaning, in his eyes a great hatred for all living, all creative things. His diagnostic was correct, however, for he was seized with occasional sickness during which he vomited blood and suffered great pain. And as he said, it seemed God hated him too much to let him die, for he ultimately grew better and waxed more malignant than ever. Several days more passed before Johnson crawled on deck and went about his work in an half-hearted way. He was still a sick man, and I more than once observed him creeping painfully aloft to a topsail, or dropping wearily as he stood at the wheel. But still worse, it seemed that his spirit was broken. He ran abject before Wolf Larsen, and almost grovelled at Johansen. Not so with the conduct of Leach. He went about the deck like a tiger club, carrying his hatred openly at Wolf Larsen and Johansen. "I'll do for you yet, you slab-footed Swede," I heard him say to Johansen one night on deck. The mate cursed him in the darkness, and the next moment some missile struck the galley a sharp rap. There were more casting and a mocking laugh, and when all were quiet, I stole outside and found an heavy knife embedded over an inch in the solid wood. A few minutes later the mate came fumbling about in search of it, but I returned it privately to Leach the next day. He grinned when I handed it over, and it were a grin that contained more sincere thanks than a multitude of the verbosities of speech common to members of my own class. Unlike anyone else in the ship's company, I now found myself with no quarrels in my hand, and in the good graces of all. The hunters possibly no more than tolerated me, though none of them disliked me, while Smoke and Henderson, convalescent under deck awning and swinging day and night in their hammock, assured me that I was better than any hospital nurse they had, that they would not forget me at the end of the voyage when they were paid off. As though I stood in need of their money, I could have bought them out, and bag and baggage and the schooner and its equipment a score of times over. But upon me had devolved the task of tending their wounds and pulling them through, and I did my best to them. Wolf Larsen underwent another bad attack of headache, which lasted 2 days. He must have suffered severely, for he called me in and obeyed my commands like a sick child, but nothing I could do seemed to relieve him. At my suggestion, however, he gave up smoking and drinking, and why such a magnificent animal as he should have headaches, it all puzzled me. "'Tis the hand of God, I'm telling you," is the way Lewis sees it. "There's a visitation for his black-hearted deeds, and there's more behind coming, or else, God is nodding and not doing his duty. That's me as should say it. I was mistaken when I said that I were in the good graces of all. Not only does Thomas Mugridge continue to hate me, but he discovered a new reason for hating me. It took me no little while to puzzle it out, but I finally discovered it was because I was more lucky born than him. Gentleman born, easy puts it. And still no more dead men, I twittered Lewis, when Smoke and Henderson, side by side in friendly conversation, took their first exercise on deck. Lewis surveyed me with his shrewd grey eyes and shook his head portentously. "She's a comin', I tell you, and there'll be sheets and iron yet stand by all hands when the ship begins to harm. I've had the feel I've had this long time, and see it now plainly as the rigging of dark nights. She's close, she's close." "Who goes first?" I queried. "That old fat Lewis, I promise you," he laughed. "It is the bones out of me that no will that comes this time next year. I'll be gazing in the old mother's eyes, weary with watching at the sea for 5 shunks she gave to him." "What's he been saying to you?" Thomas Mugridge demanded the moment later. "He's going home Sunday to see his mother," I answered diplomatic. "I never had none," was Courtney's comment as he gazed with lustrous, hopeless eyes into mine. That's the end of chapter 13. And no one dies there, which is in some ways sadder. And we even get a little bit of pity for old poor Thomas Mugridge, who was made an horrible creature by the vagaries of life. And I was about to say something sort of sarcastic about that, but actually, I should sympathise. I'm a rat, I get that. Sometimes life makes you an horrible creature. Sometimes you're born in the scorn and hatred of God, and all you can do is your best. Sometimes your best is becoming bitter and twisted, but it's better than being dead. Still, I've not too much sympathy for him, all told. He's an horrible little man. Even a rat can seem to comport himself with dignity and good graces. I say, here in my good coat and fine boots. I may be getting a little above my station as a rat, who can say? Yeah. We still have the portents of doom coming from our old fella, Lewis. What else? And our Humpy's starting to find his good place in the crew. Everyone seems to like him, which is a good thing, because they're going to be murdering each other pretty soon, by all accounts. And Wolf Larsen is struck again by mysterious headaches. I wonder at that. Still back about it. Chapter 14. It dawned upon me that I have never placed a proper valuation upon womankind. For that matter, though not amative to any considerable degree, so far as I have discovered, I was never outside the atmosphere of women until now. My mother and sisters are always about me, and I was always trying to escape them, for they worried me to distraction with their solicitude for my health, and with their periodic inroads on my den, and my orderly confusion, upon which I prided myself, would turn into worse confusion and less order, but it looked neat enough to the eyes. I never could find anything when they had departed, but now, alas, how welcome would have been the feel of their presence, the frou-frou and swish-swish of their skirts, which I had so cordially detested. I am sure if I ever get home that I shall never be irritable with them again. They may dose me and doctor me morning, noon and night, and dust and sweep and put my den right every minute of the day, and I shall only lean back and survey it all, and be thankful that I am possessed of a mother and some several sisters. All of which has me wondering, where are the mothers of these 20 and odd men on the Ghost? It strikes me as unnatural and unhealthful that men should be totally separated from women and herd through the world by themselves. Coarseness and savagery are the inevitable results. These men about me should have wives and sisters and daughters. Then they would be capable of softness and tenderness and sympathy. As it is, not one of them is married. In years and years, not one of them has been in contact with a good woman, or in the influence or redemption which irresistibly radiates from such creature. There is no balance in their lives. Their masculinity, which is itself with the brute, has been overdeveloped.
The other and spiritual side of their natures have been dwarfed, atrophied in fact. They are a company of celibates, grinding harshly against one another and growing daily more callous from the grinding. It seems to be impossible sometimes that they ever had numbers. It would appear that they are half-brute, half-human species, a race apart, wherein there is no such thing as sex. They are hatched out by the sun like turtle eggs, or receive life in some similar and sordid fashion. At all their days they fester in brutality and viciousness, and at the end die as unlovely as they have ever been. I haven't seen any Twitch news. You can feel free to send links in chat. Yeah. Oof. I say, desperate to hear it, and definitely not taking a chance to take a drink. They've got an interjection in chat. Pressing news from the front lines interrupts your regular broadcast. I say, trying to make this open on. Right, let's see if I can get this to open while I'm running the stream. There's every chance that I can't, but we'll try it. And breaking news. Oop. If it will load. It's still loading, so we'll see. Oop. Nope, still we've got the site architecture coming up, still no sign of the I thought this would be a funny like 30-second interjection, and now it is oh. About all streamers on Twitch, no affiliate status required. Ah! Isn't that nice? Enroll and complete in your dashboard today. Well, that's very nice indeed. I'll have to do that after this stream. But well, would have been nice to have been doing before, but still, it's good to have. Thanks for sharing that, Les. That's good to know. I suppose while I got you all here, I should ask, what do you guys want from what you got, my channel rewards and such? Are there any channel point redeems you'd like from me? I can't really think of much unless I was to do something like I talk like a pirate or do my posh voice for a little while or some such. I mean, obviously, other than like the hard rate and standard. I'll have to give it some thought. Still, it's good to know. Thank you for sharing, Les. I do appreciate it. They're out, yeah. That's a good one, yeah. I haven't really thought about, I guess, play redeems. That would be a smart one, yeah. I'll have to look into those. I know someone else who's been having massive trouble with them, but yeah. Clips and some things. I'll have to give it some thought, but yeah. I suppose if anyone has any thoughts, feel free to drop them in the chat while we're going on. But yeah, that has been a nice interjection. And breaking news from Less News. But I must be back about it now, or I shall be here forever. I say like I'm going to get through this whole book tonight, Lord. I'm still going to try. Whew. Now, a company of celibates, grinding harshly against one another and growing daily more callous from the grinding. It seems to me impossible sometimes they ever had numbers. It would appear that they are half-brute, half-human species, a race apart, wherein there is no such thing as sex. They are hatched out by the sun like turtle eggs, or receive life in some other similar and sordid fashion, and that all their days they fester in brutality and viciousness, and in the end die as unlovely as they have lived. Rendered curious by this new direction of ideas, I talked with Johansson last night, the first superfluous words with which he has favoured me since the voyage began. He left Sweden when he was 18, is now 38, and in all the intervening time has not been home once. He had met a townsman a couple of years before, or in some sailor boarding house in Chile, so that he knew his mother would still be alive. She must be a pretty old woman now, he said, staring meditatively at the binnacle and then jerking a sharp glance at Harrison, who was steering point of the course. And your last writer? He performed his mental arithmetic aloud. 81, 82? Not 83? Yeah, 83. 10 years ago, from some little port in Madagascar, I was trading. You see, he went on as though addressing his neglected mother across half the girth of the earth, each year I was going home, so it was good to write. For only a year, and each year something happened and I did not go. I'm mate now, and when I pay off Frisco, maybe with $500, I'll ship myself on a windjammer around the Horn to Liverpool, which will give me more money, and I'll pay my passage from there home. She will not do any, then she will not do any more work. Does she work? Does she work? No? How old is she? About 70, he answered, and then boastingly, we work from the time we're born until we die in my country. That's why we live so long. I'll live to 100. I shall never forget this conversation. The words were the last I ever heard from him. Last I ever heard him utter. Perhaps they were the last he did utter too. But going down into the cabin to turn in, I decided that it was too stuffy to sleep below. It was a calm night. We were out of the trades, and the ghosts were forging almost ahead, barely not an hour. So I tucked a blanket and pillow under my arm and went up on deck. As I passed between Harrison and the binnacle, which were built into the top of the cabin, I noticed that he was this time fully 3 points off. Thinking that he were asleep and wishing him to escape reprimand or worse, I spoke to him, but he were not asleep. His eyes were wide and staring. He seemed greatly perturbed, unable to retard at me. What's the matter? I asked. Are you sick? He shook his head and with a deep sigh, as if awakening, caught his breath. You'd best get on your course then, I chided. He put a few spokes over and I watched the compass card swing slowly to north-northwest and steady itself with slight oscillations. I took a fresh hold of my bedclothes and was preparing to start on when some movement caught my eye, and I looked astern of the rail. A sinewy hand dripping with water was clutching the rail. A second hand took form in the darkness beside it. I watched fascinated. What visitant from the gloom of the deep were I to behold? Ere it was, I knew that it was climbing aboard by the log line. I saw an head, the air wet and straight, shape itself, and then the unmistakable eyes and face of Wolf Larsen. His right cheek was red with blood, which flowed from some wound in the head. He drew himself inboard with a quick effort and arose to his feet, glancing swiftly as he did so at the man at the wheel, as though to assure himself of his identity, and there were nothing to fear from him. The sea water was swimming from him. It made little audible gurgles which distracted me. As he stepped towards me, I shrank back instinctively, for I saw that in his eyes which spelled death. All right, Hump, he said in a low voice. Where's the mate? I shook my head. Johansson, I called softly. Johansson. Where is he? He demanded of Harrison. The young fellow seemed to have recovered his composure, for he answered steadily enough. I don't know, sir. I saw him go forward a little while ago. So did I go forward. You will observe that I didn't come back the way I went. Can you explain it? Must have went overboard, sir. Shall I look for him in the steerage, sir? I asked. Wolf Larsen shook his head. You wouldn't find him, Hunt. But you'll do. Come on, never mind your bedding, leave it where it is. I followed his heels. There were nothing stirring amidships. Those cursed hunters, was his comment. Too damned fat and lazy to stand a 4-hour watch. On the forecastle we found 3 sailors asleep. We turned them over and looked at their faces. I composed the watch on deck, and it was the ship's custom in good weather to let the watch sleep, with the exception of the officer, the helmsman, and the lookout. Who's lookout? He demanded. Me, sir, answered Ollie Oak, one of the deep-water sailors, a slight tremor in his voice. I wasn't off just to turn your owners, sir. I'm sorry, sir, it won't happen again. Did you hear or see anything on deck? No, sir. But Wolf Larsen had turned away with a snort of disgust, leaving the sailor rubbing his eyes with surprise at having been let off so easily. Softly now, Wolf Larsen warned me in a whisper as he doubled his body into the forecastle scuppers and prepared to descend. I followed with a quaking arm. What would have happened I knew no more than did I know what had happened. But blood had been shed, and through no whim of Wolf Larsen's that he had gone over the side with his scalp laid open. Besides, Johansson was missing. It was my first descent of the forecastle, and I shall not soon forget my impression of it, caught as I stood on my feet at the bottom of the ladder. Built directly into the yards of the schooner, it was the shape of a triangle, across all 3 sides of which stood the bunks in double tier, 12 of them. It was no larger than a hall bedroom in Grub Street, and yet 12 men were added into it to eat and sleep and carry on all the functions of living. My bedroom at home were not large, yet it could have contained a dozen similar forecastles, and taking into consideration the height of the ceiling, a score at least. It smelled sour and musty, and by the dim light of the swimming sea lamp I saw every bit of available space were hung deep with sea boots, oilskins and garments, clean and dirty of various sorts. These swung back and forth with every roll of the vessel, giving rise to a brushing sound, as the trees against the roof or wall. Somewhere a boot thumped loudly at irregular intervals against the wall, and though it was a mild night on the sea, there were a continual chorus of the creaking timbers and bulkheads of abysmal noises beneath the flooring. The sleepers did not mind. There were 8 of them, the 2 watches below, and the air was thick with the warmth and odour of their breathing, and the ear were filled with the noise of their snoring, and of their sighs and half-groans, tokens plain to the rest of the animal man. But were they sleeping, all of them, or had they been sleeping? This was evidently Wolf Larsen's quest, to find the men who appeared to be asleep but who were not asleep, or had not been asleep very recently. And he went about it in a way that reminded me of a story out of Boccaccio. He took the sea lamp from the swinging frame and handed it to me.
He began at the first bunk forward on the starboard side. In the top one lay Ufi, a Kanaka and splendid seaman, so named by his mates. He was asleep on his back and breathing as placidly as a woman. One arm under his head and the other lay on top of the blankets. Wolf Larsen put thumb and forefinger to the wrist and counted the pulse. In the midst of it, the Kanaka roused. He woke as gently as he slept. There were no movement of the body whatever. The eyes only moved. They flashed wide open, big and black, and stared unblinking into our faces. Wolf Larsen put his finger to the lips as a sign for silence, and the eyes closed once again. In the lower bunk lay Lewis, grossly fat and warm and sweaty, asleep unfeignedly and sleeping laboriously. While Wolf Larsen held his wrist, he stirred uneasily, bowing his body so that for a moment it rested on shoulders and heels. His lips moved, and he gave voice to this enigmatic utterance. "A shilling's worth a quarter, and keep your lamb sale for threepenny bits, or the publicans will shove one on you for a sixpence." Then he rolled over on his side with an heavy sob and sigh, saying, "A sixpence is a tanner and a shilling a bob. But what a pony is, I don't know." Satisfied with the honesty of his and the Kanaka's sleep, Wolf Larsen passed on to the next two bunks on the starboard side, occupied top and bottom, as we saw in the light of the sea lamp, by Leach and Johnson. As Wolf Larsen bent down with the lower bunk to take Johnson's pulse, I, standing erect and holding the lamp, saw Leach's head raised stealthily as he peered over the side of his bunk to see what was going on. He must have divined Wolf Larsen's trick and the sureness of the detection. The light were at once dashed from my hand, and the forecastle left in darkness. He must have leaped also at the same instant straight down on Wolf Larsen. The first sounds were those of conflict between a bull and a wolf. I heard a great infuriated bellow go up from Wolf Larsen, and from Leach a snarling that was desperate and blood-curdling. Johnson must have joined him immediately, so that his abject and grovelling conduct on deck for the past few days had been no more than planned deception. I was so terror-stricken by this fight in the dark that I leaned up against the ladder, trembling and unable to ascend. Upon me with that old sickness in the pit of my stomach, caused always by the spectacle of physical violence. In this instance I could not see, but I could hear the impact of blows, the soft crushing sound made by flesh striking forcibly against flesh. Then there were the crashing about the entwined bodies, the laboured breathing, the short quick gasps of sudden pain. There must have been more men in the company on the conspiracy to murder the captain and mate, for by the sound I knew Leach and Johansen had been quickly reinforced by some of their mates. "Get a knife, somebody!" Leach was shouting. "Pound him on the head, pound him on the head, mash his brains out," was Johnson's cry. After his first bellow, Wolf Larsen made no noise. He was fighting grimly and silently for his life. He was sore beset. Down at the very first he had been unable to gain his feet, and for all his tremendous strength I thought there were no hope for him. The force with which they struggled was vividly impressed upon me, for I was knocked down by their surging bodies and badly bruised. In the confusion I managed to crawl into an empty lower bunk out of the way. "All hands, we've got him, we've got him!" I could hear Leach crying. "Who?" demanded those that had been really asleep, and who had wakened to they knew not what. "It's the bloody mate," was Leach's crafty answer, strayed from him in a smothered sort of way. This was greeted with a whoop of joy, and from then on Wolf Larsen had 7 strong men on top of him. Lewis, I believe, taking no part in it. The forecastle were like an angry hive of bees aroused by some marauder. "What ho below there?" I heard Latimer shout down the scuttle, too cautious to descend into the infernal passion he could hear raging beneath him in the darkness. "Won't somebody get a knife? Oh, won't somebody please get a knife?" Leach pleaded in the first interval of comparative silence. A number of assailants were a cause of confusion. They blocked their own effort, while Wolf Larsen, with but a single purpose, achieved his. This was to fight his way across the floor of the ladder, though in total darkness I followed his progression by its sound. No man less than a giant could have done what he did once he had gained the foot of the ladder. Step by step, by the might of his arms, the old pack of men striving to drag him back down, he drew his body up from the floor till he stood erect. And then, step by step, hand and foot, he slowly struggled up the ladder. The very last of all I saw, for Latimer, having finally gone for a lantern, held it so that its light shone down in the scuttle. Wolf Larsen were nearly at the top, though I could not see him. All that were visible were the mass of men fastened upon him. It squirmed about like some huge many-legged spider, and swayed back and forth to the regular roll of the vessel. And still, step by step, with long interval between, the mass ascended. Once it tottered about to fall back, but the broken hold were regained, and it still went up. "Who is it?" Latimer cried. In the rays of the lantern I could see his perplexed face peering down. "Larsen!" I heard a muffled voice from within the mass. Latimer reached down within its free hand, and I saw her hand shoot up and clasp his. Latimer pulled, and the next couple of steps were made with a rush. Then Wolf Larsen's other hand reached up and clutched the edge of the scuttle. The mass swung clear of the ladder, the men still clinging to their escaping foe. They began to drop off. We brushed up against the sharp edge of the scuttle.
be knocked off by legs which were now kicking powerfully. Leech were the last to go, falling sheer back from the top of the scuttle and striking on head and shoulders upon his sprawling mates beneath. Wolf Larsen and the lantern disappeared, and we were left in darkness. And that is the end of chapter 14. So the crew is trying to murder Larsen, and presumably has murdered the mate, which is fair enough. He probably deserves it. And in fact, by his own philosophy, they're doing right by themselves to do it, given that he makes their lives so bloody miserable. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they failed to do it is maybe not the fact that they failed, but the manner in which they failed to do it is perhaps rather alarming. Climbing up a ladder or 7 men struggle to drag you down, and then swimming and climbing back up the rear the log line after being thrown overboard, your head bleeding from an head wound. Dear Lord, he's some kind of a monster and a half, eh? Some kind of a monster and a half. But Johansson never had a chance. The second he said he was going to live to 100, he was done. You don't put a death flag up like that. That's foolish. Terribly silly. No. I, for one, shall die any day now, probably when I least expect it. And I say it gladly and kindly, knowing that by saying it I extend my chances quite considerable compared to poor Johansson, who was certainly going to live to 100. Still. Whew. Lord. I'm not even halfway through the book yet. I'll have my little drink of water now. And we'll press on. Chapter 15. There were a deal of cursing and groaning as the men at the bottom of the ladder crawled to their feet. "Somebody strike a light, my thumb's out of joint," said one of the men. Parsons, a swarthy, satin-armed man, boat steerer in Standish's boat, in which Harrison were a puller. "You'll find it knocking about by the bits," Leach said, sitting down on the edge of the bunk in which I were concealed. There were fumbling and scratching of matches, and the sea lamp flared up, dim and smoky, and in its weird light, bare-legged men moved about, nursing their bruises and caring for their hurts. Ufty laid hold of Parsons' thumb, and pulling it stoutly and snapping it back into place. I noticed at the same time that Kanaka's knuckles were laid open clear across into the bone. He exhibited them, exposing beautiful white teeth and a grin as he did so, exposing that the wounds had come from striking Wolf Larsen in the mouth. "So it was you, was it, you black beggar?" belligerently demanded one, Kelly, an Irish-American and a longshoreman, making his first trip to sea and boat puller for Kerfoot. As he made the demand, he spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth, and shoved his pugnacious face close to it for Ufty. The Kanaka leaped backwards to his bunk and returned with a second leap, flourishing a long knife. "Ah, go lay down, you make me tired," Leach interfered. He were evidently, for all of his youth and experience, cock of the forecastle. "Go on, you Kelly, you leave Ufty alone. How in the hell did you know that you were in the dark?" Kelly subsided with some muttering, and the Kanaka flashed his white teeth in a grateful smile. You're a beautiful creature, almost feminine in the pleasing line of his figure, and there was softness and dreaminess in his large eyes which seemed to contradict his well-earned reputation for strife and action. "How did he get away?" Johnson asked. He was sitting on the side of his bunk, the old pose of his figure indicating utter dejection and hopelessness. He was still breathing heavily from the exertion he had made. His shirt had been ripped entirely from him in the struggle, and blood from a gash in the cheek were flowing from his naked chest, marking a red path across his white thigh and dripping down the floor. "'Cause he's the devil, as I told you before," was Leach's answer. And thereat he were on his feet and raging his disappointment with tears in his eyes. "And not one of you got a knife," was unceasing lament. But the rest of the hands had a lively fear of consequences to come and gave no heed to him. "How will you know which one were which?" Kelly asked, as he went and looked murderously about him. "Unless one of us peaches." "We'll know as soon as he ever claps eyes on one of us," Parsons replied. "One look at you'd be enough." Tell him the deck flopped up and gouged his teeth out of your jaw," Lewis grinned. He was the only man who were not out of his bunk, and we were jubilant in that he possessed no bruises to advertise that he had a hand in the night's work. "Just wait until he gets a glimpse of you amongst tomorrow, the gang of you," he chuckled. "I say we thought it was a mate," said one and another. "I know what I'll say. I heard the row, jumped out of my bunk, got a jolly good crack on the jaw for my pains, and sailed myself in. Couldn't tell who or what it was in the dark, just hit out." "'Twere me you hit, of course," Kelly screamed, his face brightened for the moment. Leach and Johnson took no part in the discussion. It was plain to see that their mates looked upon them as men for whom the worst was inevitable, You were beyond help and already dead. Leech stood their fears and reproaches for some time, and he broke out. You make me tired. A nice dog as evil as you are. If you talked with less in your mouths and did something with your hands, you'd have been done with it by now. Why couldn't one of you, just one of you, get me a knife when I sung out? You make me sick. A beefing and a bellowing around, though he'd kill you when he gets you. You know damn well he won't. Can't afford to. No shipping masters or beachcombers over here, and he wants you in his business, and he wants you bad. Who's to pull a steer or a sail a ship if he loses you? It's me and Johnson have to face the music. Get into your bunks now and shut your faces. I want some sleep. That's all right, Parson spoke up. Maybe you won't do it for us, but mark my words, there'll be an arse-box to this ship from now on. All the while I'll be apprehensive concerning my own predicament. What would happen to me when these men discovered my presence? I can never fight my way out as Wolf Larsen had done. At this moment, Latimer called down the scuttles. Hump, the old man wants you. He ain't down here, Parsons called back. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is, I said, sliding out of the bunk and striving my hardest to keep my voice steady and bold. The sailors looked at me in consternation. Fear was strong in their faces and the devilishness which I come to fear. You come and I sailed up to Latimer. No, you don't, Kelly cried, stepping between me and the ladder. His right hand shaking with a veritable strangler's clutch. You damn little sneak, I'll shut your mouth. Let him go, Leech commanded. None of your life, with the angry retort. Leech never changed his position on the edge of the bunk. Let him go, I say, he repeated, but this time his voice was gritty and metallic. The Irishman wavered. I made the step by him and he stood aside. When I gained the ladder, I turned the circle of brutal and malignant faces, peering at me through a semi-darkness. A sudden deep sympathy welled up in me. I remembered the Cockney's way of putting it. How God must have hated them that they should be tortured so. I've seen and heard nothing, believe me, I said quietly. I tell you he's all right, I could hear Leech saying as I went up the ladder. You don't like the old man no more than you or me. I found Wolf Larsen in the cabin, stripped bloody and waiting for me. He greeted me with one of his whimsical smiles. Come get to work, Doctor. The signs are favourable for an extensive practice this voyage. I don't know what the ghost would have been without you, and if I could only cherish such a noble sentiment, I would tell you her master is deeply grateful. I knew the run of the simple medicine chest the ghost carried, and while I were eating water on the cabin stove and getting the things ready for dressing his wounds, he moved about, laughing and chatting and examining his arts with a calculating eye. I had never before seen him stripped, and the sight of his body quite took my breath away. It has never been my weakness to exalt the flesh, far from it. There was enough of the artist in me to appreciate its wonder. I must say that I was fascinated by the perfect lines of Wolf Larsen's figure, and by what I might term the terrible beauty of it. I had noted the men in the forecastle. Powerfully muscled though some of them were, there had been something wrong with all of them. An insufficient development here, an undue development there, a twist or a crook that destroyed symmetry. Legs too short or too long, or too much sinew or bone exposed, or too little. Who for Yufty had been the only one whose lines were at all pleasing, while in so far as they pleased, that far they had been what I should call feminine. But Wolf Larsen with a man-top, the masculine, and almost a god in his perfectness. As he moved about or raised his arms, the great muscles leaped and moved under the satiny skin. I had forgotten to say that the bronze ended with his face. His body, thanks to his Scandinavian stock, were fair as the fairest woman's. I remember his putting his hands up to feel the wound in his head, and my watching the biceps move like a living thing under its white-lit sheath. It was the bicep that had nearly crushed my life out once. I had seen strike so many killing blows. I could not take my eye from him. I stood motionless, a roll of antiseptic cotton in my hands, unwidened and spilling itself down to the floor. He noticed me, and I became conscious that I was staring at him. God made you well, I said. Did he answered. I hadn't thought so myself, and wondered why. Purpose, I began. Utility, he answered. This body was made for use. His muscles were made to grip and tear and destroy living things that get between me and life. But have you thought of the other living things? They too have muscles of one kind or another, made to grip and tear and destroy. And when they become between me and life, I outgrip them, out-tear them, out-destroy them. Purpose does not explain that. Utility does. It is not beautiful, I protested. Life isn't, you mean? He smiled. Yet you say I was well made. Do you see this? He braced his legs and feet, pressing the cabin floor with his toes in a clutching sort of way. Knots and ridges and mounds and muscle writhed and bunched under the skin. Feel them, he commanded. They were hard as iron. I observed also that his whole body had unconsciously drawn itself together, tense and alert. That muscles were softly crawling and shaping about the hips, along the back and across the shoulders. That the arms were slightly lifted, their muscles contracted, their fingers crooked till the hands were like talons. And that even the eyes had changed expression, and into them were coming a watchfulness and measurement as a light none other than of battle. Stability, equilibrium, he said, relaxing on the instant and sinking his body back into repose. Feet with which to clutch the ground, legs to stand on and help withstand, while the arms and hands, teeth and nails, I struggle to kill and not to be killed. Purpose? Utility is the better word. I did not argue. I had seen the mechanism of the primitive fighting beast, and I was as strongly impressed as if I had seen the engines of a great battleship or Atlantic liner. I was surprised, considering the fierce struggle in the forecastle, at the superficiality of his hurts, and I pride myself that I dressed them dexterously. With the exception of several bad wounds, the rest were merely severe bruises and lacerations. The blow which he had received before going overboard had laid his scalp open several inches. This, under his direction, I cleansed and sewed together, having first shaved the edges of the wound. The calf of his leg was badly lacerated and looked as though it had been mangled by a bulldog. Some sailor, he told me, had laid hold of it by his teeth at the beginning of the fight, and hung on and been dragged to the top of the forecastle ladder when he was kicked down. By the way, Hump, as I have remarked, you are a handy man, Wolf Larsen began when my work was done. As you know, we're short of mates. Hereafter you shall stand watches, receive $75 per month, and be addressed fore and aft as Mr. Van Weyden. I don't understand navigation, you know. That's not necessary at all. I really do not care to sit in the hard places, I objected. I find life precarious enough in my present humble situation. I have no experience. Mediocrity, you see, has its compensations. He smiled as though it were all settled. I won't be mate on this old ship, I cried defiantly. I saw his face grow hard and merciless, and the merciless glitter come into his eyes. He walked to the door of his room, saying, "And now, Mr. Van Weyden, good night." "Good night, Mr. Larsen," I answered weakly. That's the end of chapter 15. Promotion. What a terrible thing to endure. And there goes so much of that good feeling, I suspect. At least a good deal of it. Whew. And again, maybe not. Him giving that knife to, what's his name, the former cabin boy, completely forgotten. I'm really bad with names. But the kindness he showed him by giving him the knife was repaid there. He got out of there alright. And as long as they don't come off too badly from it, I expect it will reflect well on him. Who knows, maybe that's where this is headed. He becomes a popular mate, and the crew wants to mutiny and rally around him. That would be an interesting twist. Who can say though? Anyhow, I think I've got too much more to say about this chapter, but I am in desperate need of a bio break, so I am going to take 5 minutes to go and use the head and make my ablutions. So if you two need to go grab a drink, do whatever, this will be a good time to do it, and I'll be back in, say 3 minutes, say 5 minutes exactly. Until then,
Right, and that's me back. So, where were we? Oh yes, I'm just promoted to Mr. Van Weyden. And chapter 16. Back about it then. Well, back about it. I cannot say that the position of mate carried with it anything more joyful than there were no more dishes to wash. I were ignorant of the simplest duties of mate, would have fared badly indeed had the sailors not sympathised with me. I knew nothing of the minutiae of ropes and rigging, the trimming and the sails, but the sailors took pains to put me to rights, Lewis proving especially a good teacher, and I had little trouble with those under me. With the hunters it were otherwise. Familiar in varying degrees with the sea, they took me as a sort of joke. In truth, it were a joke to me that I, the veriest landman, should be filling the office of mate, but to be taken as a joke by others were a different matter. I made no complaint, but Wolf Larsen demanded the most punctilious sea etiquette in my case, far more than poor Johansen had ever received. At the expense of several rows, threats, and very much grumbling, he brought the hunters to time. I was Mr. Van Weyden, fore and aft, and it were only unofficially that Wolf Larsen himself ever addressed me as Hump. It were amusing. Perhaps the wind had with all a few points while we were at dinner, and as I left the table he would say, "Mr. Van Weyden, will you kindly put about in the port tack?" And I'll go on deck, beckon Lewis to me, and learn from him what there was to be done. Then a few minutes later, having digested his instructions and thoroughly mastered the manoeuvre, I would proceed to issue my orders. I remember an early instance of this calm where Wolf Larsen appeared on the scene just as I had begun to give orders. He smoked a cigar and looked on quietly till the thing were accomplished, and paced aft by my side along the weather poop. "Hump," he said, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Van Weyden. I congratulate you. I think you can now fire your father's legs back into the grave to him. You've discovered your own and learned to stand on them. A little rope work, sail making, and experience with storms and such things, and by the end of the voyage you could ship on any coasting schooner." During this period, between the death of Johansen and the arrival on the sealing grounds, that I passed my pleasantest hours on the coast. Wolf Larsen were quite considerate. The sailors helped me, and I was no longer an irritating contact with Thomas Mugridge. And I make free to say, as the days went by, that I found I was taking a certain secret pride in myself. Fantastic as the situation was, a landlubber second in command, I was nevertheless carrying it off well, and during that brief time I was proud of myself. And I grew to love the even roll of the Ghost under my feet as she wallowed north and west through the tropic sea, the isle on which we filled our water casks. But my happiness was not unalloyed. It was comparative. A period of less misery slipped in between a past of great miseries and a future of great miseries. For the Ghost, so far as the seamen were concerned, was an L-ship of the worst description. They never had a moment's rest or peace. Wolf Larsen treasured against them the attempts on his life, and the drubbing he had received from the forecastle, and morning, noon, and night, and not all night as well, he devoted himself to making their life unlivable for them. He knew well the psychology of the little thing, and it were the little things by which he kept the crew worked up to the verge of madness. I seen Harrison called from his bunk to put properly away a misplaced paintbrush, and 2 watchers below hailed from their tired sleep to accompany him and see him do it. A little thing, truly, but when multiplied by the 1,000 ingenious devices of such a mind, the mental state of the men in the forecastle may be slightly comprehended. Of course, much grumbling went on, and little outbursts were continually occurring. Blows were struck, and there were always 2 or 3 men nursing their injuries at the hand of the human beast who were their master. Concerted action were impossible in the face of the heavy arsenal of weapons carried in the steerage and cabin. Leach and Johnson were 2 particular victims of Wolf Larsen's diabolical temper, and the look of profound melancholy which settled on Johnson's face and his eyes made my heart bleed. With Leach it were different. There was too much of the fighting beast in him. He seemed possessed by an insatiable fury which gave no time for grief. His lips had become distorted into a permanent snarl, which at the mere sight of Wolf Larsen broke out in a sound, horrible and menacing, and I do believe unconsciously. I have seen him follow Wolf Larsen about with his arms like an animal its keeper, but while the animal-like snarl sounded deep in his throat and vibrated forth between his teeth. I remember once on deck in a bright day, touching him on the shoulder as a preliminary to giving an order. His back was towards me, and at the first feel of my hand he leaped upright in the air and away from me, snarling and turning his head as he leaped. He had for the moment mistaken me for the man he hated. Both he and Johnson would have killed Wolf Larsen at the slightest opportunity. That opportunity never come. Wolf Larsen were too wise for that, and besides they had no adequate weapons. With their fists alone they had no chance whatever. Time and again he fought out with Leach, who fought back, always like the wildest wildcat, tooth and nail and fist, till stretched, exhausted or unconscious, on the deck. And he never reversed to another encounter. All the devil that were in him challenged the devil in Wolf Larsen.
They happened to appear on deck at the same time when they would be at it, cursing, snarling, striking, and I have seen Leech fling himself upon Wolf Larsen without warning or provocation. Once he threw his heavy sheath knife, missing Wolf Larsen's throat by an inch. Another time he dropped a steel marlin spike from the mizzen cross tree. They were a difficult cast to make on a rolling ship. The sharp point of the spike, whistling 75 feet through the air, barely missed Wolf Larsen's head as he emerged from the cabin companionway and drove its length 2 inches in and over into the solid deck planking. Still another time he stole in the steerage, possessed himself of a loaded shotgun, and was making a rush for the deck when it was caught by Corfu and disarmed. I often wonder why Wolf Larsen did not kill him and make an end of it, but he only laughed and seemed to enjoy it. There seemed a certain spice about it, such as men must feel will take delight in making pets of ferocious animals. It gives a thrill to life, he explained to me, when life is carried in one's hand. Man is a natural gambler, and life is the biggest stake he can lay. The greater the odds, the greater the thrill. Why should I desire myself the joy of exciting Leech's soul to fever pitch? For that matter, I do him a kindness. The greatest of sensations is mutual. He is living more royally than any man forward, though he does not know it. For he has what they have not, purpose, something to do and be done, an all-observing end to strive to attain, the desire to kill me, the hope that he may kill me. Really, Humphrey is living deep and high. I doubt that he has ever lived so swiftly and keenly before, and I honestly envy him sometimes when I see him raging with a somewhat of passion and sensibility. But it's cowardly, cowardly, I cried. You have all the advantage. Of the two of us, you and I, who is the greater coward? He asked seriously. If the situation is unpleasing, you compromise with your conscience when you make yourself a party to it. If you were really great, really true to yourself, you would join forces with Leech and Johnson. You are afraid. You are afraid. You want to live. The life that is in you cries out that it must live, no matter what the cost, so you live ignominiously, untrue to the best you dream of, sinning against your whole pitiful little code. And if there were a hell, heading your soul straight for it. Bah, I play the braver part. I do no sin, for I am true to the promptings of the life that is in me. I am sincere with my soul, at least, and that is what you are not. There was a sting in what he said. Perhaps after all I was playing a cowardly part. And the more I thought about it, the more it appeared that my duty of myself lay in doing what he had advised, lay in joining forces with Johnson and Leech, and working for his death. Right here, I think, entered the austere conscience of my Puritan ancestry, impelling me towards lurid deeds, sanctioning even murder at right conduct. I dwelt upon the idea. It would be a most moral act to rid the world of such a monster. Humanity would be better and happier for it, life fairer and sweeter. I pondered it long, lying sleepless in my bunk and reviewing an endless procession the facts of the situation. I talked with Johnson and Leech during the night watches when Wolf Larsen was below. Both men had lost hope. Johnson because of temperamental despondency, Leech because he had beaten himself out in the vain struggle and were exhausted. He caught my hand in a passionate grip one night, saying, "I think you're square, Mr. Van Weyden. But stay where you are and keep your mouth shut. Say nothing but sourwood. We're dead men, I know it. But all the same, you might be able to do us a favour sometime when you need it damn bad." And only the next day, when Wainwright Island loomed to windward, the closer beam, that Wolf Larsen opened his mouth in prophecy. He had attacked Johnson, been attacked by Leech, and had just finished whipping the pair of them. "Leech," he said, "you know I'm going to kill you sometime or other, don't you?" I snarled with the answer. "And as for you, Johnson, you'll get so tired of life before I'm through with you that you'll fling yourself over the side. See if you don't." "That's a suggestion," he said, adding an aside to me. "I'll bet you a month's pay he acts upon it." I had cherished the hope that his victims would find an opportunity to escape while filling our water barrels, but Wolf Larsen had selected his spot well. The ghost lay half a mile beyond the surf line of a lonely beach. Here debouched a deep gorge with precipitous volcanic walls which no man could scale, and here, under his direct supervision, for he went ashore himself, Leech and Johnson filled the small casks and rolled them down to the beach. They had no chance to make a break for the Liberty or in one of the boats. Harrison and Kelly, however, made such an attempt. They composed one of the boat's crews, and their task would apply between the schooner and the shore, carrying a single cask each trip. Just before dinner, starting for the beach with an empty barrel, they altered their course and bore away to the left to round the prominent Troy, which jutted into the sea between them and Liberty. Beyond its foaming base lay the pretty villages of the Japanese colonists, and smiling valleys which penetrated deep into the interior. Once in the fastness they promised, and the two men could defy Wolf Larsen. I had observed Anderson and Spoke loitering about the deck all morning, and I now learned why they were there. Procuring their rifles, they opened fire in a leisurely manner upon the deserters. It was a cold-blooded exhibition of marksmanship. At first their bullets zipped harmlessly along the surface of the water on either side of the boat.
As the men continued to pull lustily, they struck closer and closer. "Now watch me take Kelly's right oar," Smoke said, drawing a more careful aim. I was looking through the glass, and I saw the oar blade shatter as he shot. Henderson duplicated, selecting Harrison's right oar. The boat slewed round. The two remaining oars were quickly broken. The men tried to row with the splinters, but they had them shot out of their hands. Kelly ripped up a bottom board and began paddling, but dropped it with a cry of pain as its splinters drove into his hands. And they gave up, and the boat drifted till a second boat, sent from the shore by Wolf Larsen, took them in tow and brought them aboard. Late that afternoon we hove up anchor and got away. Nothing was before us but 3 or 4 months hunting on the sealing grounds. The outlook was black indeed, and I went about my work with an heavy heart. An almost funereal gloom seemed to have descended upon the coast. Wolf Larsen had taken to his bunk with one of his strange splitting headaches. Harrison stood listlessly at the wheel, half supporting himself by it, as though wearied by the weight of his flesh. The rest of the men were morose and silent. I come upon Kelly crouching in the lee of the forecastle scuttle, his head on his knees, his arms about his head, in an attitude of unutterable despondency. Johnson I found lying full length on the forecastle head, staring at the troubled churn of the forefoot, and I remembered with horror the suggestion Wolf Larsen had made. It seemed likely to bear fruit. I tried to break it on the man's morbid thoughts by calling him away, but he smiled sadly at me and refused to obey. Leach approached me as I returned aft. "I want to ask a favour, Mr. Van Weyden," he said. "If it's your luck to ever make Frisco once more, will you hunt up Matt McCarthy? He's my old man and lives on the hill back of the Mayfair bakery, running a cobbler shop that everybody knows, and you have no trouble. Tell him I live to be sorry for the trouble I brought him and the things I done, and just tell him God bless him for me." I nodded my head but said, "We'll all win back to San Fransisco, Leach, and you'll be with me when I go to see Matt McCarthy." "I like to believe you," he answered, shaking my hand, "but I can't. Wolf Larsen will do for me, I know it, and all I can hope is he'll do it quick." And as he left me, I was aware of the same desire at my heart. Since it would be done, let it be done with dispatch. The general gloom had gathered me into its folds. The worst appeared inevitable. As I paced the deck hour after hour, I found myself afflicted with Wolf Larsen's repulsive ideas. What were we all about? Where were the grandeur of life that it should permit such wanton destruction of human souls? It was a cheap and sordid thing after all, this life, and the sooner over the better. Over and done with. I too leaned upon the rail and gazed longingly into the sea, with the certainty that sooner or later I should be sinking down through this cold green depths of its oblivion. That's the end of chapter 16. And as you all know by this point, after every 4 chapters I'm allowing myself a little pour of coffee. And the coffee is mostly gone at this point. I do not think I can get more till the end of the book, so I shall be rationing even more sparingly. But it's the only thing keeping me going. The warmth and the honey in it, Lord, that's what I need. It is what I need. Right, what have we had here? We have things worse. We have a sort of, I suppose, a recognition of his cowardice by Hump, by his failure to live up to his own moral code. It's an interesting point, at least in the way that Larsen makes it. For all his evil and wicked deeds, Larsen is true to his own moral code, where Humphry is, I don't know if I'd say untrue. Well, maybe I would say untrue. He's definitely deceiving himself to a certain extent. I'm trying to think what else. Well, I don't know what else really. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's being true to himself, even though his morals are, despicable by most objective standards. He's holding to them. Humphry is not holding to his own morals. He's a coward, and he admits it himself. There's no shame to it, I suppose. Cowards live. You see Leach and Johnson falling into despair. The grim prophecy. We see an attempt made at escaping. That does not go well. Honestly, it seems a little ill-considered to me, honestly. Because it's noted that they make the attempt while they're breaking off with an empty barrel. Actually, maybe not. I was going to say it seemed ill-considered because they make off with an empty water barrel, but they're not trying to get far, they're just trying to get round to the villages and then into the interior of the island, so I suppose they don't need much water. I'm thinking a lot of water, given that I am keeping myself hydrated the whole time. There we are. Yeah, I don't think I have much more to say on it, so I shall be pressing on. Chapter 17. Strange to say, in spite of the general foreboding, nothing of this special moment happened on the coast. We ran on to the north and west till we raised the coast of Japan and picked up with a great seal herd. Coming from no man knew where in the illimitable Pacific, it was travelling north in its annual migration to the rookeries of Bering Sea. And north we travelled with it, ravaging and destroying, flinging the naked carcasses to the shark and salting down the skins so they might later adorn the fair shoulders of the women of the seas. It were wanton slaughter, and all for women's sake. No man ate of the seal meat or the oil. After a good day's killing, I seen our decks covered with eyes and bodies, slippery with flattened blood, the scuppers running red, masts, ropes and rails spattered with the sanguinary colour, and the men like butchers plying their trade, naked and red of arm and hand, hard at work with ripping and flensing knives, removing the skins from the pretty sea creatures they had killed. It was my task to tally the pelts as they come aboard from the boats, to oversee the skinning and afterwards the cleansing of the decks, and bringing things shipshape again. It was not pleasant work. My soul and my stomach revolted at it, and yet in a way the handling and directing of many men were good for me. It developed what little executive ability I possessed, and I were aware of a toughening or hardening which I were undergoing, which could not be anything but wholesome for Humphry Van Weyden. One thing I was beginning to feel was that I could never again be quite the same man I had been. While my open faith in human life still survived, Wolf Larsen's destructive criticism, he had nevertheless been a cause of change in minor matters. He had opened up for me the world of the real, which I had known practically nothing from, and from which I always shrunk. I had learned to look more closely at life as it were lived, to recognise there were such things as facts in the world, to emerge from the realm of mind and idea, and to place certain values upon the concrete and objective phases of existence. I saw more of Wolf Larsen than ever when we had gained the grounds, for when the weather were fair and we were in the midst of the herd, all hands were away in the boats, and left on board were only he and I, and Thomas Mugridge, who did not count. There were no play about it. The 6 boats spreading out fanwise from the schooner until the first weather boat and the last lee boat were anywhere from 10 to 20 miles apart, cruised along a straight course over the sea till nightfall and bad weather drove him in. It was our duty to sail the Ghost well to leeward of the last lee boat, so the boat should have fair wind to run for us in case of squalls or threatening weather. It is no slight matter for 2 men, particularly when a skiff wind has sprung up, to handle a vessel like the Ghost, steering, keeping look out for the boats, and setting or taking in sail. So it devolved upon me to learn and learn quickly. Steering I picked up easily, but running aloft the cross trees and swinging my whole weight by my arms when I left the rat lines and climbed still higher were more difficult. This too I learned, and quickly, for I felt somehow a wild desire to vindicate myself in Wolf Larsen's eyes, to prove my right to live in ways other than that of the mine. Nay, the time came when I took joy in the run of the masthead and the clearing on by my legs of that precarious art while I swept the sea with glasses in search of the boats. I remember one beautiful day, when the boats left early and the reports of the hunters' guns grew dim and distant and died away, as they scattered far and wide over the sea. There was just the faintest wind from the westward, and it breathed its last by the time we managed to go to leeward of the last boat. One by one, I were at the masthead and saw the 6 boats disappeared over the bulge of the earth as they followed the sea into the west. We lay, scarcely rolling in the placid sea, unable to follow. Wolf Larsen were apprehensive. The barometer was down, and the sky to the east did not please him. He studied it with unceasing vigilance. If she comes out of there, he said, hard and snappy, putting us to windward of the boats, it's likely there'll be empty bunks in steerage and forecastle. By 11 o'clock the sea had become glass. By midday, though we were well up in the northerly latitudes, the heat was sickening. There was no freshness in the air. It was sultry and oppressive, reminding me of what the old California term earthquake weather. There was something ominous about it, and in intangible ways one were made to feel that the worst were about to come. Slowly the old eastern sky filled with clouds that overtowered us like some black sierra of the infernal regions. So clearly could one see canyon, gorge and precipice in the shadows that lie therein, that one looked unconsciously for the white surf line below, bellowing caverns where the sea charges on the land. And still we rocked gently, and there were no wind. It's no squall, Wolf Larsen said. Old Mother Nature's going to get up on her hind legs and howl for all that's in her, and it'll keep us jumping, to pull through with half our boats. You'd better run up and loosen the topsails. If it's going to howl and there's only 2 of us, I asked, and out of protest of us. Why, we've got to make the best of the first of it, and run down to our boats before the canvas is ripped out of us. After that I don't give a rap what happens. The sticks will stand it, and you and
and you and I will have to, though we've plenty of cut out for us. Still the calm continued. We ate dinner, and I arrayed an anxious meal for me, with 18 men abroad on the sea and beyond the bulge of earth, and with that ever-rolling mountain of range, a cloud moving slowly down upon us. Wolf Larsen did not seem affected, however, though I noticed when we returned to the deck a slight twitching of the nostrils, a perceptible quickness of movement. His face was stern, the lines of it had grown hard, and yet in his eyes, clear and blue this day, there was a strange brilliancy, a bright scintillating light. It struck me that he was joyous in a ferocious sort of way. He was glad there were an impending struggle. He was thrilled and upborne with knowledge that one of the great moments of living, when the tide surges up in a flood, were upon him. Once, and unwitting that he did so, I saw, he laughed aloud, mockingly and defiantly, at the advancing storm. I see him yet, standing there like a pygmy out of Arabian Nights before the huge front of some malignant genie. He was daring destiny, and he were unafraid. He opened the galley. "Cookie, by the time you've finished pots and pans, you'll be wanted on deck. Stand ready for call." "Hump," he said, becoming cognizant of the fascinated gaze I bent upon him. "This beats whiskey, and it is where your own my missus. I think he only half lived after all." The western half of the sky had by now grown murky. The sun had dimmed and faded out of sight. It was 2 in the afternoon, and the ghostly twilight, shot through by wandering purplish lights, had descended upon us. In this purplish light, Wolf Larsen's face glowed and glowed, and in my excited fancy he appeared encircled by an halo. We lay in the midst of an unearthly quiet. All about us were signs and omens of incoming sound and movement. The sultry heat had become unendurable. The sweat was standing on my forehead, and I could feel it trickling down my nose. I felt as though I should faint, and reached out to the rail for support. And then, just then, the faintest possible whisper of air passed us by. It was from the east, and like a whisper it come and went. The drooping canvas were not stirred, and yet my face had felt the air had been cooled. "Cookie," Wolf Larsen called in a low voice. Thomas Mugridge turned in a pitiable scar face. "Let go that foreboom tackle and pass it across, and when she's willing, let go the sheet and come in snug with the tackle. And if you make a mess of it, it will be the last you ever make, understand? Mr. Van Weyden, stand by the pass to head sail over, and jump for the topsail and spread them quick, as God'll let you. The quicker you do it, the easier you'll find him. As for Cookie, if he isn't lively, bat him between the eyes." I were aware of the compliment and pleased in that no threat had accompanied my instructions. We were lying head to northwest, and it were intention to jibe over with the first puff. "We'll have the breeze in our quarter," he explained to me. "By the last guns, the boats were bearing us away slightly to the southward." He turned and walked to the wheel. I went forward and took my station at the jib. Another whisper of wind and another passed by. The canvas flipped lazily. "Thank God she's not all coming up. She's not coming all in a bunch, Mr. Van Weyden," the Cockney's fervent ejaculation. And I was indeed thankful, for I had by this time learned enough to know, with all our canvas spread, what a disaster in such event awaited us. The whispers of wind became puffs, the sails filled, a ghost moved. Wolf Larsen put the wheel hard up to port, and we began to pay off. The wind were now dead astern, muttering and puffing stronger and stronger, and my head sail were pounding lustily. I did not see what went on elsewhere, though I felt the sudden surge and heel of the schooner as the wind pressure changed on to the jib and the fore and the mainsail. My arm was full with the flying jib and staysail, and by the time this part of my task were accomplished, the ghosts were leaping into the southwest. The wind on our quarter and all our sheets to starboard. Without pausing for breath, though my heart were beating like a trip hammer from my exertions, I sprang to the topsail, and before the wind had become too strong, we had them fairly set and were coiling down. They went aft for orders. Wolf Larsen nodded approval and relinquished the wheel to me. The wind was strengthening steadily and the sea rising. For an hour I steered, each moment becoming more difficult. I had not the experience to steer at the gait we were going on a quartering course. Now take a run up with the glasses and raise some of the boats. We made at least 10 knots, and we're going 12 or 13 now. The old girl knows how to walk. I could tell it myself with the 4 cross trees, some 70 feet above the deck. As I searched the vacant stretch of water before me and comprehended thoroughly the need for haste if we were to recover any of our men. Indeed, as I gazed at the heavy sea through which we were running, I doubted that there was a boat afloat. It did not seem possible that such a frail craft could survive such stress of wind and water. I could not feel the full force of the wind, for we were running with it, but from my lofty perch I looked down as though outside the ghost and apart from her, and saw the shape of her outlined sharply against the foaming sea as she tore along instinct with life. Sometimes she would lift and send across some great wave, burying her starboard rail from view and covering her deck and hatches with the boiling ocean. At such moments, starting from a windward roll, I would go flying through the air with dizzying swiftness, as though I clung to the end of a huge inverted pendulum, the arc of which, between great rolls, must have been 70 feet or more. Once the terror of this giddy sweep overpowered me, and for a while I clung on hand and foot, weak and trembling, unable to search the sea for the missing boats or to behold aught of the sea but that which roared beneath and strove to overwhelm the ghost. But the thought of the men in the midst of it steadied me, and in my quest for them I forgot myself. For an hour I saw nothing but the naked, desolate sea, and then, where a vagrant shaft of sunlight struck the ocean and turned its surface to wrathful silver, I caught a small black speck thrust skyward for an instant and swallowed up. I waited patiently. Again the tiny point of black projected itself through the wrathful breeze a couple of points off our port brow. I did not attempt to shout, but communicated the news to Wolf Larsen by waving my arm. He changed the course, and I signalled affirmation when the speck showed dead ahead. It grew larger, and so swiftly that for the first time I fully appreciated the speed of our flight. Wolf Larsen motioned for me to come down, and when I stood beside him at the wheel he gave me instructions for even two. "Expect all hell to break loose," he cautioned me, "but don't mind it. Yours is to do your own work and to have Cookie stand by foresheet." I managed to make my way forward, but there were little choice of sides, for the weather rail seemed buried as often as the lee. Having instructed Thomas Mugridge as to what he was to do, I climbed into the fore-rigging a few feet. The boat went out very close, and I could make out plainly that it was lying head to the wind, and dragging on its mast and sail, which had been thrown overboard and made to serve as a sea anchor. The three men were bailing. Each rolling mountain whelmed them from view, and I would wait with sickening anxiety, fearing they would never appear again. Then, and with black suddenness, the boat would shoot clear through the foaming crest, bow pointing to the sky, and the whole length of her bottom shone wet and dark till she seemed on end. There would be a fleeting glimpse of the three men flinging water in frantic haste, when she would topple over and fall into the yawning valley, buoying down and showing her full inside length to the stern, upreared almost directly above the bow. Each time that she reappeared were a miracle. The ghost suddenly changed her course, keeping away, and it came to me with a shock that Wolf Larsen were giving up the rescue as impossible. Then I realised that we were preparing a heave to, and dropped the deck to be in readiness. We were now dead before the wind, the boat far away and abreast of us. I felt an abrupt easing of the schooner, a loss for the moment of all strain and pressure, coupled with a swift acceleration of speed. She was rushing around on her head into the wind. As she arrived at right angles to the sea, the full force of the wind, from which we had hitherto run away, caught us. I were unfortunately and ignorantly facing it. It stood up against me like a wall, filling my lungs with air which I could not expel. And as I choked and strangled it, and as the ghost wallowed for an instant, broadside on and rolling straight over and far into the wind, I beheld a huge sea rise far above my head. I turned aside, caught my breath, and looked again. The wave overtopped the ghost, and I gazed sheer up and into it. A shaft of sunlight smote the overcoat, and I caught a glimpse of translucent Russian green, backed by a milky smother of foam. Then it descended. Pandemonium broke loose. Everything happened at once. I was struck by a crushing, stunning blow, nowhere in particular, and yet everywhere. My hold had been broken loose. I were under water, and the thought passed through my mind that this was the terrible thing of which I had heard, the being swept in the trough of the sea. My body struck and pounded as it was, dashed helplessly along, and turned over and over. And when I could hold my breath no longer, I breathed the stinging salt water into my lungs. But through it all I clung to the one idea. I must get the jib backed over the windward. I had no fear of death. I had no doubt that I should come through somehow, and as this idea of fulfilling Wolf Larsen's order persisted in my dazed consciousness, I seemed to see him standing at the wheel in the midst of the wild water, pitting his will against the will of the storm and defying it. I brought up violently against what I took to be the rail, breathed and breathed the sweet air again. I tried to rise, but struck my head, and was knocked back on hands and knees. By some freak of the waters, I had been swept clear under the forecastle, head and into the yards. As I scrambled out on all fours, I passed over the body of Thomas Mugridge, who lay in a groaning heap. There was no time to investigate. I must get the jib backed over. When I emerged on deck, it seemed that the end of everything had come. On all sides there were a rending and crashing of wood and steel and canvas. The ghosts were being wrenched and torn to fragments. The foresail and foretopsail, empty of the wind by the manoeuvre and with no one to bring the sheet in time, were thundering into ribbon. The heavy boom thrashing and splintering from rail to rail. The air was thick with flying wreckage, detached ropes and stage wrists and coiling like snakes. And down through it all crashed the gaff of the foresail. The spark had not have missed me by many inches, while it spurred me to action. Perhaps the situation were not hopeless. I remembered Wolf Larsen's caution. He had expected all hell to break loose, and here it was. And where was he? I caught sight of him toiling at the main sheet,
in and flat with his tremendous muscles. The stern of the schooner lifted high in the air, and his body outlined against the white surge of sweet sea swaying past. All this and more, an old world of chant, chaos and wreck, in possibly 15 seconds, I had seen and heard and grasped. I did not stop to see what had become of the small boat, but sprawling onto the jib sheet. The jib itself was beginning to slap, partially filling and emptying with sharp reports. With a turn to the sheet and the application of my whole strength each time it slapped, I slowly backed it. This I know, I did my best. I pulled till I burst open the ends of all my fingers, and while I pulled, the flying jib and staysail split their cloths apart and thundered into nothingness. Still I pulled, holding what I gained each time with a double turn, until the next slap gave me more. Then the sheet gave with greater ease, and Wolf Larsen was beside me and even in alone, while I was busy taking up the slack. "Make fast," he shouted, "and come on!" As I followed him, I noted that in spite of the rack and ruin of rough order obtained, the Ghost was hove to. She was still in working order, and she was still working. Though the rest of her sails were gone, the jib backed to windward, and the mainsail hauled down flat, with themselves holding her bow to the furious sea as well. I looked for the boat, and while Wolf Larsen cleared the boat tackles and saw it lift to leeward on a big sea and not a score of feet away. And so nicely had he made this calculation, we drifted fairly down upon it, so that nothing remained to do but hook the tackles to either end and hoist it aboard. But this was not done so easily as it is written. In the bow were Kerfoot, Oofty in the stern, and Kelly amidships. As we drifted closer, the boat would rise on a wave, while we sank in the trail, till almost straight above me I could see the heads of the three men, craned overside and looking down. And the next moment we would lift up and soar upwards, while they sank fast down beneath us. It seemed incredible the next surge should not crush the Ghost down upon the tiny Excel. At the right moment I passed the tackle to the Kanaka, while Wolf Larsen did the same thing to Kerfoot. Both tackles were hooked in a trice, and the three men, deftly timing the roll, made a simultaneous leap aboard the schooner. As the Ghost rolled her side out of the water, the boat was lifted snugly against her, and before the return roll came, we had heaved it up in over the side and turned it bottom up on the deck. I noticed blood spurting from Kerfoot's left hand. In some way the third finger had been crushed to a pulp, but he gave no sign of pain, and with his single right hand helped us lash the boat in place. "Stand by to let that jib over, you Oofty," Wolf Larsen commanded the very second we had finished with the boat. "Kelly, come aft and slack off the main sheer. You, Kerfoot, go forward and see what become of Cookie. Mr. Van Weyden, run aloft again and cut away any stray snuff on your way." And having commanded, he went aft with his peculiar tigerish leaps to the wheel. While I toiled up the fore shrouds, the Ghost slowly paid off. This time as we went in the trail of the sea and were swept, there were no sails to carry away. And halfway to the cross trees and flattened against the rigging by the full force of the wind, so it would have been impossible for me to have fallen, the Ghost almost on her beam ends and the mast parallel with the water, I looked down, but at almost right angles from the perpendicular to the deck of the Ghost. But I saw not the deck, but where the deck should have been, for it was buried deep beneath a wild tumbling of water. Out of this water I could see the two masts rising, and that were all. The Ghost, for the moment, were buried beneath the sea. As she squared off more and more, escaping from the side pressure, she righted herself and broke her deck, like a whale's back through the ocean surface. Then we raced them wildly across the wild sea, the while I hung like a fly in the cross trees and searched for the other boats. In half an hour I sighted the second one, swamped and bottom up, to which were desperately clinging Jack Horner, Fat Louie, and Johnson. This time I remained aloft, and Wolf Larsen succeeded in heaving to without being swept. As before, we drifted down upon it. Tackles were made fast, and lines flung at the men, who scrambled aboard like monkeys. The boat itself was crushed and splintered against the schooner's side as it came on board, but the wreck was securely lashed, for it could be patched and made whole again. Once more the Ghost bore away before the storm, this time so submerging herself that for some seconds I thought she would never reappear. Even the wheel, quite a deal higher than the waist, was covered and swept again and again. At such moment I felt strangely alone with God, alone with him and watching the chaos of his wrath. And then the wheel would reappear, and Wolf Larsen's broad shoulders and hands gripping the spokes and holding the schooner at the course of his will, himself an earthly God, dominating the storm, flinging its descending waters from him and riding it to his own ends. And oh, the marvel of it, the marvel of it! That tiny men should live and breathe and work, and drive so frail a contrivance of wood and cloth through a tremendous and elemental strife. As before, the Ghost sprang out of the trail, lifting her deck again out of the sea, and dashed before the howling blast. It was now 5:30, and half an hour later, when the last of the day lost itself in a dim and furious twilight, I sighted a third boat. It was bottom up, and there were no sign of its crew. Wolf Larsen repeated his manoeuvre, holding off, and then rounding up the windward and drifting down upon it. But this time he missed by 40 feet, the boat passing astern. "Number 4 boat," Oofty cried, his keen eyes reading its number on the 1 second where it lifted clear of the phone upside down. Here Anderson's boat, and with them had been lost Oak and Williams, another of the departed the Deepwater crowd. Lost they indubitably were, but the boat remained, and Wolf Larsen made one more reckless effort to recover it. I had come down to the deck, and I saw Horner and Kerfoot vainly protest against the attempt. "By God, I'll not be robbed of my boat by any storm that ever blew out of hell," he shouted. And though we four stood with our heads together that we might hear his voice, seemed faint and far, as though removed from us by an immense distance. "Mr. Van Weyden," he cried, and I heard through the tumult as one might hear a whisper, "stand by the jib with Johnson and Ufty. The rest of you tail off to the main sheet, lively now, or I'll sail you all into kingdom come, understand?" When he put the wheel hard over and the ghost bow swung off, there were nothing for the hunters to do but obey and make the best of a risky chance. How great the risk I realised when I was once more buried beneath the pounding seas and clinging for life to the pin rail at the foot of the foremast. My fingers were torn loose, and I swept across the side and over into the sea. I could not swim, but before I could sink I was swept back again. A strong hand gripped me, and when the ghost finally emerged I found that I owed my life to Johnson. I saw him looking anxiously about him, and noting that Kelly, who had come forward at the last moment, was missing. This time, having missed the boat and not being in the same position as the previous instance, Wolf Larsen was compelled to resort to a different manoeuvre. Running off before the wind with everything to starboard, he came about and returned close to all in the port tack. "Grand!" Johnson shouted in my ear as we successfully come through the attendant deluge, and he referred not to Wolf Larsen's seamanship, but to the performance of the ghost herself. It was now so dark that there was no sign of the boat, but Wolf Larsen held back through the frightful turmoil as if guided by an iron instinct. This time, though, we were continually half buried. There was no trail on which to be swept. We drifted squarely down upon the upturned boat, badly smashing it as we heaved inboard. 2 hours of terrible work followed, in which all hands, of us 2 hunters, 3 sailors, Wolf Larsen and I, reefed first one and the others, and the jib, the mainsail. Hove to under the short canvas, our decks were comparatively free of water, while the ghost bobbed and ducked against the combers like a cork. I had burst open the ends of my fingers at the very first, and during this reefing I had worked with tears of pain running down my cheek. And when all were gone, I gave up like a woman and rolled up on the deck in an agony of exhaustion. In the meantime, Thomas Mugridge, like a drowned rat, was being dragged out from under the forecastle end, where he had cravenly ensconced himself. I saw him pulled aft of the cabin and noted with a shock of surprise that the galley had disappeared. A clean space of deck showed where it had stood. In the cabin I found all hands assembled, sailors as well, and while coffee was being cooked over the small stove, we drank whisky and crunched hardtack. Never in my life had food been so welcome. Never had hot coffee tasted so good. So violently did the ghost pitch and toss and tumble that it was impossible for even the sailors to move about without holding on, and several times after a cry out, "Now she takes it," we reaped upon the walls of the port cabins as though it had been the deck. "To hell with a lookout," I heard Wolf Larsen say when we had eaten and drunk our fill. "There's nothing can be done on deck. If anything's going to run us down, we couldn't get out of its way. Turn in all hands and get some sleep." The sailors slipped forward, setting side lights as they went, while the 2 hunters remained to sleep in the cabin, it not being deemed advisable to open the slide to the steerage companionway. Wolf Larsen and I, between us, cut off Kerfoot's crushed finger and sewed up the stump. Mugridge, who during all the time he had been compelled to cook and serve coffee and keep the fire going and complained of internal pains, now swore that he had a broken rib or 2. On examination we found that he had 3. His case was deferred to next day, principally for the reason that I did not know anything about broken ribs and would first have to read it up. "I don't think it was worth it," I said to Wolf Larsen. "A broken boat for Kelly's life." "But Kelly didn't amount to much," was the reply. "Good night." After all that had passed, suffering intolerable anguish in my finger ends, and with all 3 boats missing, to say nothing of the wild capers the ghosts were cutting, I should have thought it impossible to sleep. But my eyes must have closed the instant my head touched the pillow, and in utter exhaustion I slept through the night while the ghost, lonely and undirected, fought her way through the storm. That's the end of chapter 17, which was a bit of a long one, and quite dramatic. Let me have a quick drink before I puff on. Yeah, quite a long one, and very dramatic. We've got a storm on. Oof. Always a big thing. And of course, as is always the case with a storm, things go badly. The boat is swamped time and time again. 3 boats lost, and that'd be 10 men overall. Oh no, more than 10 men, sorry. 3 men lost in one of the recovered boats, so 13 men overall. Lord almighty, 13 men. 4 of the hunters and what's called 9 of the sailors, which is bad, very bad indeed. Perhaps some more will turn up before things are done, but who can say? That's at the water now. I'm finally starting to feel the reading in my throat, which I think you might have noticed in the quality of my diction, so we'll see how much further we can press on. I want to try and finish this tonight, but I've got no idea if my voice will hold out, even near to its end. But I am determined to make it at least part 2 and 3 chapter 20. That is my minimum goal for the day, I've decided. There are 39 chapters in total in this book, so if we hit and clear chapter 20, we'll have done more than half, which is a decent attempt. And then anything after that is just gravy, I think. So we're in for at least 3 more chapters, that being the case. 18, 19 and 20. And I will of course try and press on further. If I can finish it tonight, well, I definitely can't finish it tonight, just time wise. By the time it would be finished, it would be the wee hours of the morning. If I actually can keep my voice alive the whole time, I will be, what's the term? I'll be seeing dawn creep up upon me before the end. I'll push on at least to 20. I also think I'm going to stop rationing the coffee quite so harshly. I'll run through what's left of it and then I'll switch over to my throat pastels as we get on. And then when my voice finally gives out, we'll call it. There's the plan. So let's see how long I can hold out, before my throat bursts like humps and fingers. There's a grim vision. Barely half a cup of coffee left in the thermos. Gone through far faster than I thought. But still blessedly warm. Still blessedly warm. Right. Water. And at last we are back to things. So, chapter 18. The next day, while the storm were blowing itself out, Wolf Larsen now crammed anatomy and surgery and set Mugridge's ribs. Then when the storm broke, Wolf Larsen cruised back and forth over the portion of the ocean where we had encountered it, and somewhat more to the westward, while the boats were being repaired and new sails made and bent. Sealing schooner after sealing schooner we sighted and boarded, most of which were in search of lost boats, and most of which were carrying out boats and crews they had picked up and which did not belong to them. For the thick of the fleet had been laid to the westward of us, and the boats scattered far and wide. They headed in mad flight for the nearest refuge. 2 of our boats, with men all safe, we took off the Cisco, and Wolf Larsen's whose delight and my own grief, he cold smoke with Nilsson and Leach from the San Diego, so that in the end, 5 days, we found ourselves short but 4 men: Henderson, Olliott, Williams, and Kelly, and were once more hunting on the flank to the Erd. Oh my! I'm right, I was wrong. Only 4 men short. That's not bad. As we followed it north, we began to encounter the dreaded sea fogs. Day after day, the boats were lowered and were swallowed up almost ere they touched the water, while we on board pumped the horn at regular intervals and every 15 minutes fired the bomb gun. Boats were continually being lost and found, it being custom for a boat that went on lay, with whatever schooner it picked it up until such times it were recovered by its own schooner. The Wolf Larsen, all to be expected, being a boat short, took possession of the first stray one and compelled its men to want with the ghost, not permitting them to return their own schooner when we sighted it. I remember how he forced the hunter and his 2 men below, a rifle at their breasts, when their captain passed by at biscuit tossed and hailed us for information. Thomas Mugridge, so strangely and pertinaciously clinging aloft, was soon limping about again and performing his double duties of cook and cabin boy. Johnson and Leach were bullied and beaten much as ever, and they looked for their last to end with the end of the hunting season, while the rest of the crew lived the lives of dogs and were worked like dogs by their pitiless master. As for Wolf Larsen and myself, we got along fairly well. I could not quite rid myself of the idea that the right conduct for me lay in killing him. He fascinated me immeasurably, and I feared him immeasurably, and yet I could not imagine him lying prone in death. There an endurance, as a perpetual youth about him, which rose up and forbade the picture. I could see him only as living always, and dominating always, fighting and destroying, himself surviving. One diversion of his, when we were in the midst of the Erd and the sea were too rough to lower the boats, with 2 boat pullers and a steerer, and go out himself. He was a good shot too, and brought many a skin aboard under what the hunters termed impossible hunting conditions. It seemed the breadth of his nostrils, this carrying a life in his hands and struggling for it against tremendous odds. I learned more and more seamanship. On one clear day, a thing we've rarely encountered now, I had the satisfaction of running and handling the Ghost and picking up the boats by myself. Wolf Larsen had been smitten with one of his headaches, and I stood at the wheel from morning to evening, sailing across the ocean after the last lead boat and evening it up too, and picking it up. Picking it out and the other far up without command or suggestion from him. Gales we encountered now and again, for it was a raw and stormy region. In the middle of a June typhoon, most memorable to me and most important because of the change wrought that threw it upon my future, we must have been caught nearly at the centre of this circular storm, and Wolf Larsen ran out of it and to the southwest, first under double-reefed jib and finally under bare poles. Ne'er had I imagined so great a sea. The seas previously encountered were as ripples compared with these, which ran half a mile from crest to crest, which upreared, I am confident, above our masthead. So great was it that Wolf Larsen himself did not dare heave to, though we were being driven far to the southward and out of the sea alert. We must have been well on the path of the Trans-Pacific steamships when the typhoon moderated, and yet, to the surprise of the hunters, we found ourselves in the midst of seals, a second Erd, a sort of rear guard, they declared, a most unusual thing. But it was boats over, the boom of guns, and a pitiful slaughter through the long day. It was this time that I was approached by a leech. I had just finished tallying the skins of the last boat when he came to my side in darkness and said in a low tone, "Can you tell me, Mr. Van Weyden, how far are we off the coast, and what are the bearings of Yokohama?" My heart leaped with gladness, for I knew what he had in mind, and I gave him the bearings, west-northwest and 500 miles away. "Thank you, sir," was all he said as he slipped back into the darkness. Next morning, number 3 Joe and Johnson and Leach were missing. The water breakers and grub boxes from all the other boats were likewise missing. As were the beds and sea bags of 2 men, Wolf Larsen was furious. He set sail and bore away into the west-northwest, 2 hunters constantly at the masthead and sweeping the sea with glasses, himself pacing the deck like an angry lion. He knew too well my sympathy for the runaways to send me aloft as a lookout. The wind was fair but fitful, and it were looking for a needle in a haystack to raise that tiny boat out of the blue immensity. But he put the Ghost through her best paces to get between the deserter and the land. This accomplished, he cruised back and forth across what he knew must be their course. On the morning of the 3rd day, shortly after 8 bells, a cry that the boat was sighted come down from smoke at the masthead. All hands lined the rail. A snappy breeze was blowing from the west, with the promise of more wind behind it, and there, at the leeward, in the troubled silver of the rising sun, appeared and disappeared a black speck. We squared away and ran for it. My heart was as lead, and I felt myself turning sick in anticipation, as I looked at the gleam of triumph in Wolf Larsen's eyes. His form swam before me, and I felt almost irresistibly impelled to fling myself upon him. So unnerved was I by the thought of impending violence to Leach and Johnson that my reason must have left me. I know that I slipped down into the steerage in a daze, and that I was just beginning the ascent to the deck, a loaded shotgun in my hands, when I heard the startled cry, "There's 5 men in the boat!" I supported myself in the companionway, weak and trembling, while the observation was being verified by the remarks of the rest of the men. Then my knees gave from under me, and I sank down myself again, but overcome by shock at knowledge of what I had so nearly done. Also, we were very thankful as I put the gun away and slipped back on deck. No one had remarked my absence. The boat were near enough for us to make out that it were larger than any sealing boat, and built with different lines. As we drew closer, the sail were taken in and the mast unstepped. Oars were shipped, and its occupants waited for us to heave to and take them on board. Smoker, who had descended the deck, were now standing by my side, began to chuckle in a significant way. I looked at him inquiringly. "Talk of a mess," he giggled. "What's wrong?" I demanded. Again he chuckled. "Don't you see there in the stern sheets on the bottom? May I never shoot a seal again if that ain't a woman." I looked closely, but was not sure until exclamation broke out on all sides. The boat contained 4 men, and its fifth occupant was certainly a woman. We were agog with excitement, all except Wolf Larsen, who was too evidently disappointed in that it was not his own boat with the 2 victims of his malice. We ran down the flying jib, hauled the jib sheets to windward, and the main sheet flat, and come up into the wind. The oars struck the water, and with a few strokes the boat were alongside. I now caught my first fair glimpse of the woman. She was wrapped in a long ulster, for the morning was raw, and I could see nothing but her face and a mass of light brown hair escaping from under the seaman's cap on her head.
The eyes were large and brown and lustrous, the mouth sweet and sensitive, and the face itself delicate oval. Her sudden exposure to briny wind had burnt the face scarlet. She seemed to me like a being from another world. I was aware of an hungry outreaching for her, as of a starving man for bread, that I had not seen a woman for a very long time. I know that I was lost in great wonder, almost a stupor. This, then, was a woman. So I forgot myself and my mate's duties and took no part in helping the newcomers aboard. For when one of the sailors lifted her into Wolf Larsen's downstretched arms, she looked up into our curious faces and smiled amusedly and sweetly, as only a woman can smile, and as I had seen no one smile for so long that I had forgotten such smiles existed. "Mr. Van Weyden," Wolf Larsen's voice brought me sharply back to myself. "Will you take the lady below and see to her comfort? Make up the spare port cabin. Put Cookie to work on it, and see what you can do for that face. It's burned badly." They turned brusquely away from us and began to question the new men. The boat were cast adrift. The boat were cast adrift. The one of them called it a bloody shame, with Yokohama so near. I found myself strangely afraid of this woman I was caught in aft. Also awkward. It seemed to me that I was realising for the first time what a delicate, fragile creature a woman is. And as I caught her arms to help her down the companion stairs, I was startled by her smallness and softness. Indeed, she was a slender and delicate woman as women go, but to me she was so ethereally slender and delicate that I was quite prepared for her arm to crumble in my grasp. All this, in frankness, to show my first impression after long denial of women in general, and Maud Brewster in particular. "No need to go to any great trouble for me," she protested when I had seated her in Wolf Larsen's armchair, which I had dragged hastily from his cabin. "The men were looking for land any moment this morning, and the vessel should be in by now, don't you think?" A simple faith in the immediate future took me aback. How could I explain to her the situation? A strange man who sailed the sea who stalked the sea like destiny, all that it had taken me months to learn. I answered honestly. "If for any other captain except ours, I should say you were right. I should say you would be ashore in Yokohama by tomorrow. But our captain is a strange man, and I beg you to be prepared for anything. Understand? For anything." I confess I hardly do understand." She hesitated, with a perturbed but not frightened expression in her eyes. "Or is it a misconception of mine that the shipwrecked people are always shown every consideration? This is such a little thing, you know. We are so close to land." "Candidly, I do not know," I strove to reassure her. "I wish merely to prepare you for the worst, if the worst is to come. This man, the captain, is a brute, a demon, and one can never tell what will be his next fantastic act." I was growing excited, but she interrupted me with an "Oh, I see," and her voice sounded weary. The thing was patently an effort. She was clearly on the verge of physical collapse. She asked no further questions, and I vouchsafed no remarks, devoting myself to Wolf Larsen's command, which were to make her comfortable. I bustled about in quite an housewifely fashion, procuring soothing lotions for a sunburn, raiding Wolf Larsen's private stores for a bottle of port I knew to be there, and directing Thomas Mugridge in the preparation of the spare stateroom. The wind was freshening rapidly, the ghost heeling over more and more, and by the time the stateroom was ready, she was dashing through the water at a lively clip. I had quite forgotten the existence of Leach and Johnson when suddenly, like a thunderclap, "Boat ho!" came down the open companionway. It was Smoke's unmistakable voice, crying from the masthead. I shot a glance at the woman, but she was leaning back in the armchair, her eyes closed, unutterably tired. I doubted that she had heard, and I resolved to prevent her from seeing the brutality I knew would follow the capture of the deserters. She was tired, very good, she should sleep. There were swift commands on deck, a stamping of feet and slapping of reef points as the ghost shot into the winds and about on the other tack. As she fired away in a yield, the armchair began to slide across the cabin floor, and I sprang for it just in time to prevent the rescued woman from being spilled out. Her eyes were too heavy to suggest more than an hint of the sleepy surprise that perplexed her as she looked up at me and she half stumbled, half tottered as I led her to her cabin. Mugridge grinned insinuatingly at my face, and I shoved him out and ordered him back to his galley-work. And he won his revenge by spreading glowing reports among the others as to what an excellent lady's maid I was proving myself to be. She leaned heavily against me, and I do believe that she had fallen asleep again between the armchair and the stateroom. This I discovered when she nearly fell into the bunk during a sudden lurch of the schooner. She aroused, smiled drowsily, and was off to sleep again. In sleep I left her under an heavy pair of sailor's blankets, her head resting on a pillow I had appropriated from Wolf Larsen's bunk. That's the end of chapter 18. I'm feeling it now, folks. And there goes the last of my coffee. Right.
precious threw it out. They sustained me, but gone now. Gone and all too fleeting. Aye. So what's to be made of that? Well, let's see. Our man Humpy's improving as a sailor, steering the ship himself one day. All notable. Considering he were a complete landlubber, all he really lacks now is knowledge of how to swim, which is pretty remarkable for. So, I think it's not really so short a time. It's been months now. Johnson and Leach make their escape and try to get away, and it almost seems like they might. And they might still, you never know. But I've got a grim feeling about this boat that's been found, and we've got some shipwrecked sailors saved now. Oh, and of course the recovered boats, so we're actually much better off with the crew. Oh, and Larsen again, taking, Shanghai men essentially into his crew. A spare boat taken from another ship. Quite a remarkable thing, that. Quite a remarkable thing. Right then. Before we start the next chapter, I'm going to take myself a lozenge, because I think otherwise my voice is going to fail quite presently. And then I shall read on after I've got a little moment to breathe and collect. So, wow. There we go. Yeah, that's helping actually. Coating my throat pretty well, right. Without further ado then, chapter 19. I come on deck to find the Ghost heading up close on the port tack and cutting into a windward of a familiar spritsail close hauled on the same tack ahead of us. All hands were on deck, for they knew that something was to happen when Leach and Johnson were dragged aboard. There were 4 bells. Lewis come aft to remove the wheel. There was dampness in the air, and I noticed he hadn't on his oarskins. "What are we going to have?" I asked him. "An ilfy long slip of a gale from the breadth of it, sir," he answered, "with a splatter of rain just to weather our gills and no more." "Too bad we sighted them," I said as the Ghost's bow were flung off a point by a large sea, and the boat leaped for a moment past the jibs and into our line of vision. Lois gave a spoke and temporised. "They'd never have made the land, sir, I'm thinking." "Think not?" I queried. "Nah, sir, did you feel that?" A puff had caught the schooner, and it was forced to put the wheel up rapidly to keep her out of the wind. "There's no eggshell afloat on the sea an hour come, and it's a stroke of luck for them we heard to pick 'em up." Wolf Larsen strode after him amidships, for he had been tailoring with the rescued men. The cat-like springiness in his tread were a little more pronounced than usual, and his eyes were bright and snappy. The oiler and 4th engineer was his greeting. Like 3 oilers and a 4th engineer was his greeting. We will make sailors out of them, or boat pullers at any rate. Now out of the lady. I know not why, but I were aware of a twinge or pang, like the cut of a knife when he mentioned her. I thought it a certain silly fastidious on my part, but it persisted in spite of me. I merely shrugged my shoulders in answer. Wolf Larsen pursed his lips in a long quizzical whistle. "What's her name, then?" he demanded. "I dunno," I replied. "She's asleep. She was very tired. But I'm waiting to hear the news from you. What vessel was it?" "Mail steamer," he answered shortly. "The city of Tokyo, from Frisco bound for Yokohama. Disabled in that typhoon. Old tub, open top to bottom like a sieve. They were adrift 4 days, and you don't know who or what she is, eh? Maid, wife, or widow? Oh well." He shook his head in a bantering way and regarded me with laughing eyes. "Are you—" I began. We're on the verge of my tongue to ask if we were going to take the castaways into Yokohama. "Am I what?" he asked. "What you intend on doing with Leach and Johnson?" He shook his head. "Really, Hump, I don't know. You see, what with these additions I've had all the crew I want." "Never battle the escaping they want," I said. "Why not give them a change of treatment? Take them aboard and deal gently with them. Whatever they've done, they've been handed into doing. By me." "By you," I answered steadily. "And I give you warning, Wolf Larsen, I may forget love of my own life and the desire to kill you if you go too far in maltreating those poor wretches." "Bravo!" he cried. "You do me proud, Hump. You found your legs with a vengeance. You're quite an individual. You were unfortunate in having your life cast in easy places, but you're developing, and I like you the better for it." His voice and expression changed. His face was serious. "Do you believe in promises?" he asked. "Are they sacred things?" "Of course," I answered. "Then here's a compact," he went on. consummate actor that he was. If I promise not to lay my hands upon Leach and Johnson, will you promise in turn not to attempt to kill me? Oh, not that I'm afraid of you. Oh, not that I'm afraid of you. Oh, sorry. Oh, not that I'm afraid of you, not that I'm afraid of you, he hastened to add. I could hardly believe my ears. What was coming over the man? Is it a go? He asked impatiently. A go? I answered. His hand went out the mine and I shook it heartily. I could have sworn I saw the mocking devil shine up for a moment in his eyes. We strolled across the poop to the lee side. The boats were close at hand now and in desperate plight. Johnson was steering, Leach bailing. We overhauled them about 2 feet to their one. Wolf Larsen motioned Lewis to keep off slightly, and we dashed abreast of the boat, not a score of feet to windward. The ghost blanketed it. A spritsail flapped emptily, and the boat righted to an even keel, causing the two men to swiftly change position. The boat lost headway, and as we lifted on the huge herd, toppled and fell into the trough. It was at this moment that Leach and Johnson looked up into the face of their shipmates, who lay on the rail amidships. There were no greeting. They were as dead men in their comrades' eyes, and between them was a gulf that parts the living and the dead. The next instant they were opposite the poop, where stood Wolf Larsen and I. We were falling in the trough, and they were rising in the surge. Johnson looked at me, and I could see that his face was worn and haggard. I waved my hand to him, and he answered the greeting, but with a wave that was hopeless and despairing. It was as if he were waving, saying good farewell. I did not see into the eyes of Leach, for he was looking at Wolf Larsen, the old and implacable snarl of hatred strong as ever on his face. Then they were gone astern. The spritsail filled with a wind, suddenly, careening the frail, open craft till it seemed it would surely capsize. A white cap foamed above it and broke across it in a snow-white smother. Then the boat emerged half-swamped, Leach flinging the water out and Johnson clinging to the steering oar, his face white and anxious. Wolf Larsen barked a short laugh in my ear and strode away to the weather side of the poop. I expected him to give orders for the ghost to leave too, but she kept on her course, and he made no sign. Lewis stood imperturbably at the wheel, but I noticed the group of sailors forward turning troubled faces in our direction. Still the ghost tore along, till the boat dwindled to a speck, and Wolf Larsen's voice rang out in command, and he went about the starboard tack. I'm going to pause here for a moment to say, well, with that we've just finished and gotten past page 150. So in terms of page count, we are now more than halfway through the book. We hit chapter 20, we'll be more than halfway through on every measure. And then we can say we've done our damnedest, even if we don't finish. Back we held 2 miles and more to windward of the struggling cockleshell, when the flying jib will run down and the schooner hove to. The sealing boats are not made for windward work. Their hope lies in keeping a weather position, so they may run before the wind for the schooner when it breezes up. But in all that wild waste there were no refuge for Leach and Johansen, save on the Ghost, and they resolutely begun the windward beat. It was slow work in the heavy sea that were running. Any moment they were liable to be overwhelmed by these incombers. Time and again, and countless times, we watched the boat luffing the big white caps, lose headway and be flung back like a cork. Johnson was a splendid seaman, and he knew as much about small boats as he did about ships. At the end of an hour and a half we were nearly alongside, standing past our stern on the last leg out, aiming to fetch us on the next leg. So you've changed your mind, I heard Wolf Larsen mutter after himself, after them, as though they could hear. You want to come aboard, eh? Well then, just keep it coming. Hard up with the helm, he commanded, and Oofty, the Kanaka, who had the meantime relieved Lewis at the wheel. Command followed command. As the schooner paid off, the fore and main sheets were slacked away for fair wind, and before the wind we were, and leaping, when Johnson, easing his sheet in imminent peril, cut across our wake 100 feet away. Again Wolf Larsen laughed at the same time, beckoning them with his arm to follow. Evidently his intention to play with them, a lesson I took it in lieu of a beating, or a dangerous lesson, for the frail craft stood in momentary danger of being overwhelmed. Johnson squared away promptly and ran after us. There was nothing else for him to do. Death stalked everywhere, and it were only a matter of time when some one of them many huge seas would fall upon his boat, roll it over and pass on. "'Tis the fear of death in the answer," Lewis muttered in my ear, as we pressed forward as I passed forward to see to take in the flying jib and staysail. "I'll leave to in a little while and pick them up," I answered cheerfully. "He's bent on giving them a lesson, that's all." Lewis looked at me shrewdly. "Think so?" he asked. "Surely," I answered. "Don't you?" "I think nothing but of my own skin these days," was his answer, "and it is with wonder I'm filled as to the working out of things. A pretty mess that Frisco whiskey got me into, and a prettier mess that woman's got you into out there. I asked myself that knows you for a blithering fool."
What do you mean? I demanded. Grabbing sped his shaft, he was turning away. What do I mean? He cried. And it's you that asked me. It's not what I mean, but what the wolf mean. The wolf will mean. The wolf, I said. The wolf. If trouble comes, will you stand by? I asked impulsively, for he had voiced my own file. Stand by? This old fat Lewis says stand by, and trouble enough it'll be. At the beginning of things, I'm telling you, the bare beginning of things. I had not thought you for so great a coward, I sneered. He favoured me with a contemptuous stare. If I raised no hand for that poor fool, pointing a stone at the tiny sail, you think I'm hungering for a broken head for a woman I never laid my eyes upon before this day? I turned scornfully away and went aft. Better get in those topsails, Mr. Van Weyden, Wolf Larsen said as I came on the poop. I felt relief, at least as far as the two men were concerned. It was clear he did not wish to run too far away from them. I picked up hope at the thought, put the order swiftly into execution. I had scarcely opened my mouth to issue the necessary command when an eager men were springing halyards and downhauls, and others were racing aloft. This eagerness on their part was noted by Wolf Larsen with a grim smile. Still we increased our lead, and when the boat had dropped astern several miles, we hove to and waited. All ours watched it coming, even Wolf Larsen's, but he was the only unperturbed man aboard. Lewis, gazing fixedly, betrayed a trouble in his face that we were not quite able to hide. The boat grew closer and closer, hurling along through seething green like a thing alive, lifting and sending up, tossing across the huge black-backed breakers, or disappearing behind them only to rush into sight again, and shoot skyward. It seemed impossible that it continued to loom, yet with each dizzying sweep it did achieve the impossible. The rain squall drove past, and out of the flying wet the boat emerged almost upon us. Hard up there, Wolf Larsen shouted, himself springing to the wheel and whirling it over. Again the gust sprang away and raced before the wind, and for 2 hours Johnson and Leach pursued us. We hove to and ran away, and ever astern the struggling patch of sail tossed skyward and fell into the rushing valleys. They were a quarter of a mile away when a thick squall of rain veiled it from view, and there emerged. The wind blew the air clear again, but no patch of sail broke the troubled surface. I thought I saw for an instant the boat's bottom show back in the breaking crest. All the best that it was all the best, that was all. But Johnson and Leach, the travail of existence had ceased. The men remained grouped amidships. No one had gone below, and no one was speaking, nor were there any looks being exchanged. Each man seemed stunned, deeply contemplative, as it were, and not quite sure, trying to realise just what had taken place. Wolf Larsen gave them little time for thought. You once put the Ghost upon a course which meant the sea alert and not Yokohama harbour. But the men were no longer eager as they poured northward, and I heard curses amongst them, which left their lips smothered and heavy, as heavy and lifeless as they were. Not so with the hunters. Smoke, the irrepressible, related the story as they descended into the steerage, bellowing with laughter. As I passed to leeward of the galley on my way aft, I were approached by the engineer we had rescued. His face was white, his lips trembling. "Good God, what kind of craft is this?" he cried. "You have eyes, you have seen," I answered almost brutally, with a pain and fear at my own heart. "Your promise?" I said to Wolf Larsen. "I was not thinking of taking them aboard when I made that promise," he answered. "And anyway, you'll agree I've not laid my hands upon them." "Far from it, far from it, far from it," he laughed a moment later. I made no reply. I were incapable of speaking. My mind was too confused. I must have time to think. I knew this woman sleeping even now in the spare cabin was a responsibility which I must consider, and the only rational thought that flickered in my mind was that I must do nothing hastily if I were to be any help to her at all. That's the end of chapter 19. That's a shame. Well, I could see the trick of it the second he said he wouldn't lay hands on them. An obvious one. I still aren't fit to destroy any boat. All you got to do is not lay hands on them, they're doomed. Poor fools, still. Their pain's at an end now. Their pain is at an end now. And all can be said for them. Let me have my drink of water. Whew. And we got the consideration of the woman, of course, which I know that will be developing into a significant plot point as time comes, but
Not much to relate on for now, I think. Let's press on with chapter 20, and then we'll see if we can feel like pressing on any further, Chapter 20. The remainder of the day passed uneventfully. The young slip of a gale, having wetted our gills, proceeded to moderate. The fourth engineer and the three oilers, after a warm interior interview with Wolf Larsen, were furnished with outfits from the slop chest, assigned places under the hunters in various boats, and watches on the vessel, and bundled forward into the forecastle. They went protestingly, but their voices were not loud. They were awed by what they had already seen of Wolf Larsen's character, and the tale of woe they speedily heard in the forecastle took the last bit of rebellion out of them. Miss Brewer, we had learned her name from the engineer, slept on and on. At supper I requested the hunters to lower their voices so she were not disturbed, and were not till next morning that she made her appearance. It had been my intention to have her meals served apart, but Wolf Larsen put down his foot. Who was she that she should be too good for cabin table and cabin society? Had been his demand. But her coming to the table had something amusing in it. The hunters fell silent as clams. Jack Horner and Smoker alone were unabashed, stealing stealthy glances at her now and again, and even taking part in the conversation. The other four men glued their eyes on their plates and chewed steadily and with thoughtful precision, their ears moving and wobbling in time with their jaws, like the ears of so many animals. Wolf Larsen had little to say at first, doing no more than reply when he were addressed. Not that he were abashed, far from it. This woman was a new type to him, a different breed from any he had ever known, and he was curious. He studied her, but his eyes rarely leaving her face, unless to follow the movements of her hands or shoulders. I studied her myself, though it were I who maintained the conversation. I know that I were a bit shy, not quite self-possessed. He were the perfect boy, the supreme confidence in self, which nothing could shake. They were no more timid a woman than he were a storm and battle. "And when shall we arrive in Yokohama?" she asked, turning to him and looking him squarely in the eyes. There it was, the question flat. The jaws stopped working, the ears ceased wobbling, and though our eyes remained glued on plates, each man listened greedily for the answer. "In 4 months, possibly 3 if the season closes early," Wolf Larsen said. She caught her breath and stammered, I thought I was given to understand that Yokohama was only a day's sail away." Here she paused and looked about the table, at the circle of unsympathetic faces staring hard at the plates. "It is not right," she concluded. "That is a question you must settle with Mr. Van Weyden there," he replied, nodding at me with a mischievous twinkle. "Mr. Van Weyden is what you might call an authority on such things as rights. Now I, who am only a sailor, would look upon the situation somewhat differently. It may possibly be your misfortune that you have to remain with us, but it is certainly our good fortune." He regarded her smilingly. His eyes fell before his gaze, but her eyes fell before his gaze, but she lifted them again, and defiantly to mine. I read the unspoken questions there. Was it right? But I had decided the part I would play must be a neutral one, so I did not answer. "What do you think?" she demanded. "It is unfortunate, especially if any engagements fall into you in the course of the next several months. But since you say that you are voyaging to Japan for your health, I can assure you that it will improve no better anywhere than aboard the Ghost." As her eyes flashed with indignation, and this time it were I who dropped mine, while I felt my face flushing under her gaze. "You were cowardly, but what else could I do?" "Mr. Van Weyden speaks with the voice of authority," Wolf Larsen laughed. I nodded my head, and she, having recovered herself, waited expectantly. "Not that he has much to speak of now," Wolf Larsen went on, "but he has improved wonderfully. You should have seen him when he came on board, a more scrawny, pitiable specimen of humanity one could hardly conceive. Isn't that so, Kerford?" Kerford, thus directly addressed, was startled into dropping his knife from the floor, though he managed to grunt affirmation. "He developed himself by peeling potatoes and washing dishes, Kerford?" Again that worthy grunted. "Look at him now. True, he is not what you would term muscular, but still he has muscles, which is more than he had when he came aboard. Also he has legs to stand on. You would not think so to look at him, but he was quite unable to stand alone at first." The hunters were snickering, but she looked at me with sympathy in her eyes, which more than compensated for Wolf Larsen's nastiness. In truth, it had been so long since I received sympathy that I was softened. I had become then, and gladly, a willing slave. They were angry with Wolf Larsen. He was challenging my manhood with slurs, challenging the very legs he claimed to be instrumental in getting to me. He claimed to be instrumental in getting for me. "I may learn to stand upon my own legs," I retorted, "but I have yet to stamp upon others with them." He looked at me insolently. "Your education is only half completed, then," he said dryly, and turned away. "We are very hospitable upon the Ghost, Miss. Mr. Van Weyden has discovered that.
We do everything to make our guests feel at home, eh, Mr. Van Weyden? Even the peeling the potatoes and washing the dishes, I answered, to say nothing of the wringing the necks out of the very fellowship. I beg of you not to receive false impressions of us and from Mr. Van Weyden, he interposed with mock anxiety. You will observe, Miss Brewster, that he carries a dirk in his belt, most unusual thing for a ship's officer to do. While really very estimable, Mr. Van Weyden is sometimes, how shall I say, quarrelsome, and harsh measures are necessary. He is quite reasonable and fair in his calm moments, and is calm now, but he will not deny that only yesterday he threatened my life. I was well nigh choking, and my eyes were certainly fiery. He drew attention to me. Look at him now. He can scarcely control himself in your presence. He is not accustomed to the presence of ladies, anyway. I shall have to Ooh. Oh, no. Ooh. Did I swallow the wrong way there? Hang on. Let me have a drop of water. Oh, there's that. Oh, that's not great. Okay. Oh. Right. That's a poor turn. Right. Oh. Man, oh, that's that wouldn't have been nothing if I was normal, but with my throat. Oh. Okay, that's bad. What are we going to do? I'm going to finish out this chapter then. Well, I said I would, but then I think after that I will call it, because... Ow. I can feel I'm doing damage to my throat. And it's probably not wise to push on. Oh, so we'll finish it out. Right. Look at him now. He can scarcely control himself in your presence. He's not accustomed to the presence of ladies anyway. I shall have to arm myself before I dare go on deck with him. He shook his head sadly, murmuring, too bad, while the others burst into guffaws of laughter. The deep-sea voices of these men, rumbling and bellowing in the confined space, produced a wild effect. It all set him a wild, and for the first time, regarding this strange woman and realising how incongruous she was in it, and were aware of how much a part of it I was myself. I knew these men and their mental processes. Well, one of them, myself, living the seal-hunting life, eating the seal-hunting fare, thinking largely the seal-hunting thoughts. There were for me no strangeness to it, to the rough clothes, the coarse faces, the wild laughter, and the lurching cabin walls and swaying sea lamps. As I buttered a piece of bread, my eyes chanced to rest upon my hand. The knuckles were skinned and inflamed clear across, the fingers swollen, the nails rimmed with black. I felt the mattress-like growth of a beard on my neck, knew that the sleeve of my coat were ripped, a button was missing from the throat of the blue shirt I wore. The dirk mentioned by Wolf Larsen rested in his sheath of my hip. Very natural that it should be there. How natural I had not imagined until now, when I looked upon it with her eyes and knew how strange it was. Yet, and all that went on with it must appear to her. She divined the mockery of Wolf Larsen's word, again favouring me with a sympathetic glance, but there was a look of bewilderment also in her eyes. That mockery made the situation more puzzling to her. I may be taken off by some passing vessel, perhaps, she suggested. There will be no passing vessels. Well, there will be no passing vessels except other sealing schooners, Wolf Larsen made answer. I have no clothes, nothing, she objected. You hardly realise it, sir, that I am not a man, or that I am unaccustomed to the vagrant, careless life which you and your men seem to lead. The sooner you get accustomed to it, the better, he said. I'll furnish you with cloth, needle and thread, he added. I hope it will not be too dreadful a hardship for you to make yourself a dress or two. She made a wry pucker with her mouth, as though to advertise her ignorance of dressmaking. That she were frightened and bewildered, and that she were bravely striving to hide it, were quite plain to me. I suppose you're like Mr. Van Weyden there, accustomed to having things done for you. Well, I think doing a few things for yourself will hardly dislocate any joints. By the way, what do you do for a living? She regarded him with amazement unconcealed. I mean no offence, believe me. People eat, therefore they must procure their wetherall. These men here shoot seals in order to live. For the same reason I sail this schooner, and Mr. Van Weyden, for the present at any rate, earns his salty grub by assisting me. Now what do you do? She shrugged her shoulders. Do you feed yourself, or does someone else feed you? I'm afraid someone else has fed me most of my life, she laughed, trying bravely to enter in the spirit of his quizzing. I could see a terror dawning and grow in her eyes as she watched Wolf Larsen. I suppose someone else makes your bed for you. I have made bed, she replied. Very often.
She shook her head with mock ruefulness. Do you know what they do to poor men in the States who, like you, do not work for the living? I am very ignorant, she pleaded. What do they do to poor men who are like me? They send them to jail. The crime of not earning a living in their case is called vagrancy. If I were Mr. Van Weyden, who harps eternally on questions of right and wrong, I ask by what right do you live when you do nothing deserving of living? But as you are not Mr. Van Weyden, I don't have to answer, do I? She beamed upon him, through her terror-filled eyes and the pathos of accompanying the art. I must in some way break in and lead the conversation in one of the channels. Have you ever earned a dollar by your own labour? He demanded, certain her answer, a triumphant vindictiveness in his voice. Yes, I have, she answered slowly, and I could have laughed aloud at his crestfallen visage. I remember my father giving me $1 once when I was a little girl for remaining absolutely quiet for 5 minutes. He smiled indulgently. That was long ago, she continued, and you would scarcely demand a little girl of 9 to earn her own living. At present, however, she said after a slight pause, I earn about $1,800 a year. With one accord, all ours left the plates and settled on her. A woman who earned $1,800 a year were worth looking at. Wolf Larsen was undisguised in his admiration. Salary or piecework? He asked. Piecework, she answered promptly. $1,800, he calculated. That's $150 a month. Well, Miss Brewster, there is nothing small about the ghost. Consider yourself on salary during the time you remain with us. She made no acknowledgment. She was too unused as yet to the whims of the man to accept them with equanimity. I've got to inquire, he went on suavely, as to the nature of your occupation. What commodities do you turn out? What tools and materials do you require? Paper and ink, she laughed. Also a typewriter. You are Maud Brewster, I said slowly and certainly, almost as though I were charging her with a crime. Her eyes lifted curiously to mine. How did you know? Aren't you? I demanded. She acknowledged her identity with a nod. It was Wolf Larsen's turn to be puzzled. The name and its magic signified nothing to him. I was proud that it did mean something to me, and for the first time in a weary while I was convincingly conscious of a superiority over him. I remember writing a review of a thin little volume, I began carelessly when she interrupted. You! She cried. You are... She was now staring at me at wide-eyed wonder. I nodded my identity in return. Humphry Van Weyden, she concluded, added with a sigh of relief, and unaware that she had glanced that relief at Wolf Larsen. I am so glad. I remember that review, she went on hastily, becoming aware of the awkwardness of her remark. That too flattering review. Not at all, I denied valiantly. You impeach my sober judgment and make my canons a little worse. Besides, all my brother critics were with me. Didn't Lang include your kiss endured among the 4 supreme sonnets by women in the English language? You called me the American Mrs. Minor. Was it not true? I demanded. No, not that, she answered. It was her. I was her. We can measure the unknown only by the known, I replied in my finest academic manner. As a critic, I was compelled to place you. You've now become a yardstick yourself. 70 of your thin little volumes are on my shelves, and there are 2 thicker volumes, the essays, which you will pardon my saying, and I know not which is flattered more, fully equal your verse. The time is not far distant when some unknown will arise in England, and the critics will name her the English Maud Brewster. You are very kind, I am sure, she murmured, and the very conventionality of her tones and words, with the host of association aroused to the old life on the other side of the world, gave me a quick thrill, rich with remembrance, but stinging sharp homesickness. You are Maud Brewster, I said solemnly, gazing back at her. And you are Humphry Van Weyden, she said, gazing back at me with equal solemnity and warmth. How unusual. I don't understand. You surely are not to expect some wildly romantic sea story from your sober pen. No, I'm not gathering material, I assure you, was my answer. I have neither aptitude nor inclination for fiction. Tell me, why have you always buried yourself in California? She next asked. It has not been kind of you. We of the East have seen so little of you, too little indeed, of the Dean of American Letters II. I bowed and disclaimed the compliment. I nearly met you once in Philadelphia, some brand affair or other. You were to a lecture, you know. My train was 4 hours late. Then we quite forgot where we were, leaving Wolf Larsen stranded and silent in the middle of our flood of gossip. The others left the table and went on deck, and we still talked. Wolf Larsen alone remained. Suddenly I became aware of him, leaning back from the table and listening curiously to our alien speech of a world he did not know. I broke short off in the middle of a sentence. The present, with all its perils and anxiety, rushed upon me with stunning force. It smote Miss Brewster likewise, a vague and nameless terror rushing in her eyes as she regarded Wolf Larsen. He rose to his feet and laughed awkwardly, the sound of metallic. Oh, don't mind me, he said with a self-depreciatory wave of his hand. I don't care. Go on, I pray you. But the gates of speech were closed. and we two rose from the table and laughed awkwardly. And that's the end of chapter 20. We're on chapter 21, which is page 163 of this 300-page volume. And we've been going for 5.5 hours, which is not a record, but it's pretty close. I think in my Londonathon I went a little over 6, but I also didn't choke on my own spit and get my throat coughing. So I thought I will earn your forgiveness for my calling it here. As I said, I am, Oof. I hope to get through the old volume tonight, but I can feel my voice giving out on me. And I could probably get another chapter, maybe 2 out, but I would be croaking and unable to talk by the end of it. And I don't think the quality of the reading would be much good anyway. We've done the better half of the book, which will make a good part 1 if I save the VOD, which I mean to. And we'll do the next part in one sitting as well and make it a 2-parter. So maybe not for a week, maybe we do that next Wednesday or some such time. I think probably tomorrow I'm going to be taking a day off to give my throat some rest. But I do thank you all who come around here and stood with me this whole time, and staying with me now even, apparently. 3, Lord. I'm very appreciative, and I hope you have enjoyed what we have read tonight. And now I'll take a moment to see if there is anyone I can read out into. Oh, is there anyone live? Oh, he's live. Well, there we go then. Reading that to Ivy then. Thank you again, I say, for hanging out with me. And until next we meet, I say ta-ra to you.